MG Owners Club and their classic touring cars, everything from pre-66 right through to the Boss and the Thunder. Now, race number 1 coming up is the British Trucks, first race of the season, and our friend Pointy spoke to a few of the drivers in the paddock beforehand.
How are we doing, Ryan? Welcome back.
We're finally here. It's glad to be back. The weather's amazing, and yeah, it's good to be back speaking to you, Robert.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Robert. Very nice of you to say so. Yeah, the sun is definitely bringing some good vibes to the paddock. We've obviously just had qualifying, and you looked absolutely tremendous out there. Very solid.
Amazing result, but I think, you know, the truck's freshly built, so it's out the box, as they say. So there was a few teething problems, but obviously we're delighted with the new format to get the 2 fastest laps in qualifying for race 1 and race 2's grid. So delighted, but we're under no illusion. It's a long season, and we've got a lot of work ahead of us.
I mean, so yeah, everybody here saying that they've got a fresh out of the box truck this year. Loads of people doing the rebuilds. None quite as different as yours is, though. Obviously, I know them from the FIA as the Bagheeras, but the Freightliner Bullnose, very, very nice looking truck. What made you want to go for it?
It's just always what I've wanted to do. Since we had the MAN, which was Yasmin, that was my favourite truck, we've always wanted to go Bullnose. We spoke to Fabian Calver, and he got in touch with Martin Collock, and the Bagheera team very kindly donated us a full body kit, so thank you to them. It's a M2 Freightliner cab, and it's a Daimler chassis, which is a Mercedes chassis. So yeah, with our own engine that's powering it, so we're still powered by our own engine. Yeah, it's a new beginning. It's the look of the truck that I wanted. I love it, and when I look at it on photos when it's going around the track, I love it as well. So no, it's exactly what we wanted, and it's exactly what we want moving forward to develop.
So it does look really mean, and yeah, good to hear again that you are still in the engine development game, so to speak. Many changes to the lump itself that you had a little bit of trouble at Donington last year with?
Not really. I think because it's a zone engine and we're trying to develop, we're always going to have teething problems. We are not a factory engine. We are a standalone team with a small budget that's trying to develop an engine, so we're probably a little bit down on the power from the factory, but you know, we've got an half decent driver, so he tries.
As I say, not that you'd tell it from the lap time you put earlier on. Was it a 58?
58. The track wasn't there, the truck wasn't the best, but everybody's up the game.
Yeah.
There's some serious drivers in this championship, and I've got to do a little shout out while I'm on. I want to give massive credit to John Powell, who took pole position. You know, he's been silent, and then pops along and boom, sticks it on pole. So congratulations to John Powell. Well done to John Newell, and it'll be an exciting weekend.
Well, thanks very much for talking to us, Ryan. Good luck at your first race just before lunch.
Thank you, sir.
Cheers, man. Right, let's go and have a walk around the paddock now and see who else we can find this morning. Very sunny morning here at Brands Hatch. Are we in? We're in. We're live. We're doing it. Let's have it. So, hi. How are we doing? Simon Reed, long time no see. The friendly giant of British truck racing. Bit of a break. Delivering trains, I hear.
Yes, no, we have been busy. Yeah, to say the least. Last year, especially. And yeah, glad to get back out again. To be honest. All work and no play.
New truck or improved truck?
No, it is a new old truck. To us.
Classic.
Yeah, truck racing on a budget. That my brother and the team have obviously put our Reed Freight touch on. And yeah, so yeah, this morning was the first run out in it. We did about 2 laps yesterday and it went a bit wrong. And yeah, well chuffed with it, to be honest. I've been used to my old truck that was like an ex-Dave Jenkins truck that we'd modified and shoe wedged through seasons to make it perform. And eventually we've dropped on, put a new cab on this chassis and started with this old girl now.
That's very impressive times this morning in qualifying, so obviously you're very happy with that. Craig moving up to join you in Division 1 this year. Is there many similarities between the trucks, or obviously is it just looks, or is it engine, chassis, the lot?
Craig's is obviously an homemade. Craig's is an home built truck from scratch. So,
right.
You know what he's doing with that to go from Division 2 up to Division 1. That's off to him, to be honest. There isn't many people that adapt the same truck to jump straight in. So he's cracking on, just getting the feel of things as you do, and I'm sure there'll be a bit of brotherlyhood rivalry going on.
Well, at least you've got the same colour schemes. We won't be able to see if you've transferred any paint during the weekend. Simon, great to have you back. Great to be joined with your brother in Division 1. Very good qualifying session. We'll see you in the first race.
We'll do indeed.
Thanks, Simon. Right then, let's go and have a word now with Steve Powell, if he's not busy doing something else, which he always seems to be.
The Powells must have been. We'll hopefully hear from them later on. Thanks, Pointy, and thanks, Ewan. Good afternoon, ladies and gents, from a sunny Brands Hatch circuit in Kent. It is Easter weekend, and that means only one thing here at Brands Hatch. The big rigs are back. Yes, the British Truck Racing Championship ready to open its season here on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, and they're already ready and rolling on the grid, so we will take you through the grid for race 1. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action as always, so let's have a look at the grid then. In pole position it is the reigning British champion Ryan Smith in truck number 1 with his new truck we've just heard about, the bonneted Freightliner design on the Daimler chassis. Starts alongside number 18 of John Newell with his MAN. Second row, 89, we've just heard from Simon Reed. Good to have him back alongside 69 of David Jenkins, the former champion. Row 3, 81, Mark Taylor alongside the 10 times British and 1-time European champion Stuart Oliver with his bonneted Volvo. Row 4, number 3, Stephen Powell, the former Division 2 champion, moving up with a new truck to Division 1 this season. Starts alongside number 68, Craig Reed, last year's Division 2 champion, likewise now in Division 1. On row 5, 46 of Bradley Smith, his first full season at Division 1 level, starts alongside 86 Tom O'Rourke in the MV Commercials MAN. On row 6, welcome back Ricky Collett. Didn't see him out last year, first meeting since he rolled his race truck at Thruxton in 2020, alongside Simon Falk, the number 92. And behind them we should hopefully see number 12, Michael Oliver, son of Stuart. We didn't see him out in qualifying, so we'll wait and see if he's out there. Then there's a gap, and we've got the Division 2 trucks, a slightly smaller field in Division 2 this season. John Powell, number 6, is in pole position for them, alongside number 32, Jock Borthwick. Behind them, welcome back Luke Garrett. He was contesting the European Championship last year, former 2-time Division 2 champion. Starts alongside number 5 of Adam Bintz. Then we've got number 10, Craig Evans. 16, Brad Smith. Yes, there are 2 Brad Smiths in the series, Brad and Bradley. And completing the lineup, number 14, John Bowler, should be at the back. So Ryan Smith then leads them up to the start-finish line. Alongside him, number 18, John Newell in the MAN. Can Ryan Smith make it 7 titles in a row? We are about to find out as the series gets underway for 2022, and Ryan Smith in that beautiful bonneted Daimler truck as it's listed on the entry list with the Freightliner bodywork on top. And here's a spin of that. Stephen Powell, the number 3, the former Division 2 champion, goes completely around. Thankfully everybody seems to have missed him. We see that Michael Oliver is out there in the number 12. He has made it out after missing qualifying. So we're underway with the first lap of the truck racing season. It is first day back at school for the big rigs. And it's Ryan Smith already with a 2 or 3 truck length lead over number 18 of John Newell. Stuart Oliver with a good start up in the third ahead of David Jenkins. Then Mark Taylor and Simon Reed next through as they head along the Cooper Straight on the back of this fairly short Indy circuit. There's Bradley Smith, number 46. His first full season in Division 2, made his debut at the end of last year. Behind him, Ricky Collett in the yellow MAN, the heavy haulage boss from Yorkshire. Great to have him back and racing. Here's a replay of Stephen Powell spinning around on the first corner at Paddock Hill Bend. Michael Oliver going wide onto the gravel to avoid him. We'll pick up Division 2 shortly. It's a slightly smaller Division 2 field this year because a couple of drivers, as we've already mentioned, have moved up into Division 1 this year. But it's Ryan Smith clear in the lead in this 15-minute race ahead of John Newell. Stuart Oliver challenging Newell in the number 7 in third. 69 David Jenkins in fourth. Then it's Mark Taylor, Simon Reed and Tom O'Rourke. There's Stephen Powell. Here come Division 2. Leading the way there is Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman. His second season in British truck racing ahead of John Powell, who put in a good lap to take pole position earlier on today, as they start to sort themselves out towards the end of the second lap of the season. Ryan Smith looking for title number 7. He's clearing off in front already. The battle starting to be joined now for second place. It is Craig Reed that is up there in the number 68 in 6th position. Just looking down the order, I'm not sure if Simon Reed took the start. I don't think the 89 truck is out there. It's a clear lead of over 3 seconds already for Ryan Smith ahead of John Newell. Then Oliver and Jenkins, they're together for second place. Behind them it is Mark Taylor in the 81, the Taylor's haulage truck, under pressure from Craig Reed. Then we've got Tom O'Rourke, and yes, according to my timing screen, there's only 19 trucks out there. We don't seem to have, unfortunately, Simon Reed, so he was a non-starter in this race. Division 2, here are their leaders. Number 32, Jock Borthwick. His MAN leads the DAF of number 6, John Powell. The Powell family based literally just down the road from Brands Hatch here in Kent. So in one of the local pubs, so we know where they're going to be going if they have cause for celebration today. There is Ricky Collett, number 95. We last saw him out at Thruxton in 2020, where he spun into a tyre wall and flipped his truck over. Hard to believe with these great big machines, you can get them upside down, but it does happen. We hope that doesn't happen here today, as David Jenkins moves up to challenge the number 7 of Stuart Oliver. Had 1 or 2 shout-outs come in already. I was hoping to get to those as the race goes on. Side by side for third. Hi to the Hatch family. Jess Hatch says good luck Luke Garrett, so we'll be cheering him on. Brian Davis says good luck to Ryan Smith and Steve Powell, and Steve Ridges says good luck to Steve Powell as well. Ryan Smith in the clear in the Daimler-Benz chassis with the Bagheera Freightliner body shell on top, brought in for the European Championship. We've seen Ollie James race a truck that shape a couple of times in the last few years. His Bagheera Freightliner, the Czech-built machine, supplied, as we heard from Ryan Smith, by Martin Kolok, the European Truck Racing Championship driver. As David Jenkins has a look, gets his wheels up on the grass there, trying a bit too hard, David Jenkins, to take third place from Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith leads by 4.5 seconds now, so clearly picking up exactly where he left off. He didn't have the best reliability with his Mercedes Actros last year, but still managed to pull away and take the title. Here's a battle in Division 2. That's the number 16, a new livery this year, the Midland Truck Breakers and Unity Recovery machine of Brad and Bradley Smith. We use slightly different names to differentiate them. Having a go on the outside there of the number 5 of Adam Bint with his classic Volvo white Aerodyne. Now switching up to the inside, he's on the grass on the run up Halewood Hill towards Druids Hill Bend, and he's not going to get the inside line where that could have been a bit dicey. Adam Bint in his Volvo running on HVO fuel, the more reliable, more environmentally friendly, more fuel efficient truck, perhaps that one, just trying out something different over the last couple of seasons. The older Volvo white Aerodyne. He's a former Division 2 champion, Adam Bint. Very entertaining racer. Brad Smith all over the back of him. Then we've got Craig Evans in the number 10, and in behind them is John Bowler. We noticed there with his new Union flag paint job on the number 14. Good to have John back out. We've not seen him for a couple of years. Running at the back is Luke Garrett, number 42, and Adam Brint's got a problem. He's heading into the pits in the Volvo. That's a great shame. Good battle there with Brad Smith, but it's come to an end. Adam Bint, he had a few problems with this Volvo at the end of last season as well, and he's out of this one by the look of it. But leading the way, it is Ryan Smith from the 18 of John Newell. Stuart Oliver under pressure from David Jenkins, still for third place. Then Mark Taylor is 5th, Craig Reed in 6th, and behind them is Tom O'Rourke, another man who had a huge accident a couple of years ago at Thruxton and was out of racing for a while. But he's back and learning all the time. The boss of MV Commercials, one of the championship sponsors. Another title sponsor is GT Tyres. You can see on the number 7 of Stuart Oliver there. saw one of their men, Martin Gibson, racing last season. He's taking a year out this year, incidentally, Martin Gibson, racing cars instead. There goes Ryan Smith, leading by nearly 5 seconds. He's cleared off up the road, and here comes Stuart Oliver having a look for second place now. They've caught John Newell, the Yorkshireman, in his newly rebuilt MAN. 3 trucks line astern round the right-hand hairpin at Druids, down the hill towards the left at Graham Hill Bend, or Bottom Bend as the drivers sometimes call it, at the bottom of the hill. They're easy to run wide onto the grass there. Just over 8 minutes of this race to go, so we're not yet at halfway. Big crowd here at Brands Hatch enjoying the action. And the harder these 3 battle, the more Mark Taylor's being able to close in the 81 truck. Fastest lap of the race is with the leader Ryan Smith, 58.956 seconds on this short layout. Just the one retirement so far, unfortunately, Adam Bint, as David Jenkins has a look again. Very aggressive racer is David. There go the leaders in Division 2. Still Jock Borthwick from John Powell in the DAF, the Dutch-built truck, in second place. It's 32 Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman, in his MAN, who leads Division 2, the less powerful, less modified machines. And Stuart Oliver aggressively defending from David Jenkins now. There's a bit of needle creeping into this battle. It's still a good drive by John Newell up there in second place. Down the hill into Graham Hill Bend once again. Smith able to clear away as a result of this scrap. He's over 6 seconds up now. There's Craig Reed in the background with the Iveco Stralis. It's the Daimler Freightliner, we may well call it. Ryan Smith's truck that leads the way. Then it's 2 MANs sandwiching the Volvo VNL of Stuart Oliver. Similar shape to the Volvo that the great Richard Walker used to race back in the 90s. And behind them the Iveco of another MAN next to Mark Taylor, I should say, then the Iveco of Craig Reed, and then Bradley Smith with his MAN. So the German MANs, the numerically dominant mark in British truck racing, but we do see some variety further back. Oh, Stuart Oliver's gone wide. He's made a mistake coming out of Paddock Bend there, almost onto the gravel. He's sliding all over the place. He's going to hit the back of John Newell. There is contact there. Is he having brake problems, I wonder, Stuart Oliver, because he used John Newell as a brake almost there into Druids. I thought this number 7 was going to spin out, and that would have almost blocked the track if he'd spun there. Stuart Oliver really on the attack. 10 British titles to Stuart's name, and a European championship as well. The all-time great of British truck racing, certainly, but threatening to close up on his statistics is Ryan Smith, looking for title number 7 this year, and he's pulling away as everybody else scraps for second behind him. David Jenkins sideways again in the number 69 MAN. These 5-ton beasts, engines bigger than 16 litres, some of them. A couple of trucks a lap down. John Bowler with the Union flag truck there, and the number 42, the new orange machine of Luke Garrett as well. His father Ross was a former British champion too. Look at this, nearly 3 wide through Druid. You can barely do that in cars, never mind trucks. And that's dropped David Jenkins back a little in the number 69. Most of these turbo diesel engines 12-13 litres in size. There's John Bowler, very impressive new paint job. Good to see him back out. He had a few problems in qualifying, but the man from Stockport running towards the tail of the field, he's made it out there though. There's Bradley Smith, Ricky Collett, there's Tom O'Rourke in number 86, behind him Michael Oliver, and then Stephen Powell, who's recovered from his spin on the first corner, the white and yellow number 3, 2020 Division 2 champion. This is his debut in Division 1 in that stunning looking MAN. It's a shame he had that quick spin on the first corner. Thankfully nobody hit him and nobody got stuck in the gravel. Michael Oliver, number 12, the son of Stuart, who's currently harrying. Oh, and what's happened to David Jenkins? He's dropped back behind Mark Taylor, so Jenkins must have made a mistake somewhere. I'm making a mistake there, goodness me. John Newell, I thought his front wheels, he's broken something on the left front. That front wheel nearly came off there. There must be something broken there. That wheel nearly tucked underneath the truck there as he brought it round Druids. There's something broken in the suspension and steering there. I reckon we're going to see John Newell call into the pits. He's lost second place there to Stuart Oliver. Just over 4 minutes of the race to go. Well, Ryan Smith, barring any major maladies with his new truck, has got this race in the bag. Mark Taylor's the big gainer out of this. He got ahead of David Jenkins. I didn't see what happened there to the 69 truck. John Newell's still going. Looked as though maybe on the top arms on the suspension might be broken, the way that wheel tucked under as he slid sideways into Druids. See what happens as he goes around. It seems okay through paddock. Now the truck's sliding again there. Let's see what happens as he brakes for Druids. They're coming up on Luke Garrett as well. He needs to be careful here. He doesn't get in the leader's way. Oliver now second. Now it seems okay this time. John Newell's just going to nurse it to the finish. David Jenkins fighting back as well in the Digraph Transport and Morris Lubricants MAN. They're queuing up to lap Luke Garrett now. There's not many places in these big beasts that you can move aside, let the quicker runners through. See, Luke Garrett, the returnee to Division 2, is trying to let them through, but there isn't really room. There's Ricky Collick chasing Bradley Smith further back behind Craig Reed. Then it's O'Rourke, Oliver, Michael Oliver that is, Stephen Powell. They've lapped John Bowler, number 14. Great to have Ricky Collick back. His heavy haulage company handles some of the largest loads transported by truck on Britain's roads. Here's Mark Taylor, past Luke Garrett, and side by side there, almost for second place, John Newell trying to fight back. Jenkins goes through as well, so they got past the back marker. Well, Brian Smith is now, thanks to them being slightly delayed there, is over 10 seconds up the road now. A couple of laps left to go, I would think. Well, there's Ryan Smith, we haven't forgotten about him. Stunning looking truck, isn't it? With the Bagheera Freightliner body on the, what is effectively a Mercedes chassis, still using the engine he used last season. And Michael Oliver all over the back, and nearly right over the back of Tom O'Rourke there. So they came out of Graham Hill Bend. That's the battle for 9th place. Looking back to Division 2, Jock Borthwick is still leading there. A bit of bodywork come off the front of Stephen Powell's truck there as well. Whether that's a legacy of the first lap spin or whether he had some contact through Graham Hill Bend there, I'm not sure. But Michael Oliver up the inside, trying to go through on the 86 of Tom O'Rourke. Side by side down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Swing to the right, then drop down the roller coaster like drop. It's not until you actually get close to Paddock Hill Bend and maybe walk round the track you realise just how steep the circuit is there. Then up Halewood Rise and into Druids. It's over a minute of this first British Truck Racing Championship event of the season to go. There's the battle for second. Through in the foreground, Stephen Powell into the pits. That's a great shame, his new MAN with some damage. Less than a minute to go now, so Ryan Smith, he may get one more lap out of this. He might have just got to the line in time there in this very continental, almost American style bonneted truck. Quite similar to the old Sisu that he raced in the early years of his career, if memory serves me correctly. I think it was a Sisu, the Finnish-built truck. And Graham Hill Bend. Rivalry with the likes of David Jenkins and Stuart Oliver has been a feature of this series over the last few years. Adam Bint's back on track, so at least trying to get some points in. He's at least a couple of laps down, though. Yes, about 5 laps down the leader, so I'm not sure if he'll be classified here. Now 10 seconds on the clock as he comes past the pit lane entrance. Will we get one more lap out of this? We shall see as he crosses the line. Will the checkered flag go out, or is it going to be one more lap? No, looks like we are going to do one more lap. He was just in time over the line there. So it'll be a 16-lap race. Down Paddock Hill Bend he goes once again. Oh, we've got a tangle at Druids. That's the 92 of Faulkner, and that's the Division 2 leader involved. That's Jock Borthwick. He's lost the lead in Division 2. Now, what happened there? We'll have a look at a replay of that. That was Jock Borthwick in the 32. The number 92 of Faulkner up behind him there. There was no contact. Jock Borthwick spun it coming into Druids, and look at John Powell barging his way through on the inside. Very close there. Well stopped, Simon Faulkner. That was very close indeed. We needed a head-on collision. So it was a spin for Jock Borthwick. He's now back with Bradley Smith, and that's given John Powell a clear lead in Division 1. But coming up to lap them now is Ryan Smith. He's heading for the checkered flag. It's all happened in this final lap. In traffic there, number 1, Ryan Smith, takes the checkered flag. and starts exactly where he left off in 2021 with the opening win of the season in Division 1. Stuart Oliver will come home for second, John Newell is third, Mark Taylor a good fourth, David Jenkins dropping back into fifth place, Craig Reed will complete the top six in the Iveco, then good run by Bradley Smith for seventh ahead of the returning Ricky Collett. Next turn we have Michael Oliver across the line and Tom O'Rourke rounds out the top 10. As for Division 2, it's going to be a win for John Powell as we saw him sneak through to take the lead there as Jock Borthwick spun at Druids a couple of laps from home. As the finishers come home, there's a doubtlessly rather aggrieved Scotsman in number 32, Jock Borthwick. He's thrown the win away in Division 2 with that spin. Simon Faulkner lucky not to hit him head on. In his first full season in Division 1 this year, Simon Faulkner, but no problem for the new truck of Ryan Smith. Looks $1 million, doesn't it? Running under the Worldwide Truck Racing banner this year. As the trucks head towards Parc Ferme, I'm sure Pointy will be down there to have a chat to them. One more race coming up before our lunch break here at Brands Hatch. It's the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. MG's Young and Old will be out next. But it's bonneted trucks 1 and 2. When was the last time that happened in the British Championship? Not sure if Ollie Janes's Bagheera Freightliner was ever in the top 2. Provisional results as follows then. Ryan Smith the winner by 9.5 seconds at the flag, was delayed by back markers in the final lap there, dropping him back a little. John Newell taking third in his MAN, and Mark Taylor fourth ahead of David Jenkins after a slight mistake dropped him back down the order a little. Craig Reed sixth in the Iveco, then Bradley Smith, good battle with Ricky Collett, rounding out the top 10 Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke. Then we've got the Division 2s, John Powell opening his season with a win over Brad Smith, a 1-2 for the Daffs. Then Jock Borthwick dropping back to third with that spin. Simon Faulkner finishing behind him, the last of the Division 1 runners. Craig Evans rounded out the top 15 a lap down. And then behind them, a quiet return to the series for Luke Garrett in 16th place. John Bowler was 17th, completing the finishers. We lost Stephen Powell into the pits with some front-end damage, and Adam Bint was still running at the end, but I'm not sure if he completed enough laps to be classified. 5 laps down at the checkered flag after making a pit stop. So a win for Flying Ryan. He picks up exactly where he left off in 2021, going for title number 7 in a row this year in this beautiful new bonneted truck. More info available on the team's social media. Look online for Worldwide Truck Racing as they pull up in Parc Ferme down there. Okay, the marshals just clearing up a bit of gravel there. We must thank all our volunteer marshals, the Orange family as we know them. Couldn't go racing without them. Thankfully not too much debris to clear up after that first truck race of the season. The next truck race of the day will be a little later this afternoon, 4:40 p.m. for the next truck race. We've got plenty more in between then and now. We've got the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship coming up before the lunch break, and then this afternoon we've got another race for them, plus the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, some of their various classes. We saw a great season opener for them at Silverstone. Hope you're all enjoying the action. Big hello to everybody who's commented so far. We haven't got time to get through all your comments. JM says, is that Bradley Smith from MotoGP? No, it isn't, I'm afraid. This Bradley Smith is the son of Tony Smith, who used to race in the series a few years ago. Even Jimmy Broadbent's watching, the Praga Cup racer. He'll be back out again soon with his Praga. Good afternoon, Jimmy. He won't be racing today, though, so the Pragas will be back out on a future date. Wonder if we'll ever see him in a racetrack someday. So later this afternoon, we'll see the trucks back out. We'll hopefully hear from some of our drivers with Pointy very shortly down in Parc Ferme, just making their way back in. To answer one question, yes, there are 2 Brad Smiths. We call one Brad Smith and one Bradley Smith just to avoid mixing them up. Piccolo 2 Carnage banger videos as well on our YouTube comments. Hopefully no banger racing here today at Brands Hatch. They did have many years ago. There was an oval down at Clearways towards the end of the lap. That's long gone now. We used to have Rallycross here as well, of course, in the 80s and 90s. Still see some traces of the Rallycross course. Beautiful weather here in the south of England today, just not far to the east of London. Next up here today will be the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. We've got MGs, young and old. 4 classes today. A, B, F and Z. Class Z is for MGZRs. Class F for MGFs. Class A is for Abingdon, which is the Abingdon built MGs, mainly MGBs we've got in there. And Class B is for some of the cars somewhere in the middle of those. And we've got a couple of MG Maestros in Class B. Yes, there's still some out there. We'll come back to the trucks shortly, but earlier today our race interviewer Ewan caught up with some of the MG Owners Club racers down in the paddock ahead of racing today.
Steve, welcome back to Brands Hatch. Last year's reigning champion, so great year last year. How did qualifying go this morning?
Car felt well. It's just very busy out there. It's hard to get through the traffic at Brands, but looking forward to the race. And I say the car feels pretty good, like it always does. And fingers crossed we do. We just wait for a mistake, basically. It'll all depend on what happens first 2 corners.
Now, when you're the reigning champion, do you make any changes in the off-season?
I'm always changing.
Okay.
Yeah.
What have you changed?
Everything.
Don't want to give too many secrets away.
No, not too many. But I'm always changing. I'm always looking to see if there's any more to be had.
Now, the bonnet's up, wheels are off. What are you doing right now? Because we're not too far away from the first race.
Just bleeding the brakes. They were a little bit sketchy earlier on, getting a little bit of fade. So fresh fluid, bleeding them, hoping that it's all good.
Now, reigning champion and a target on your back this year. How'd you cope with that?
Just keep that target going as far away as possible. Maybe not today in race 1, but we'll see.
Now, qualified 4th, how was the lap?
Pretty good. As I say, it's all down to race day, and it'll all change when we get out there. If I get away, they ain't catching me.
Steve, best luck for the race. One to watch here this morning at Brands Hatch. Let's see who else we can find in the MG races.
Well, before that, I believe Pointy is now down in the Parc Fermé area for the British Truck Racing Championship, and we can go down to him now.
A lot of development to go, but to win the first race takes the pressure off a little bit. To start the second race with the new format, first and foremost, I think everybody in the paddocks up the game. A lot of spectators here at Brands Hatch today, which is good. The weather's beautiful, so what's not to enjoy, Pointy, really?
Absolutely fantastic. And the truck looked brilliant out there as well. Solid the entire way. A lot of the trucks, you notice, they start to go off a bit near the end of the race. A lot of temperature in the tyres. You seem to have found a knack with that.
I think just when you get a bit of a lead, I've got my guy Arnie on the radio telling me the lead, and I think it becomes save the truck, save the tyre, save the engine, save it all. We ain't got a big budget, so we try and keep everything as good as we can. So yeah, but fair play to the competitors. I think they put a display on behind us. They was having a big fight and it let us get away, but no, delighted to be fair. Watch your reels, by the way.
Oh, I'll be fine. They'll just have to drive around me. Do they know who I am? Well, Ryan, thank you for talking to us. Brilliant start to the season. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Let's go and see now who else we can find over in Parc Fermé. Michael Oliver having some technical difficulties earlier on, and he managed to get out now in the number 12 truck behind us, the GT coloured MAN. He actually did quite well coming past Simon Faulkner early on in the race. Another interesting finish was Division 2. Hopefully we'll get to talk to a few drivers from Division 2 shortly, as the last lap really was all to play for, and quite a lot of position changes. I'll throw it back to Dave in the studio for now, and we'll try and find some more drivers for you here in Parc Fermé, Brands Hatch.
Thanks, Pointy. Yes, we'll hear from some more truck racers shortly, but it'll be soon time to focus on our MG racers. Big grid of the cars from the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club you can see lining up in pit lane. They will head round to the grid very shortly, so we'll have a look at some of the leading runners in this one. Pole position is number 24, young gun Jack Woodcock, who made his racing debut last year, and he's put his MG ZR in pole position. It's the Class Z car, as you can see the ZRs towards the front. Alongside him, the very bright Dayglow red car of Fergus Campbell, who's been racing in this championship for many years, number 31. He started racing back in the days when it was all MG Maestros and even a couple of Montegos in this series, would you believe? There's a couple of Maestros you can see further back on the grid, more on those in a moment. But Fergus Campbell had a couple of wins last season. He's on the front row here. Second row, 66 Will Sharp in the Wayside Adhesives car. He's raced MGs of all ages over the years. He's raced successfully with MG Midgets in the past. One of the main sponsors of the championship as well. Sponsors the Driver of the Day award for each race. And alongside him is the reigning champion. We heard from him a moment ago, Steve McDermott in car number 1, the man from Buckingham. Row 3, we've got number 6 Steve Darby in the blue ZR, alongside 83 championship stalwart Phil Walker, car number 83. Then we've got the first of the MGFs, the blue car with the white stripes. That's Mark Baker, the reigning MGF class champion. Steve McDermott was ZR champion and overall last year. Starting alongside him is number 42, the Tiger Stripe liveried car of Simon Kendrick. Row 5 is number 5, Stuart Plotnick in the white MGF with the zebra stripes. Starting just behind his running mate Simon Kendrick, and alongside them the red MGF of Paul Wisby, number 8. Row 6, we've got another ZR, number 46 of Mark Grant. Alongside number 3, Adrian Olson in the Dayglow yellow and black car. He's another man who made his debut during the days of the Maestros back in the 1990s. Row 7, we've got Nick Golhart, a real veteran of this championship. He used to race a Maestro as well, now in a ZR, alongside number 60 Andy Heitman. Behind them we have 21 Paul Buzzing. That's a great name. Buzzing to make his debut here, alongside number 70 Anthony Bate in the first of the Maestros, the reigning Class B champion. Then behind them is number 37 Steve Tyler. Now he is in a ZR, but it's not in the Z class, it's in Class B, because that's only a ZR 160, one of the less powerful MG ZRs. And then we've got the classic cars. The first of them is alongside Steve Tyler, number 11 Chris Millard with his MGB. They're all MGBs in Class A, incidentally. Behind them, number 20 Keith Henley. He's in a ZR. Alongside Keith is number 14, the reigning Class A champion David Amphlett. And then behind them, number 7 Malcolm Hill, number 97 of Ray Lovell. Phil Dicker is next, number 80. He's new to the championship in his ZR. Used to race hot rods, Phil Dicker, down at Ringwood Raceway, if I remember rightly, in Hampshire. Comes from Poole. And Phil's raced had a few races in a Ford Fiesta before moving into this championship as well. Starts alongside number 4 James Pryor with his MGB. Penultimate row of the grid, 86 Mark Rychowski from Canada, but based in London, making his debut. Starts alongside Rob Fisher in car number 72, pair of MGBs there. And the final row, number 39 James Malloy. He's in the ex-Alan Forster MG Maestro, starting alongside Will Tebbit, who's an invitation class runner. That's for MGs that otherwise don't conform to the main classes, and Will Tebbit is in an MGB Roadster, the man from Sussex, right at the very back of this big grid of 28, we should see, MGs out there. We saw some great racing from them last year. Looking forward to this one getting underway. It's back in the 90s, I remember this series being full grids of MG Maestros, the likes of Fergus Campbell, Adrian Olson, Darryl Davis, who's now racing Historics. Jim Edwards Jr., the father of Jade Edwards, the current BTCC racer had a go in this series as well. Andy Campbell had the strangest car raced in the championship, a Montego Estate. Yes, you heard that rightly, an MG Montego Estate raced in this championship many years ago. One of the main players behind this championship success, both on and off the track, is the great Jim Bainham. Not racing this weekend, sadly. He's won this championship more times, certainly, than I can remember, with his famous number 2 MGB Roadster. Believed to have completed more miles than any other racing MGB in the world. Just a slight pause here while the circuit is got ready. Ahead of our first car race of the weekend. Let's have a look what's coming up after lunch while we get the chance here. There'll be a lunch break until about 2:30, so just over an hour for lunch. We'll then see the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, their first races of the weekend. The first one is for the Classic Thunder Saloon Championship, the big V8s and so on. We'll see a new winner in Classic Thunder because Jason Davies and his Sapphire Cosworth is not here this weekend. He won both races at the season opener at Silverstone. And they're combined with the Boss Series. That stands for Blue Oval Saloon Series. Everything Ford races in that championship. They're followed by the Pre-66 touring cars. We've got a combination of Minis, Anglias, Hillman Imps, including James Ibbotson, the reigning champion, and a couple of big American beasts as well. We've got Alan Greenall's Ford Falcon, a Ford Mustang out there as well. I believe they've qualified on the front row as well. That's followed by a second race for the MGs that we're going to see now. And then we've got the Pre-83 and Pre-93 touring cars. Pre-93 mainly BMWs. Pre-83, we've got the likes of your Mark 1 Escorts, Mark 2 Escorts, Triumph Dolomites, various other machines as well, Ford Capris too. That's followed by our second truck race of the weekend. Then there's a short gap before our final race of the day, which is a combination of the Pre-2003 Touring Car Championship and the Jaguars. Yes, the big cats are here as well, combining with the Pre-03s this time. Mainly Honda Civics that we'll see in Pre-03. Sorry to disappoint any Super Touring fans. They are not here at Brands Hatch this weekend. We will see them back out later this year. It's only a trial series, the Super Touring cars. They only have 4 meetings this year. Silverstone was a roaring success for them and a big nostalgia trip for many. So we will see them back out later this year. Do keep your comments coming in. Let's us know who you're cheering for today. We've had a few shout-outs for our truck families we mentioned earlier on. 1 or 2 viewers from across the Atlantic as well. That's good to see. Not quite time to read out all your comments. Quick hello to Elaine Sinclair watching over on the other side of the Atlantic. Hope you're enjoying the action. And to Steve Heekin as well. He'll be back with us for the next truck race later on. So after that slight pause while the circuit was just checked over there, the MG is now heading to the grid. This will be a 20-minute race, the season opener for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. And of course, with 4 classes out there, their points are combined together. So any one of the 4 class champions could be overall champions. So it's all to play for here. Last couple of cars making it away. There's James Malloy, the newcomer at the back in the Maestro. But it is young Jack Woodcock looking for his first win in the championship, who will start from pole position, the white and green ZR. Head round on their green flag lap behind the safety car. It will be a standing start. Watch out for Steve McDermott, 4th on the grid, the black and orange car there. He, Fergus Campbell and possibly Will Sharp could be the favourites here, though Jack Woodcock looking to spring a surprise. He only just took pole position earlier on there. It was very close in qualifying. The top 6 cars, the ZRs, covered by less than a second. This is going to be some close racing. Always a very friendly championship, both on and off the track. There's Will Sharp Problems for one car in pit lane there, the number 86 MGB. That is Mark Rihorski, the Canadian driver. Looks like he's going to start from the pit lane after a last minute issue. So he'll start from the back. There's Anthony Bate in the Maestro. Such a quirky car, the MG Maestro was. One or two ZRs scattered down the pack. The pace car is just coming into pit lane. There's Malloy at the back. His first race in the ex-Alan Forster Maestro. They'll be coming up to the grid any second now. Getting into position then for the first race of the season for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. It's Jack Woodcock in his first full season in the series, on pole in the number 24. 31, MG veteran Fergus Campbell in the Dayglow red car starts alongside him. Second row, another very experienced MG racer, Will Sharp in car number 66, and alongside him the reigning champion Steve McDermott in car number 1. The row behind them, the number 6 of Steve Darby, Phil Walker, starts alongside him. Then the first of the MGF's reigning class champion, Mark Baker, alongside his regular rivals, Simon Kendrick, Stuart Plotnick and Paul Wisby in behind them. The classic cars in classes A and B further back on the grid for this 20-minute race. One of the friendliest championships in UK club racing. Should be a thrilling race here. Racing for the last few cars to settle in on the grid. And then we await the all clear from the marshals, and the red lights will go out to get this race underway. Steve McDermott positioning his car. He might try and sneak down the outside here on the run into Paddock Hill Bend, this staggered grid formation. Awaiting the all clear then to get underway, and away we go, and it's a good start by Fergus Campbell, goes straight into the lead, and a great start by Steve McDermott as well. A poor start for Jack Woodcock, he disappears back to about 5th position, and it is Campbell who will lead the way from McDermott. The two cars from the outside of the grid get the lead into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Everybody is round okay. It's Campbell from McDermott up towards Druids for the first time. Third place is Will Sharp. Phil Walker's got through into 4th place, and Jack Woodcock, that was a poor start. Anthony Bates on the grass there in the Maestro, trying to squeeze his way up the inside. Mike Rihorski has joined in at the back there from the pit lane. Woodcock under fire from the first of the MGF. Simon Kendrick making a much better start than Mark Baker, and he leads the MGF category, but it's Campbell who leads the way from Steve McDermott in second. We've got problems further back. There was a tangle down the Cooper Straight. Try and identify who that was in a moment. I think that might have been a couple of the ZRs in the midfield. Yeah, the number 27 involved there. We'll try and pick that up in a moment, who else was involved further back in the order as they start to sort themselves out. Try and get a replay on that, as up the inside goes Will Sharp into second place. There's the tangle on the outside further back. The number 21 car, it was Paul Buzzing who goes around, one of our newcomers this year. Was very lucky not to be collected. A couple of MGBs going off in avoidance further back as well. So Will Sharp, we saw just before the replay, going through into second place at Paddock Hill Bend ahead of Steve McDermott. Phil Walker is in 4th place, and pole sitter Jack Woodcock, after that dreadful start, fighting back in 5th position. He's all over Phil Walker, dodges to the inside there. 6th behind them is the number 6 car of Stephen Darby. Phil Walker, a championship stalwart, always there or thereabouts at the front of the field. So it was Paul Buzzing who went for a spin in the number 21 car. As the leaders come across the line to complete their second lap. Campbell from Sharp, fastest lap of the race from Will Sharp that time through. Jack Woodcock taking some risks there up on the outside. Through Paddock Hill Bend, Will Sharp trying to close on the leader. Woodcock back towards the inside, he's angry. You can tell after that poor start. He's up the inside, takes out his frustrations almost on Phil Walker there as he goes through into 4th place. Steve Darby in behind them in the blue car. It's the battle of the ZRs. At the front, the leading MGF is Simon Kendrick. First of the Class B cars, the Maestro of Anthony Bates, as the leaders cut the corner very fine there. And leading the Classic division further back, they've been shaken up a bit by that tangle further back in the midfield down Cooper Straight for the first time. It's Malcolm Hill, number 7, who has got the lead. There's the reigning class champion David Amphlett in car number 14, in behind Chris Millard in the number 11, the beautiful shape of the MGB Roadsters. Looks like everybody survived that tangle. There's Paul Buzzing, number 21. There is Malcolm Hill leading Class A for Abingdon. And behind them is the number 37, I think that is ZR. That's the Class B ZR of Steve Tyler. Here's the battle for the lead, and Will Sharp having a look as they come out of Paddock Hill Bend there. Bit of a lock up there as he goes into Druids. He nearly clipped the back of the leader. This is allowing Steve McDermott to close back up again. A stack of ZRs together at the front of the field, led by Fergus Campbell, car number 31. Will Sharp and Steve McDermott, they really were the big three in the championship in the ZR class last season. Jack Woodcock trying to keep pace with them now. He's got ahead of Phil Walker. Steve Darby is next in the order as they head through towards Clearways for the 4th time. What can they do about Fergus Campbell at the front of the field in car number 31? Will Sharp trying to close up in the T-Rep liveried car. Goes to the outside into Paddock Bend. That's a brave move right up on the outside. Very late on the brakes there. Rubbing doors there. Rubbing's racing, as they say. And Fergus Campbell able to hold his lead as Will Sharp in the T-Rep car fights back up the inside. McDermott on his tail, and here comes Woodcock. Woodcock over the curb there on the inside. He keeps doing that. He'll be up for a penalty for exceeding track limits. Needs to keep it cool a bit here. You can tell that the number 24 Jack Woodcock is angry here after making a poor start. Phil Walker 5th, Darby 6th, Simon Kendrick is 7th. Darby has a look up the inside there, and now Sharp is all over Fergus Campbell into Clearways. They come out of McLaren into the final corner, Clark curve onto the Sir Jack Brabham straights, and then up towards Paddock Hill once again. 5 minutes gone, 15 to go in this first race of the season for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, as Will Sharp goes to the outside again into Paddock. Look at him sliding the car around there. There's contact and Sharp's going to go round. Oh dear, the lead battle has come to a head already. Into the gravel goes Fergus Campbell, round goes Will Sharp. That was just a little bit over the top there through Paddock Hill Bend. Campbell has rejoined. There's a bit of bodywork damage to the 31, and Will Sharp, is he in the gravel there? Yes he is, he's out of the race. Just tried a bit too hard to get around the outside there going into Paddock. He wasn't clear of the 31, there wasn't room. 2 into 1, didn't go. There was contact between the two of them. Round went Will Sharp. I don't think Fergus Campbell was expecting that attack. And meantime, Steve McDermott had to slow, and I think Jack Woodcock has taken the lead. Yes, there's McDermott. He was slowed by all of that. Woodcock now leads. It's Walker 2nd, Darby 3rd. And the loss of momentum for Steve McDermott as he braked to avoid the incident. He's down to 4th. So it's all change at the front of the field. But with Will Sharp's car stranded, there's definitely going to be yellow flags at Paddock Hill Bend. And are we going? There's the yellow flags. Now, are we going to see a safety car? Yes, we are. The safety car is going to come out with Will Sharp's car in a dangerous position there in the Paddock Bend gravel. So there's your new leader, Jack Woodcock, the pole sitter in this race. Phil Walker now in 2nd place in the 83, so it's all change at the front following that tangle into Paddock Hill Bend. But the safety car will pick them up. It normally picks them up on Cooper Straights here at Brands Hatch. There's the battle of the MGFs further back, plus one of the ZRs, number 46 of Mark Grant. Made his debut towards the end of last season. You can see he's got the cross on the back of his car. That means novice. You have to wear one of those for your first 6 races. And we've got Stephen Darby through into 2nd place there. I hope he hasn't got past Phil Walker under yellow flags there, because that will be a penalty if he has. We didn't quite see, because the safety car has picked up on Cooper Straight. It's got some back markers ahead of it there. There's Will Tebbit, number 115's MGB. Now Steve Darby, has he overtaken there as they came in under the safety car? We didn't see, but it was certainly the last we saw there. The 83 car was in 2nd place. We shall see once things get back underway. 12.5 minutes to go, so giving the volunteer marshals chance to clear Will Sharp's car from the Paddock Bend gravel. We can see the pickup in attendance with the tow rope. Back markers behind the safety car. We've got Will Tebbett, Mark Rihorski, and I think that's number 72 of Rob Fisher, his MGB. So Woodcock leads the ZRs. Simon Kendrick in 5th overall leads the MGF class. Class B is being led by Anthony Bate in the Maestro. And Class A for the Classics by Malcolm Hill, number 7. There he is, the blue car we just saw go through for a split second. We've lost the Maestro of James Malloy. He's pulled into the pits. Looks like he's the other retirement so far, the other of course being Will Shard. Fergus Campbell has rejoined in 7th place. There he is, a little bit of bodywork damage for his car from that trip through the gravel, but he's still running, so wait to see if he can fight his way back up. It's Woodcock, Darby, Walker, McDermott and Kendrick in top 5. Behind them Paul Wisby going well in 6th. Then Campbell. Mark Baker's dropped behind Adrian Olson into 9th. Stuart Plotnick in his MGF rounds out the top 10. Safety car I think is going to be out for one more lap. We've got a replay. Let's have a look again. There's the leader Jack Woodcock as they came down towards Graham Hill Bend. This is just before, yes, Darby went through, but I don't think they would get into the flags for the safety car. So I think Stephen Darby will be okay, but we'll wait and see what happens when the race is reviewed. ZR's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's Simon Kendrick in the Tiger liveried car, leading the MGFs. Back in the late 90s and early 2000s, there was a one-make series, the MGF Cup. I know some of those cars still exist. One of them owned by leading MG racer by the name of David Coulthard. No, not that one. Just keeping it steady. I think we're going back to racing this time through. The revs are picking up. We're just over halfway through this Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club season opener. And yes, the lights are out on top of the safety car. So the pack about to be unleashed. Jack Woodcock backing up the field a little there, doing a bit of a Sebastian Vettel. So he can nail the throttle at the right moment and get his 1800cc MG ZR clear. There's Malcolm Hill, you can see there the bright blue number 7. He's leading the Classics division, if you like, Class A. Lovely looking car that is. Class A are all MGBs, haven't got any MG midgets here this weekend, as the pack about to be unleashed once again. They can't overtake until they cross the timing line. And away we go, we're back underway with just under 9 minutes of this race to go. Jack Woodcock leads into Paddock Hill Bend. He runs a little bit wide there, the tail steps out. He's a bit late on the brakes there for Paddock Hill Bend. Stephen Darby following, that's Phil Walker, Steve McDermott, and then a slight gap. You can see the MGF slightly less powerful, so a gap has opened up and Stephen Darby is not holding back. He's going for the lead here as they come through Druids. Down Graham Hill into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Jack Woodcock is where he wanted to be right from the off, up front in the number 24 car. Darby second, Phil Walker third, Steve McDermott the reigning champion in number 1 in 4th place, then Simon Kendrick the leading MGF. Stephen Darby in number 6 is in attacking mode here. A little bit of understeer there for Phil Walker, holding it together in 3rd place. And Jack Woodcock continues to lead around the first lap of the restarts. There's Simon Kendrick, and here comes Fergus Campbell. We haven't forgotten about him. Headlights ablaze as he tries to move back up the order, channeling his aggression into attacking Paul Wisby. Oh, the leader makes a mistake there, sliding wide at Paddock Hill Bend. This is Steve Darby's opportunity. They're side by side on the run up Halewood Hill. He's got the inside for Druids, and Stephen Darby takes the lead. Jack Woodcock's all over the place. Maybe he caught a little bit of gravel on the outside of Paddock there. He went in too deep, slid wide, the tail stepped out on him, and he's down to 2nd place behind Stephen Darby in car number 6. Man from Halstead in Essex now leads the way. Phil Walker up in third place ahead of McDermott, who's starting to close up. Woodcock has got the fastest lap of the race that time through, 57.954. The slight mistake through Paddock. We've got a spinner at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. That's one of the MGBs. I think that's Will Tebbit, number 115, who's running at the tail of the field. 3 wide, meanwhile, we've got an MGB in the middle of a pair of ZRs. That was Malcolm Walker, the class leader. He's got Paul Buzzing back ahead of him, recovering after his first lap incident. And making a lunge there, trying to attack for the lead of the class is Chris Millard in car number 11. So it's all happening all the way down the pack. Here come the leaders, and Jack Woodcock, has he got the lead back again there? Trying an outside run down the Brabham straight, but Darby holds him off. Side by side as well for third. Steve McDermott trying to go round the outside. He'll be in position to attack on the inside at Graham Hill Bend if he can keep the overlap there. Woodcock going for the inside. That's a bit of an optimistic lunge. That's not going to work. Almost a bit of rally crossing from Jack Woodcock there. They're all over each other, these 4 ZRs, and behind Fergus Campbell's got ahead of Simon Kendrick as well, up into 5th position. Steve McDermott has gone through into 3rd down the Cooper Straight there ahead of Phil Walker. So McDermott, the champion, wants to make a winning start to his title defence. There's a battle further back between a pair of MGBs. That's the 72 of Rob Fisher along with Mark Rihorski. There's battles everywhere you look in this MG Owners Club season opener, supported as it has been for many years by Lancaster Insurance. There's the battle for the lead of Class A between Malcolm Hill and Chris Pollard. They've got ahead of one of the ZRs there. Or is that ZR coming round to lap them? I'm not too sure. We'll pick that up in a moment anyway, because here are the leaders. Steve Darby from Jack Woodcock, still with the novice cross on the back of his car, so he's less than 6 races into his career. Been a quick, if rather ragged, display from Jack Woodcock so far. Chasing the more experienced Steve Darby, but he's got Steve McDermott, the champion, on his tail now. There's a battle further back. Steve Tyler, number 37. That's the Class B ZR. Has he taken the maestro of Anthony Bates? No, he hasn't. Still second in Class B, behind Paul Buzzing in his Class Z MGZR. Then we've got Malcolm Hill overlapping with one of the ZRs there. That's the number 20 of Henley. Here's the battle for the lead, and Jack Woodcock has retaken the lead there through towards Paddock Hill Bend. So Jack Woodcock retakes the lead in the number 24. Got Paddock Hill Bend right that time. McDermott up behind them in the number 1. It's towards the end of the previous lap. It's hard to know where to look in this race. There's so much going on all the way down the order. Here comes Steve McDermott now attacking for second. Blue flag out for the back markers as McDermott bounces off the curb coming through Surtees towards the right-hander. You can see Jack Woodcock again a little ragged through towards Clearways and Clark Curve. That could lose him some momentum here. Steve Darby in the blue car could get into the slipstream here and try and attack into Paddock Hill Bend. Here we go. Which side's he going to go? He's going to go to the outside at Paddock. I don't think he'll get round there. We saw what happens if he tried that earlier on from Will Sharp. Woodcock drifts a little wide on the exit. He's under pressure here. Steve Darby back to the inside as they run up towards Druids once again. He squeezed him to the inside onto the grass. There's contact up the inside. Steve Darby fights his way through. That was more like rallycross up towards Druids Hill Bend there, and Woodcock's going for it again. He won't get through there, surely. Darby holds him off, and he's got to be mindful that McDermott's behind them as well. This is terrific stuff. They pulled away from Phil Walker by a couple of seconds now. Here comes the number 1 of McDermott. He's going to try and take second as they go towards Surtees. Yes, he's going through. Up into second place goes the champion. And look who's up to 4th. Fergus Campbell's fighting back in the number 31 as well. Great stuff. 3 minutes to go. Just a couple of retirements so far. James Malloy and Will Sharp, but never mind that because Steve Darby is surely going to come under pressure here from the number 1 of Steve McDermott. Over the line they go. Woodcock down to 3rd. McDermott starting to close on Steve Darby now for the lead of the race. Fergus Campbell up to 4th ahead of Phil Walker. 5 ZRs now together in this lead pack. Round Druids they go. It's all change on the previous lap. And McDermott is in attacking mode. He gets a tighter line onto the curb there through Graham Hill Bend. There's a battle further back in the order between some of these ZRs. Nick Golhar, the championship veteran, in there in the number 12. fighting it out with a couple of our relative newcomers, Andy Heitman, one of them. Steve Darby holds his lead through towards Clearways, then into Clark Curve, and a challenge for the lead in Class A. Meanwhile, Chris Pollard at the inside into Druids. He takes the lead of Class A from Malcolm Hill. Reigning class champion David Amphlett in behind them in the number 14. 3 MGBs battling it out for the lead in Class A. So much going on, you can't take your eyes away from any of it. In the background there we see the leaders still in the same order, the 4 of them down from Paddock Hill Bend, up Halewood Rise, into the right at Druids. Just over 90 seconds to go in this cracking opening race of the season for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Steve Darby continues to lead, but Steve McDermott is closing up on him. There's a couple of MGBs, like Mark Rihorski is one of them. The other one I think is the 72 of Rob Fisher. They've been together all race long. Through the right-hander towards Clark Curve and the Brabham Straight they go. 1 minute left on the clock, so I think this is going to be last lap this time. It's about 54 seconds on the clock, so this will be the final lap. Those MGBs looking to try and keep out of the way here to let the quicker ZRs through. They do so. At the inside there, Steve McDermott positioning himself right on the tight line into Druids. He won't get the overlap on Steve Darby though. 4 of them line astern. Fergus Campbell wants a podium here after his tangle with Will Sharp early in the race while fighting for the lead. Can he get past the 24 of Jack Woodcock? Woodcock's going to try and go for Steve McDermott here, and if they battle through the last couple of corners, it's going to be a win for Steve Darby, because he's going to be able to pull away slightly. Here they come. Steve McDermott's going to try and go for it into Clearways here. Darby was slightly wide there through McLaren. This is going to be close on the run to the line. I don't think he'll get in the slipstream of the race leader. Here they come up towards the line. Jack Woodcock going for the outside. McDermott's having to move to defend. Fergus Campbell to the inside. It's going to be a win for Steve Darby in car number 6. Second is McDermott, third Woodcock, fourth Campbell as quickly as that, and Phil Walker comes over in 5th position. There's our Class B leader Anthony Bates, wing mirror hanging off his Maestro. He's heading for the win in Class B, down in 14th place overall. I can tell you the MGFs have been won by Simon Kendrick in the orange number 42 car, in 6th overall. What a cracking race that was. Well done to the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. And well done Steve Darby in car number 6. I think that might possibly be his first win in the championship. We'll have to check the statistical records for that. Number 6, Steve Darby from Halstead in Essex, takes the victory by 0.7 of a second over Steve McDermott, the reigning champion. Jack Woodcock on the podium in 3rd place. After a rather roller coaster race, he fluffed the start, fought his way back, led for a time. 4th place for Fergus Campbell, recovering after his tangle with Will Sharp. Phil Walker completes the top 5. The winner of the MGFs was Simon Kendrick, ahead of Paul Wisby. Adrian Olson next home, and then completing the top 10 were Mark Baker and Stuart Plotnick. Behind them, Nick Golhar, Andy Heitman, a good 12th place for his first points in the championship. Then Mark Grant, Anthony Bate, the winner of Class B, in 14th place. And Paul Buzzing, on his debut, completes the top 15. Behind them, we had the number 37 of Steve Tyler, second in Class B. Behind them was the number 20 of Keith Henley. Class A was won by Chris Millard with that late move on Malcolm Hill. They were 18th and 19th overall. David Amphlett completing the top 20. Behind them, James Pryor, the 97 of Ray Lovell. Phil Dicker in his first race in the championship, 23rd. And then the pair of Rob Fisher and Mark Rihorski were together all race long. The 115 invitation class winner, Will Tebbett, completing the finishes. We of course lost Will Sharp and James Malloy. We'll hopefully hear from some of the drivers in Parc Fermé shortly, but we are now going into our lunch break. The next action is scheduled to be at around 2:35 p.m, so we've got just over an hour for lunch. Gives our volunteer marshals out on their post a chance for a bit of a lunch break. And then we'll have the Classic Touring Car Racing Club to open the afternoon action with the Classic Thunder Saloons and the Blue Oval Saloon Series. We can now hand down to Ewan in Parc Fermé, who's going to be talking to some of our MG Owners Club racers.
Cheers, Dave. Well, what an incredible race, and I can tell you something, it is heated down here in the pits after that one. A few accusations being thrown around. Let's try and jump straight in here. Jack, can we have a quick chat, mate? Can you talk us through your opinion of what happened in that race? You look a bit disappointed and a bit angry, possibly.
Well, I was pretty happy. I thought I was going to get a nice first win ever. Twice, I got one. You can see where the damage is. The damage is in the back.
Can we have a look at that quickly?
Yeah. It's on the back of the car. It's not as if he was alongside me. He's gone straight to the back of me. So disappointing, but he overtook under the safety car as well. So I assume we'll be getting second.
Is that opinion or is that confirmed? Do you know?
Well, the safety car boards are all out.
So third place. I mean, what do you do now? Looking forward to tomorrow's races. What do you take away from this one?
Well, we've got pace, so the pace is good. Hopefully have a clean race and go from there.
Appreciate you talking to us so soon after the race. Thank you, buddy. Right, let's try and get Steve Darby up here, our race winner. Possibly controversially, some drivers seem to think so. Steve, can we get a quick chat? Heated in the pits here. What's your opinion of that race? And first of all, congratulations, of course.
Well, I could see two of them were losing grip all the time, obviously, on the first section of the corner. And each time they were getting wider and wider and wider. So I knew that if I could just hang in there, keep tight, then their tyres would give up eventually, which is what was happening, which is why they were losing control. Unfortunately, came back straight across the track and nearly, I don't know if he just didn't see, but I couldn't go anywhere, obviously, because I'm on the race line. But
Racing incident, just difference of opinions, is that all it is?
Yeah, Jack's new. He's new. He's very, very quick, very enthusiastic. But yeah, it takes a little bit more than that sometimes. So on this occasion, I was lucky.
But qualified in 5th, winning the race, that is a great race. It was, for a fan's point of view, everything happening going on. What was it like at the first sort of 5 or 6 laps before the safety car? A few interactions, few connection there. What was it from your point of view?
Well, I was struggling for my tyres not to overheat when we were doing the qualifying. So I knew that's going to be a factor today. So we were trying to go slow, but at pace, without getting in too much trouble. We got stuck behind the white and green car, obviously, at the start. I think he missed a gear or something. So that put us a little bit further back, so we had to climb through. But it was definitely a case of managing the car today under the conditions.
And managing the heat, yeah?
Definitely, yeah, including me.
Congratulations. All right, thank you very much. Right, let's go and see if we can find last year's champion and qualified 4th, Steve McDermott. It's his car here. So let's have a little look. Jack was talking about the little connection here. So you see here, just down there on the rear left-hand side of the bumper. I'm not sure if we saw too much of that on the camera angle. So if we can grab Steve, that would be fantastic. See his opinion. Steve. We've got our first and third position opinions on that. What's yours coming second place?
Well, I did see it all. It was a good race. It was really highly contested. Obviously, a little bit too much rubbing in the beginning, which changed things completely. And then, because of that, I dropped right back. Luckily enough, I did pull it back. But there was a couple of dodgy touches here and there. But I suppose that's racing, and people have got to take it on the chin and try not to take it to heart.
Steve said Jack's quite new. Is that a legitimate reason?
Well, Steve shouldn't have done what he done on the straight there in front of the pit wall. So if he wants to start pointing fingers, I've got the video evidence to prove what happened.
Steve, second place, congratulations. Good to start to your season. All right, our reigning champion. Right, what a way to start the MG Owners Club season. I'd love to speak to the MGB winner, who was Chris Millard, but I don't think anybody else is here. Only got 6 cars here in the Parc Fermé at the moment, so my goodness me. Dave Goddard, make of that what you will. Back to you.
Well, slightly controversial opening to the season, as we heard there, for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. 1 or 2 accusations flying around, but we'll see what the officials make of that a little later on. And if there are any amendments to the result, we will of course bring them to you as soon as we can. Here's this afternoon's schedule then. We begin at 2:35 with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Classic Thunder Saloons. Get ready to be thunderstruck by those, and the Blue Oval Saloon Series as well, the Fords. That's followed by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-66 Championship. The likes of Minis, Imps, Anglias, Lotus Cortinas, Austin A40s, a couple of American beasts in there as well. That's followed by the second race for the cars we've just seen, the MGs, over 20 minutes, the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Then we have the Pre-93 and 83 touring cars. They are mainly BMWs in Pre-93. In Pre-83 we've got the likes of Escorts, Triumph, Dolomites, Capris, a couple of BMWs in there, a couple of Vauxhall Firenzas as well, shades of Jerry Marshall. Then the second race of the British Truck Racing Championship follows that, and after a short break we'll have the final race of today, which is the Pre-2003 touring cars, mainly Honda Civics, a couple of BMWs in that as well, and the Jaguars, the big cats coming out to play as well. The Jaguar Saloon Championship is in there as well. Great racing from them at Silverstone at the season opener, led by the reigning champion Mike Seaborn's charge from the back of the grid after replacing his gearbox in time for the second race. We'll see him out in his new XJS later on among all the other Jags. So we're into lunch break now then. We'll be away for just over an hour. So do grab yourself some lunch and join us again for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club in about an hour's time here on BARC TV from Brands Hatch. While we have this lunch break, if you are staying with us during the lunch hour, we're going to show you some of the classic touring car action from their season opener at Silverstone a few weeks ago. Thanks, Ian. Getting ready for a rolling start then for our second Thunder and Blue Oval race of the weekend. It should be Jason Davies in his Sapphire Cosworth, yesterday's winner, in pole position. The results of yesterday's race setting the grid for this one. Jason West in his BMW, we've already seen him out with the Kumho BMWs, will be alongside him. And at the back of the grid, watch for fireworks from Andy Wilson, number 97, the Monaro. He qualified on pole in the Holden Monaro yesterday, but didn't start the race, so he starts from the back. Also, good to see Nick Vaughan the Prawn as he's known, in his Audi A3 is back out. His clutch exploded at the start of yesterday's race. He was frantically trying to source a replacement. He's done so, and he's on the grid. Jason Davies and Jason West on the front of the grid. Andy Robinson in his Ford Falcon V8 supercar is on the second row. Here we go with 15 minutes of racing. We get underway. What a lineup. Just look at them. Here we go. Watch for the power of Andy Robinson's Ford Falcon V8 supercar. Just call him Paul Radicic as he goes through into the lead on the inside. Jason West's BMW up there. Jason Davies bobbed down slightly in the Sapphire Cosworth with the giant rear spoiler. And then it's the charge of the Castrol Escorts. Colin Boyce in the Mark 1 version. He's in Thunder Saloons. Malcolm Harding, he's the leading Blue Oval runner. And he's up there right in the middle of the Thunder Saloons. Brian Bransom's BMW in there as well. Jason West has taken the lead in his repaired BMW after some contact in the BMW race earlier on. There's so many awesome cars down this line, there isn't a chance to go through all of them. We've got Andy Wilson coming through from the back in the Holden Monaro, Mike Manning in the Texaco Sierra Cosworth in there, you can see as well. Look at the way Malcolm Harding's going up there, going past all the Thunder Saloons, going for second overall here in the Mark II Zac Speed Escorts. Had a win here last weekend on this circuit with the modified Ford series. He's up to second ahead of Andy Robinson. Here comes Jason Davies, look out, oh he's tagged, oh my goodness me, over goes Malcolm Harding. Straight back on his wheels, thankfully he's escaped without too much damage there. That was a potentially disastrous moment. Malcolm Harding's almost certainly going to be out of the race. Thankfully, that car has landed the right way up. Let's hope he's okay. Well, Jason Davies, I think, has come through to the front of the field. Wow. Let's have a look. No, Jason West is still leading. I apologise. Davies is second. Robinson is in third place. Sorry for the slight confusion. We'll try and get a replay of that moment if we can. A spectacular incident at Club Corner as Neil Hargrave nearly loses the Sierra there. Let's have a look again. Jason Davies just charged down the inside, hits Robinson into Harding. Over goes the Escorts. A spectacular accident, but thankfully not a huge amount of damage resulting. Let's hope Malcolm Harding's all right. Colin Boyce had his race spoiled there as well. He was caught up. I think Malcolm Harding has, amazingly, he's rejoined. Safety car is out though. Yeah, that was a bit over-optimistic there by Jason Davies. He hit the side of Andy Robinson's Ford Falcon and sent that into Malcolm Harding, and the bulk of those two big Fords flipped Malcolm Harding's Escort over. By that bit of front end damage, you wouldn't know that's been on its roof, would you? He just literally bounced slightly up. Malcolm Harding, I don't think he even knows he went over there. He was straight back on the throttle and straight back in the race. Incredible. Safety car is out. I assume because of that incident. I don't think anything else has happened. It gives us a chance to take stock of a few things. Let's have a look where Andy Wilson's up behind Paul Eaton in the classic Holden Commodore, the two Holdens together. So he's up to 12th place. Malcolm Harding, that is cool as a cucumber. Is he coming into the pits or is he keeping going? No, he's keeping going. He doesn't care. Car's got four wheels. Just a bit of bodywork damage, no mechanical damage. He's keeping going. Let's see if we can see that again. And just how lucky Malcolm Harding was. See this while the safety car was out. Now Jason Davies in the Sierra up the inside. He hits Robinson. Harding was turning back from the outside. 3 into 1 didn't go. The bulk of the other cars pushes Harding over. But Malcolm Harding barely blinks, and aside the loss of a headlamp and a bit of bodywork damage, barely anything wrong with the car, and he's kept it going. Extraordinary. Jason West then is your leader, ahead of Jason Davies. Andy Robinson. It's Neil Hargrave. There he is, still going. Neil Hargrave's fourth in the Thunder Saloon Sierra, and Fraser Huntley, the Scotsman, all the way from Aberdeenshire in his Nissan Primera, based on a super touring car, that one, but now with a very modified engine, is in fifth. There's the Team Prawn Racing Audi A3 of Nick Vaughn. He managed to find a clutch for that car overnight after the clutch exploded at the start of yesterday's race. He's one of the ambassadors for Club Racing UK. Good to see him back out. Okay then. Getting ready for a restart. There's first time he gets a good look at Mike Manning's Texaco Sierra there. Beautiful car, that one. So we're back underway. West from Davies. Now Hargrave in third place as they crossed the line. Did Neil Hargrave jump the start slightly there? I think he took Andy Robinson before they crossed the line. We'll have to see about that. Jason West, minus his bumper after that contact in the BMW race earlier on, leads the way. It's a lightweight BMW M3 now. Jason Davies in second. And Malcolm Harding's already making his way back up the order. There's Brian Branson. So he's had problems somewhere as well, because he was up at the front. It's all happening in Thunder Saloons. And now who's leading the Blue Oval split? Now it's Mike Manning in the Texaco Sierra Cosworth, the Eggenberger team look-alike. He's leading the Blue Oval series. Okay, pulls for breath. West leads. Davies second. It's the battle of the giant rear wings out in front. Jason Davies, yesterday's winner in the Sierra Sapphire Cosworth. Good to have him back out. Neil Hargrave third, and there is the Matt Neal lookalike Jan Speed Primera. He's got ahead of Andy Robinson in the Aussie V8 supercar. There's retro touring car tributes everywhere you look this week. Not least Mike Manning. Famous Texaco colours, made famous in the 80s by the Eggenberger team. Steve Soper was their lead driver, but through goes Colin Boyce, recovering that very rapid Mark 1 Escort. He's in the historic Thunder Saloon class. Here come your leaders, West and Davies. Blue Oval Saloons led by Manning. Second Blue Ovaler is Martin Reynolds, the reigning champion in the number 27 Escorts. And third is James Dunkley in his red Fiesta XR2 as Jason Davies takes the lead down the Hanger Straight. The Cosworth gets ahead. And they've gone clear of Neil Hargrave, used to race a Mark II Escort, now in the Thunder Saloon Sierra, which was owned by Piers Grange, who we saw out in his Mustang earlier on. He's a multiple Blue Oval champion as well. Neil Hargrave, I remember winning his first ever race at Linden Hill a few years ago. He'd only done track days until then. He's up in third. Huntley and Robinson next. The leaders over the line together. Mike Manning is sixth. He's leading the Blue Ovalers. Behind him, Colin Boyce. Then it's Ryan Steele in his extremely modified Citroen Saxo. I'm not sure what he's got under the bonnet of that little pocket rocket, but he's absolutely flying back in the pack. Ian Craig behind him. We saw his son Ross out in the pre-03s earlier. Just listen to the rumble of Andy Robinson's Ford Falcon V8 supercar. Sounds like an aircraft taking off. The Aussies don't do things by halves when it comes to motor racing. And I think Robinson might have a problem. He started to drop back, and look who's got ahead of him. Andy Wilson from the back of the grid is up into 5th position in the big Monaro. Well, if those two V8s are running together, no wonder it sounded like an aircraft taking off. Davies still leads from West. Drivers are loving this. Davies swings it in. Two club corner, chased by the bumperless BMW of Jason West. And there is Andy Wilson in the big Valvoline Holden Monaro, the car that qualified on pole yesterday, failed to start, so he's had to come through from the back. That Primera's going well too. I think I read somewhere that's now got a Honda engine under the bonnet. Where's Malcolm Harding up to in the order now? Let's have a look down the timing screen. He's up to 19th. Chased by Brian Branson, who's recovering in his BMW. Mike Manning leads the Blue Oval splits. There's a Honda of AJ Owen as well. He from a pre-03 multiple champion, trying Classic Thunder this year. It doesn't get much more thunderous than that V8 supercar. Got the historic equivalent further back in the pack as well, in the hands of Paul Eaton. Andy Wilson now goes third. Now how's he lapping compared to our leaders? And about the same pace as Davies and West. Let's see if he can catch them. The awesome Sierra Thunder Saloon of Neil Hargrave behind him. Such a classic shape for fans of Thunder Saloons in the 80s and 90s, that shape. Andy Wilson, who's raced special saloons over the edges, racing Toyota's Starlet special saloon, among others. And the leaders into some lappery now. They're coming up on Michael Rudge with his Mark II Fiesta XR2. There's James Wall on his debut in the XJS. We've got a glimpse of Colin Claxton's new Escort Mark II as well. So many stunning cars, we haven't managed to mention all of them, sadly. One that has pulled in to retire, sadly, Tom Abbott with his new Sapphire Cosworth in the Martini livery of the Ford Rally team. Really stunning looking car that one is, but it's out of the race, unfortunately. There's James Wall in Tom Lenthall's XJS. He goes a lap down to Jason Davies. And there's Craig Owen, father of AJ, in the Sierra. This is the Blue Oval battle. He's got former Blue Oval champion Chris Brown with his newly rebuilt Fiesta XR2. That's got a nearly 300 horsepower Duratec engine under the bonnet. Behind him, I think that's Rob Taylor's Ford Fiesta ST. Yes, it is. They're about to be lapped by our race leader. There's West in the background. The gap is 3.7 seconds now between these two. There's 4.5 minutes of the race to go. Andy Wilson now up into third position. Let's see if he can catch these two. His last lap was a 1:09.3. The leader was a 1:09.2. West did a 1:10.6. So I reckon Andy Wilson could get second here. There's Andy Robinson. He's got back ahead of Fraser Huntley in the Nissan Primera. The Matt Neal Team Dynamics looking like. Prego in, waves Jason West through to lap him. There's Wilson. That massive Holden. As I said yesterday, it's not until you stand next to an Aussie supercar, young Goral, you realise just how big they are. That is an enormous car, Zanara. Great drive by the man from Doncaster. Last to third, he could still get second yet if he can catch Jason West. So far, just the one retirement. That's Tom Abbott's Martini Sierra. There's one of the Super Touring cars, Rob Salisbury in the ex-Paula Cook Honda. Now in the works Honda colours of the mid-90s. He goes a lap down. There's Malcolm Harding, still going. Where's he got up to after, he's 17th. Second in his class, behind Martin Reynolds in the Blue Ovals. Blue Ovals led overall by Mike Manning, who's in Class S for cars and slicks. There he is. Beautiful Texaco Sierra. Mike Manning, 45 years of racing driving. He's raced everything over the years. Began his career in motocross. He loses out there to Nick Vaughan in the Audi A3 Special. He's up into the top 10 now, and there's Colin Claxon, that gorgeous Marlboro Escort. Great to see Nick Vaughan out there. Somebody clearly answered his appeal for a clutch overnight for that car. Vaughan the Prawn, as he's known. And he's got some supporters on our YouTube. White flag being shown. Who's that for? 177 Fraser Huntley for the warning there. Simon Collier has retired the Vauxhall Tigra space frame into the pits. Simon, the ex-Bangor racer from up in Staffordshire. Used to race for the BARC boys Bangor team at Hinsford Hills Raceway. He's out of it sadly. Our leader, we haven't forgotten about Jason Davies. He's lapped Clive Hainsford in the RX-7 engine Mazda RX-8 rotary car. Sadly struggling a bit this weekend with the long straights. No shame for Clive. Racing since the 70s. There he is. Very down on power this weekend, unfortunately, the Mazda. Malcolm Harding still battling on in his battle-scarred Escort. I cannot believe how lightly that car has escaped. Oh, Nick Vaughan slowing down again. Well, at least he got out there for the race. He'll try and limp it to the finish, I'm sure. About to be lapped by our leader. He was in the top 10. There is the leader, there's the Audi. What a shame for Nick Vaughan, he was going so well, and he come through from the back. Jason Davies is heading for a classic Thunder double. There's Andy Wilson, the ex-British GT Holden Monaro, in third place behind Jason West. Less than 30 seconds on the clock now. Will it be checkered flag this time? I think we might get one more lap out of this. Jason Davies laps one of the BMWs there, that's Clint Chalmers in the Schnitzer lookalike. Now, will it be checkered flag this time? No, it is last lap. 3 seconds too early, the race leader there. So we will get one more lap out of this. Jason Davies. An awesome Sapphire Cosworth. Looks more like a time attack car than a race car. That big spoiler. Leading the pack. fantastic field. Full credit again to the Classic Touring Car Racing Club for assembling such impressive grids. There's the Paul Eaton Holden Commodore. Great to have the classic Aussie V8 out there as well. Through Stowe for the final time goes Jason Davies, surviving that collision with Andy Robinson early on. The Blue Oval split is going to be won by Mike Manning, so it's going to be a Ford Sierra double. Davies around Club Corner for the final time. This extraordinary looking Sierra Cosworth comes in to take the victory. Checkered flag. Win goes to Davies. Jason West comes over in second. He's over 3 seconds down at the flag. Completing the podium will be Andy Wilson, a fine drive from the back of the grid. Neil Hargrave, I think, will take fourth in the Sierra Thunder Saloon. Then it will be Andy Robinson in the Falcon. He comes through. Sixth behind him, we will see Fraser Huntley. There is the Nissan Primera. That was originally a 1993 touring car built by the Janspeed team, then became a show car in Matt Neal's colours, hence the livery there. He comes over in sixth. No, not sixth, seventh. He was passed on the line there by Colin Boyce in the Escort. Eighth goes to Ian Craig in the BMW CSL. Ninth, AJ Owens Honda Civic. But Ryan Steele in the Saxo rounds out the top 10. I think we may have lost Mike Manning. Now, that'll have implications. Yes, Martin Reynolds has won the Blue Oval split. Malcolm Harding takes it home. There's Mike Manning. He's had a problem on the last lap. He's finished, but he's lost the Blue Oval win to Martin Reynolds. And Malcolm Harding has just finished third in the Blue Oval Saloon Series and second in class. 14th, having got upside down. Extraordinary. There's Martin Reynolds in the Ukraine flag-liveried Escort. He's won the Blue Oval split. Bad luck to Mike Manning in the Texaco Cosworth. Had an issue on the last lap and dropped down about half a dozen places. But he's lost the Blue Oval win as well. And there is Malcolm Harding. What can you say? Here's the result then. Jason Davies, the winner by 3 seconds ahead of Jason West, and a fine drive by Andy Wilson to come through to win his class and complete the podium ahead of Neil Hargrave and Andy Robinson. Colin Boyce wins his class in 6th, as does Fraser Huntley in 7th. Other class winners, and the overall Blue Oval win goes to Martin Reynolds, snatching it from Mike Manning on the last lap. Manning wins his class though. Other class winners, well, I was going to say Paul Eaton in Class H1, but he pulled into the pits on the last lap, so that may not be classified. Class D of the Blue Ovalers goes to James Dunkley. The invitation class to Rob Salisbury's Honda Accord Super Tourer. And the only car in the Classic Thunder Slicks category was Simon Collier, and he failed to finish. Just a couple of retirements in that one. We lost Nick Vaughan towards the end, of course. James Wall pulled the XJS into the pits as well. And we lost Tom Abbott, Sierra and Simon Collier. More Caterham action next then, but we'll shortly head down to Parc Ferme to hear from some of our Thunder Saloon and Blue Oval racers.
Well, I think that race pretty much had everything in it, didn't it? But once again, Jason Davies picking up a win just like he did yesterday too. He's got a big smile on his face, you can see that, can't you? And he's got that massive wing on the back too. Quite incredible stuff. We're going to grab a word of him very, very shortly. We'll just wait for a number of the other cars to come in as well. They do make a nice sight, don't they? Look, as they come across. There's our good friend Colin Boyce over there as well. There he goes, look. Through he goes, that's Colin Boyce. We know him very, very well. In fact, we spoke to him this weekend too. And look at the Primera, look at the Nissan Primera just coming across. If you can see it, Huntley there, look at that, fantastic. Oh my word, what a sight, what a treat it really has been here at Silverstone. I can see our good friend AJ Owen coming down as well in the Honda. So not too long to go, we'll grab a quick word. Do stay with us, hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far. It's been an absolute blinding weekend with the classic touring cars, hasn't it? This is the Boss and Thunder. Hear them roaring, roar. They certainly do indeed. I think now we can jump in with Jason. Jason, bit of deja vu actually, isn't it really this?
It is, yeah. Luckily though, this race was, well, from my point of view anyway, it was a lot more plain sailing than yesterday. We had some issues with the car yesterday, but we sorted them overnight. Massive thanks to my dad, he worked away hard. And yeah, the car's spot on today, so yeah, absolutely brilliant.
It's that big wing at the back, isn't it?
It's the big wing. It's all about the wing.
It's all about the wing. Great way to start the season. Congratulations.
Thank you very
really
much.
Happy for you. Jason Davies there. We've got Martin Reynolds actually as well. We've got Malcolm Harding too. Shall we? Now, if you watch the coverage, you might have seen Malcolm Harding. He rolled the car and carried on. So quite exciting stuff indeed. We're not going to be able to have a word of him, unfortunately, and it's almost time for the next race. So I'm going to have to hand back to Dave Goddard, your commentator, to take you through the action.
Thanks, Ian. Certainly. Time for the championship showdown then in the British Truck Racing Championship here at Brands Hatch. Will it be Ryan Smith? Will it be David Jenkins? Smith's had 3 wins this weekend, Jenkins has had 1. It's Mark Taylor and Steve Thomas on the front row for Division 1. Craig Evans and Stephen Powell head up Division 2. The last truck race of the season about to get underway on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. 15 minutes of racing. 2 drivers in contention in Division 1. 1 champion about to be decided. Up towards the red lights they come. The power about to come on. The lights go out, let's get ready to rumble. A rocket start for John Newell. He's got in front of Ryan Smith, and look at Jenkins up the inside. He clips the barrier there. I thought he was going to do that on the first corner. He just charges past Martin Gibson, and he's right behind Ryan Smith. He needs to get in front of him. Gibson's off, there's somebody else off as well. Tom O'Rourke ploughing through the gravel, and here comes Ryan Smith. Now Ryan's not going to hang about, nor is David Jenkins. They're going to do everything they can to get those 2 trucks through towards the front of the field. There they are. Smith versus Jenkins down towards Graham Hill Bend. Jenkins just gives Smith a quick tap to let him know he's there. Battle is joined, but it's Mark Taylor who's got the lead of the race. Steve Thomas in second place. Jenkins ready having a look. There's debris been thrown everywhere there on Graham Hill Bend. We're underway around the first lap. Those 2 trucks that went off further back have got out of the gravel, and Jenkins hits the back of Smith. Here we go, battle is joined. 3rd and 4th at the moment. Ryan Smith is in front. If it stays like this, then if Smith finishes ahead of Jenkins, he will take the title. Jenkins needs to finish 2 places ahead of the Mercedes Actros to guarantee himself the title. He's ready to attack there as they go into Paddock Bend, but there isn't room this time. It's Mark Taylor, number 81, who leads the race ahead of Steve Thomas. Division 2 is being led by Stephen Powell. Smith up the outside. They're attacking Steve Thomas. Round the outside goes Smith. He'll get second place as they come down towards Graham Hill Bend here. Jenkins will probably try and fire up the inside as well. Yep, just let Steve Thomas know he's there. Thomas doesn't give way though. The drivers are well in this as well. They want race wins as well. That's a bit of foam barrier there. So, John Newell's gone off as a result of that. Shane Brereton might have had something to do with that as well, I think, as Smith goes to the outside of Taylor. He'll try and out-drag him on the straight here, and Jenkins is stuck in behind Steve Thomas, and Dave Jenkins is going to be getting fired up and angry here. The showdown is on Ryan Smith around the outside. He takes the lead ahead of Mark Taylor, and now this is going to send Jenkins into battle stations. He's going to be ready to attack. Look out, Steve Thomas and Mark Taylor. Just hope that they keep it clean and things don't boil over here. They know there is an intense rivalry between Ryan Smith and David Jenkins. There has been for several years. Is it going to be 6 in a row for Ryan Smith? It's all working in the favour of the Mercedes man at the moment, and Steve Thomas not giving way there. You're not getting through without a fight, says the Birmingham driver. Yes, I am, says David Jenkins. He goes through into 3rd place. Now he's going to get Mark Taylor out of his way and try to attack Ryan Smith for the lead. We've seen how quick this Mercedes is this weekend. Jenkins attacks into Surtees. He'll try and go around the outside onto the straight, I think. 3 minutes gone, 12 to go. Here comes Jenks around the outside. Might get the line away there, and Thomas is not finished yet either. Division 2, meanwhile, is being led by Stephen Powell, ahead of Simon Cole in the Mercedes, I think. That's in a moment. It's Powell ahead of Cole and Brad Smith. Down the outside goes Jenkins. He doesn't get past Mark Taylor this time. Half an hour in Division 2 as well. Of course, they've got their own race going on further back, but Ryan Smith is checking out at the front. He needs to make up as much ground as possible. David Jenkins knows he has got to get ahead of Ryan Smith. If they finish one place apart, if Jenkins finishes one spot ahead of Smith, it comes down to the fastest lap, and Ryan Smith's got that at the moment. There's Division 2. Craig Reed's got past Brad Smith, that's for third in that division. That's the battle for the lead of Division 2. Tony Smith, Dylan Bradick and Craig Evans, and Mark Taylor on the grass. Now, was there contact there? Taylor's going to slide back on, he's going to take Jenkins out. Wallop into the side of him. That's decided it. That has surely decided it. Smash into them goes Steve Thomas. Now, was there contact there as they came into Surtees that put Taylor onto the grass in the first place? Because if there was, Taylor came straight back on and he smashed clean through the side of David Jenkins. That's it, it's all over. It's all over for the championship now, surely. David Jenkins is going to be out of the race. Steering, I think, is broken on the 69 truck, and that means that Ryan Smith is the champion. He's trying to keep going, but he's surely going to have to pull into the pits there, David Jenkins. He's not going to. David Jenkins is furious. That could have ended a heck of a lot worse there. That was a big impact. David Jenkins in what's left of his MAN continues. Let's have a look at that again. He muscled his way up the inside of Mark Taylor, put him onto the grass. Mark couldn't steer out of it. He's on a collision course and smash. Takes them both out. Steve Thomas has his race ruined as well. And that has just decided the British Truck Racing Championship. Crowd can't believe it. David Jenkins, how is he still going? Look at the state of that MAN. Look at the debris everywhere on Cooper Straight. That's bits of foam barrier. Mark Taylor's still going as well, amazingly. There's debris everywhere. Like the truck races of old back in the 80s. Ryan Smith's out in front. He won't know what's gone on behind him because he's leading by nearly 10 seconds in this. Jenkins is in an absolute rage and he's just throwing that MAN around regardless of how many bits have fallen off it. Where is he in the race order as he comes over the line? He's in, let's have a look, 17th place. He's at the back of the field in 17th place. There's Mark Taylor in what's left of the number 81 MAN. Martin Gibson is out of the race incidentally. He's pulled into the pits after going off on the first lap. Okay, well, let's have a look at the battle in Division 2. Through the sea of foam there on Cooper Straight, Stephen Powell still leads Division 2. He's up into 7th overall with the midfield in Division 1 having self-destructed. Simon Cole second and Craig Reed in third. That's Steve Thomas who's got going again as well, and he's attacking the Division 2 runners now. The rate they're going, nobody's going to finish this. Well, the race order in Division 1 is Ryan Smith leading by 10 seconds, John Newell is second, and Shane Brereton third. Bradley Smith's up into fourth, and Simon Faulkner, the newcomer, is fifth. Stephen Powell leads Division 2 as we're watching now. Mark Taylor's still going strong. It just proves, even after a big smash like that, they only really suffer cosmetic damage. You just, as Charlie Cox said when he commentated on touring cars, you couldn't kill them with a stick, could you? You just cannot stop these trucks, no matter what you hit them with. Simon Cole, not many trucks have got their front bodywork left intact by now. Simon Cole second in Division 2, ahead of Craig Reed. Then in fourth in Division 2 is Brad Smith, Tony Smith fifth, then Willem Bradick. There goes Flying Ryan. Leading trouble early season to say the least with the new Mercedes Actros. Just 5 minutes away from another title. Here's the fight for the lead in Division 2, and Simon Cole is not giving up yet. He wants a first win of the season for the Mercedes Beast, Pink Machine. Steve Thomas and Mark Taylor, look at the state of their MANs. I don't know how they're still going, nor David Jenkins. There he is in the background, the cavalry charge from the back. Stephen Powell still leads Division 2. Be nice for Simon Cole to take a win here, the other local man. Well, he said that John Powell would be coming out in the 32 truck. We haven't seen him yet. He is at the back of the field. He's got 14's truck. And here comes Cole down the outside in the Mercedes. Having a go for the lead here on the back of Steve Powell. But Powell's got the inside the paddock, then holds the lead. Then it's Reed and Brad Smith. There's David Jenkins behind them. Further back we've got Tony Smith, Willem Bredick, Craig Evans and John Powell. Simon Cole really wants his first win of the season here. Craig Reed has already secured that title as we mentioned earlier. And Cole to the inside down Graham Hill Bend. Can he get the overlap? No, he has to lock up there as Stephen Powell turns in. You can tell it's the last race of the season, can't you? What a wonderful season we have had in British truck racing this year. Nice sideways moment from Willem Bredick there in the background. He's had a great weekend. He was the winner of Division 2 earlier on. 2 wins for the Dutchman this weekend. Here comes Dave Jenkins. Let's see how he deals with some Division 2 opposition here. So in their own race, they won't want to let Dave Jenkins by because they might risk losing places themselves in their own battle if they let the 69 truck through. Up on the outside of Brad Smith. He's not giving him room there, look. If you want to get involved in our battle in the overall race, says Brad Smith, you can fight with us. Simon Cole still trying his hardest. Can he get the run out of Graham Hill Bend this time? He goes to the left-hand side of Druids to set himself up, but no. Down the hill. To the left-hander. Powell still leads. Oh, Mark Taylor on the grass again there as he tries to attack Simon Fulton at 5th place. Simon's loving this, being up there battling with Steve Thomas as well. Thomas has just got that place back again up into 6th position in Division 1. So Tom O'Rourke's already gone through. There's Bradley Smith in 4th place in Division 1 for his best ever results. Here comes the Division 2 battle, and still Brad Smith is not giving David Jenkins room here. Well, it's a battle for overall position. He doesn't have to let the Division 1 trucks through. He's got every right to defend that position. There's bits of bodywork falling off the MAN everywhere. Side by side again for the lead in Division 2. David Jenkins getting frustrated again. Crowd are absolutely loving this. Those who have not been to truck racing before probably don't even know what to make of this race. Look at Jenkins, he's all over, he's practically pushing Brad Smith. Brad is an experienced racer in the DAF, the Unity Recovery and Midland Caliper Centre sponsored truck, putting up a stubborn resistance here. And also is Stephen Powell, because Simon Cole is determined to get the Mercedes Beast ahead of him. 1 minute 20 seconds left on the clock for Ryan Smith. He's 14.5 seconds ahead now. He is heading for a 6th consecutive Division 1 championship. Well, the championship was decided when Mark Taylor collided with David Jenkins, who finally gets the inside line away. And we'll move past Brad Smith, but there's less than a minute on the clock. We are coming through to start the last lap of the season. There's the battle for 2nd place. Down Paddock Hill Bend he goes. Well, he'd written off his own season midway through with the myriad problems, including a blown engine at Donington with the new Hungarian-built Mercedes Actros. He was ready to give up a challenge for another title in Britain. But he fought. He got the parts he needed. He fought his way back up over the last couple of events at Snetterton and Pembrey. He battled against adversity, and now he is coming in for another title. Even his own team were unsure in the middle stages of the season, but you can never write this man off. And after a stunning fight back over the latter part of the 2021 season, the man from Mansfield in Nottinghamshire comes out of Clark Curve for the final turn. Fly-in, Ryan Smith comes up towards the checkered flag. It's 6 of the best for Ryan Smith, 6 titles in a row. He does it again. Here's the battle for 2nd place out of the final corner. John Newell coming up towards the line to take his best finish of the weekend in 6th place. And 3rd for Shane Brereton. Great fight between those two. Bradley Smith, an amazing 4th place. He'll be overjoyed with that. And they're still fighting away in Division 2. Craig Reed's got past Simon Cole. It's 4 of them for the lead in Division 2 coming into the final corner of the season. Will it be Stephen Powell? Will it be the champion Craig Reed? David Jenkins did eventually manage to get past all of them. Cole goes out wide to try and get a run at the line. I don't think he'll do it. Here they come up towards the line. Is it going to be Powell or Reed? Reed pulls out. They're going to cross the line side by side, but the local lad gets there. Stephen Powell wins it in Division 2. Reed second, Cole third, Brad Smith fourth. A round of applause, much deserved from the crowd. What an end to the season. Congratulations, flying Ryan Smith, 6 of the best. Who could have said that midway through the season? He'd even written off his own chances after the teething problems with the new Merc. And now we have to say a big thank you to our volunteer marshals, because there's a heck of a lot of debris out there to pick up. Right, we'll confirm the provisional results then as Ryan Smith pulls up to celebrate. Ryan Smith the winner by 15.5 seconds at the end of that one, ahead of John Newell and Shane Brereton. Brilliant for Bradley Smith in 4th place, well done to him. Tom O'Rourke 5th, ahead of Steve Thomas and Mark Taylor in the remains of their trucks after that collision at Clearways. Simon Faulkner 8th, David Jenkins did fight back for 9th. Obviously his championship hopes ended by that collision. Stephen Powell just holding on by a couple of tenths of a second ahead of Craig Reed to win Division 2. Craig Reed takes the championship. Simon Cole in 3rd ahead of Brad Smith, Tony Smith and Willem Bredick 6th in Division 2. The final finisher behind them was Craig Evans, because John Powell pulled off into the pits a couple of laps from home in Jock Borthwick's truck, and we lost Martin Gibson early on. And I was exhausted just watching that. The celebrations begin for Ryan Smith and his crew.
If I can just pull you over. Thank you very much. Ryan, congratulations, well done, absolutely smashed it. We went into that last race just 1 point ahead, and regardless of what happened behind you, you were well ahead the entire time.
You know, I'm lost for words, because I've won it 5 years, and this one you'd think, oh, is it any more special than the others? Yeah, because of the circumstances. New brand, Mercedes. I think first time it's won a championship for many years. Last night at 6 o'clock, Keith Sims, Northside Truck and Bus Mercedes, had 3 sets of discs that nobody had in the paddock on a courier, and was in his hotel room at 9:30. People don't see what go behind the scenes. We've beat Works engines. Everybody's got a Works engine. We're running a zone, and I have to give credit to Ruud Visser in Holland for developing his engine with us. All my sponsors, they know who they are. I'll name them all later on on social media.
They're available on the website.
But most of all, I get a lot of credit.
Yeah.
The truck gets a lot of credit. The credit really has to go to my team. Arnie.
Where are they? Where are they hiding? Is Arnie still about somewhere?
Arnie, Billy, the data guy, my brother Richard, who drives, organises, Julie Thomas, who comes and cooks for us, you know, Sean, the data guy, there's people behind the scenes
Richard,
that people
Arnie.
don't see. So
Come on in, guys.
this is a special moment for us.
It is, it really is. 6 times, congratulations, and no question marks at the end of it either as well. It really was your win this evening.
It was all against us, but do you know what? We like Wayne Easton, we spoke to him, Paul Rivette, we spoke to him, Paul Garrett, with people, do what you're doing on the track, and don't worry about off the track. And we did, and I calmed down, and you know, the interviewer, but we move forward from it, and we grow as a team. And you know what, that was special to me. That was because I just thought, the first one, nobody will ever take it away from you, but after the build up, the engine blow up and all the upstairs stuff, what I'm not going into ever again, we did it, and we did it as a team. So all the team, the sponsors, Northside Truck and Bus, all my team, they deserve every credit. Partick Motor Spares,
lots. The list goes on. The list goes on.
People Solution. Sam taught me trucks there, so I can see it. But honestly,
whoever made the air today, thank you to them as well.
The 15 minutes in that race, I heard more noises. If you'd have been in the cab with me, you say, hey, maybe you're a schizophrenic, Ryan.
We could hear some noises from the podiums as well.
I could hear in Arnie's voice that he was nervous. He was making me worse. I thought, I'm not talking back. So honestly, thanks to Truck Sport, who've put an amazing event on, all the crowd. people watching at home, and my wife for putting up with me as well. She needs credit, but honestly, delighted. But the team need the credit.
Well, we started on a high, 5-time reigning champion. We lost it a little bit there in the middle, emotionally, practically, but what a comeback. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Smith, 2021 Division 1 champion. Thank you very much, sir. Well done to you.
Well, that just about wraps up the British Truck Racing Championship for 2021. What an amazing and spectacular season it has been. Well, there we saw how Ryan Smith won his 2021 British Truck Racing Championship. An absolute demolition derby, that final race of the season last year was here at Brands Hatch. Welcome back, coming towards the end of our lunch break from our coverage. Next up on track we will see the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Their Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloon Series grid will be out for their first 15-minute race of the weekend in a few minutes from now. And we did catch up with some of the drivers down in the paddock a little earlier on.
Malcolm, welcome back to Brands Hatch. Had a great season last season. I remember seeing this up the front almost every single race. What happened last season? Because you came second in the end, didn't you?
Yeah, we came second. We had a joint second with, I think Martin Reynolds won it overall, and we were joint second with another guy. We did quite well in most of the races, but because we run slicks, and in that particular, in the Boss, a lot of them run a treaded tyre, you know, like a tread, so we call them. You get more points if there's more of you in your class. There wasn't so many, so though I'd competed quite well against the front running Boss cars, obviously, the front running Thunder cars. Mm-hmm. But in a Boss car, we obviously was held back with the points slightly because obviously we were running a slick, so we didn't get as many. So possibly we should have been in Classic Thunder rather than Boss.
Okay.
So we've done the same again, but there's more cars this year. Now there's a few Sierra Cozzies and stuff like that on slick, so hopefully it should pan out and it may be okay.
And you're running slicks again, yeah?
Slicks again today.
Got down here as well?
Yeah, slicks again today.
How did qualifying go? Third place in qualifying, wasn't it, I believe?
Yeah, third overall, including Thunder and Boss. So yeah, that's all right. Colin Voice picked me there at the end, but yeah, we'll have a good race.
And with more cars in the class now, does that give you a chance to win the championship and get those extra points that you need?
I think the more cars that come and they're on slicks, which to be fair, these cars aren't very good on a treaded tyre anyway, so we'd only run it on a slick no matter what. But I think it could be better, and the series is good, the club's great. You know, and everyone that comes with us does a great job trying to make, you know, it all happen really for the weekend.
And what are the challenges in these conditions? Because, Alan, come with me, we've got an anti-heat, anti-hot seat mechanism here, which is the old blue jumper. What is it like racing in these sort of really hot conditions for April?
Well, I mean, it is quite warm here today, but to be fair, we've raced Port Mayo and everything. We go Port Mayo with the car, we go Spa. Sometimes it's 30 odd degrees over there. That's a different level of heat to what we have here today, in all fairness. But you just deal with it, don't you? We got a fan that goes on the helmet, which helps me quite a bit. Probably being an older boy, I suffer a bit with the old heat, but yeah, it's all good apart from that.
Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck for the race. We'll see you in the park firmly, I'm sure, afterwards. Let's go and see who else we can find in the Boss and Thunder classes before we go racing.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, here we are with David Griffin and Emerson as well. It's Team Diet Coke. Now, I feel quite hot in this lovely BARC gilet. I think you're dressed correctly, though. Talk to us about qualifying, first of all, David.
Well, first of all, it's hot in the cars, so that's kind of why we'd end up dressed like this. It went really well, so we qualified for Classic Thunder this morning, and that went pretty well. There was a big crowd of cars out there, so you're kind of working out what your race is going to look like at the same time. And then in Pre-93 we're on pole, which was great. There was a red flag, and we got out after the red flag and got about a lap and a half to myself before I ran into everyone, so that was enough to be able to put a time down.
Now, that's an interesting one. So you qualified once, but you're actually in two classes today, the Boss and the Thunders and the Pre-93. That's a pretty hectic schedule for you, isn't it?
Yeah, two separate qualifyings. It's kind of good. It gives us a look at the track first up, and then we go out into Pre-93 and qualify again, having already seen the track conditions, so it helps us a little bit. and it gets you more track time. It's great fun driving around Brands Hatch.
Now, very attractive and distinctive livery. Tell us a little bit about the car and your association with Diet Coke.
Yeah, so it's a tribute to, I'm from Australia, we're from Australia, and it's a tribute to like the 1987 James Hardy 1000 winning super touring car that was driven at the time in Australia. So I don't know if it appeared here much, but it's kind of a way of bringing the Australian thing with us a bit to these great UK tracks.
Fantastic. Second overall last season, ambitions for this year?
Yeah, look, it looks really good so far. We won the first round and did really well there, and we're on pole here for the second one. So we're rescheduling things to see if we can make all the rounds, and it's a matter of being consistent and not bending the car and keeping it going for the full year.
Right, I'm going to speak to the main man, Emerson, if that's all right. Emerson, what is it like travelling around as part of like a car roadshow almost?
Yep.
Is it really good fun?
Yep.
And does your dad ever let you drive?
No.
Do you want to be a racing driver when you're older?
No.
And what do you think you might drive?
That one.
Is your dad going to win today?
Yes.
Excellent, he's definitely going to win. So David Griffin, good luck in both classes today. Right, it is time to go racing. Over to Dave Goddard.
Okay, thanks very much, Ewan, down in the paddock, hearing from some of our drivers a little earlier on for our next race, the Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons and the Blue Oval Saloon Series as well. Combination of the two championships on the grid here. 15-minute race, and in pole position for this one will be an Australian car, not the Australian driver we just heard from Dave Griffin. He's 10th on the grid. It's Andy Wilson with his big Holden Monaro, who has taken pole position. He qualified on pole at Silverstone, but then failed to start the first race, had to do race 2 from the back. He's on pole alongside Colin Voice, number 21, with his Mark 1 Escort. Just a correction from a previous round, actually. I did say Colin Voice's car at one point was a space frame Escort. It is not. It is a genuine steel-bodied Mark 1 Escort, 2.4 litre engine, running in Class H3 of the Classic Thunder Series. So apologies to Colin and his team for that error from the previous round. We've got the first of the Blue Oval Saloon Series cars on row 2. Malcolm Harding with the Zaxby lookalike Mark 2 Escort. We've just heard from him, the man who rolled his car in the opener at Silverstone and continued to finish the race despite that. Starts alongside Rod Burley, the king of Brands Hatch. He's in a BMW, not in his more familiar Ford Escort WRC today. Rod Burley is in a BMW today. Row 3, Tony Davies with his classic Vauxhall Firenze Thunder Saloon, number 15, starts alongside James Janicki, first appearance of his Nissan Skyline this year. Fast but fragile, that car. Then on row 4, we have the Welshman Mike Manning, number 35, veteran of over 40 years of motorsport. He's done everything over the years: motocross, grass track racing, rallycross. He raced in Eurocar, remember those back in the 90s? Very successful rallycross driver, and he's in a beautiful Ford Sierra Cosworth RS500 in the old Texaco Eggenberger colours. Look out for that car today. Starting alongside the Pocket Rocket 2.2 litre Citroen Saxo, yes, Citroen Saxo of Ryan Steele in 8th on the grid. On the 5th row, we have got Ian Craig's BMW M3 CSL alongside the man we just heard from, Dave Griffin, the Aussie, in his Diet Coke BMW. Row 6, we have Jason Waterman. He's in a space frame Peugeot 206, bit of a National Hot Rod style car, that one. Starting alongside Neil Argrave in the ex-Piers Grange Ford Sierra Cosworth Thunder Saloon. Row 7 is Nick Vaughan, Vaughan the Prawn as he's known, in his Audi A3. Clutch exploded in that car at Silverstone, which stymied his efforts. He starts alongside AJ Owen, the former Pre-03 touring car champion, with his Honda Civic. The 8th row, Clive Hainsford in the Mazda RX-8, certainly a far from standard Mazda RX-8, that one, the ex-special saloon racer and hot rod racer for many years. Number 787, numbered after the Mazda 787B that won Le Mans in 1991. Clive had problems with that car at Silverstone, but it's firing, well, I can't say firing on all cylinders, can I, for that car? It's a rotary engine. He starts alongside Martin Reynolds, the reigning Blue Oval Saloon Series champion, in his Ford Anglia. Certainly not a standard Ford Anglia, that one either. Some very special cars in this field. Then we've got James Everard in his BMW E30 M3. And Mike Thurley, the ex-Super Silhouette racer, he's driving an Escort this weekend. The 10th row, we've got the reigning Pre-93 touring car champion Ian Bauer in car number 90 with his BMW M3, alongside Simon Collier. He's in his hot rod style Vauxhall Tigra. Made his debut at Silverstone last time out. It's the ex-Bangor racer. He used to race for a team called the Barton Boys, based in Barton under Needwood in Staffordshire. I remember seeing him race when I was a child at Hensford Raceway up in the Midlands. Then we have Paul Eaton, the father of Abby Eaton, one of Britain's leading female racing drivers. He's in a Holden Commodore. Shades of Peter Brock from Paul Eaton, starting alongside Clinton Chalmers in his BMW M3. Then we've got some more of the Fords. Obviously various subclasses in the two championships in this series. You can tell by the colours there on the grid graphics. Sam Daffin, he's in a Fiesta. Alan Breck in his Ford Capri with a 5-litre V8 under the bonnet. Then we have Cliff Pellin's Fiesta and Chris Brown in his XR2 with a 2-litre engine conversion. Has spent the last couple of years fettling that machine, the former Blue Oval Saloon champion. Rob Taylor with his Fiesta alongside Craig Owen, father of AJ. He's in a Sierra Cosworth. James Dunkley, the ex-MG Midget racer, with his Fiesta XR2, starts alongside the very smart Mark 1 Escort of Peter Moffat. At the back of the grid, we should hopefully see the beautiful new Escort RS 1800 of Colin Claxton, although that car did have a few problems in qualifying. I saw that trailing smoke as it went into the pits, so hopefully Colin Claxton is there and will be able to take his place. James Dunkley had some issues in qualifying as well. They're not as drastic as the issues we saw that car have at Mallory Park last year. You may remember that car managed to lose both rear wheels at the same time, something I've never seen in motorsport before. We're waiting for the cars to come out onto the grid then for this 15-minute race. Mike Manning came close to a win in the Blue Oval Saloon Series in the first round at Silverstone, but had some problems on the very last lap and lost the win to Martin Reynolds. It was Malcolm Harding who took the first race, but of course he rolled in race 2 after some contact. Managed to continue though, and he's the pace setter in qualifying for the Boss Series, starting on the second row of the grid overall. It's the big Holden Monaro, and it's not until you stand next to one of those cars you realise just how big it is. It's on the front of the grid, sold as a Vauxhall, of course. You can see the scale of it there with the Marshall stood next to it, that huge machine of Yorkshireman Andy Wilson. Alongside him is Colin Voice with his 2.4-litre Mark 1 Escort, the beautiful Castrol liveried machine, the Mark 2 version of Malcolm Harding on row 2, and then Rod Burley, winner of over 600 races in his career, on the second row with the black BMW. This will be a rolling start, the pace car in position, because a lot of these cars, of course, not geared for standing starts. Tony Davies, great to see him back out with the Vauxhall Firenze Thunder Saloon. I wonder if that was a Bill Blydenstein tuned Vauxhall, initially the dealer team Vauxhall cars. I'll have to research a bit more into the history of that car. Starting alongside James Janicki in the bewinged Nissan Skyline. Expect to see a few flames spitting from that car, and then we've got shades of Steve Soper from Mike Manning in the Texaco Sierra. I remember when I was very young seeing a car the same as that one battling with Andy Rouse around Brands Hatch in the Caliber Sierra back in the late 80s. As we heard from Dave Griffin earlier, his Diet Coke BMW, an homage to the cars of the 1990s in the Australian Super Touring Championship. It was, I believe, Jeff and David Brabham who won the Bathurst 1000 in that car, Australia's greatest race. It was run a couple of times to Super Touring rules, but didn't last long, that experiment, before the V8 supercars were back. We haven't got Andy Robinson here today with his Ford Falcon V8 supercar. We'd normally see that at the sharp end of this grid, but he is not here this weekend, sadly. We also haven't got the reigning Classic Thunder champion, Jason Hughes, with his Vauxhall Vectra Super Touring car. That car not ready yet for the season. We'll see him out later this year, though, I'm sure, and in the Super Touring Revival Series as well. Those cars not here this weekend. We will see them back out later this year, though. The Blue Oval title held by Martin Reynolds. He's not in his Anglia, in fact, this weekend. He's in his Mark II Escort, the white, yellow and blue car, next to Clive Hainsford in that yellow Mazda RX-8. So Martin Reynolds in his Escort this weekend. He won the title in the Anglia last season. Looks like just about everybody is there. We'll check the very back of the grid when they go round on the rolling lap as they start off now. get ready to be thunderstruck. Classic and historic Thunder Saloons. Blue Oval Saloon Series. There is Mike Manning, that beautiful Texaco Sierra. Little Saxo of Ryan Steele alongside him. You can see there the Peugeot 206 of Jason Waterman. That's a space frame hot rod style car. Similar car for Simon Collier further back, sort of Tigra shaped machine. Well, Andy Wilson able to make it out this time. He qualified on pole but failed to start at Silverstone. The black car there is Nick Vaughan. Vaughan the Prawn in his modified Audi A3. James Dunkley's made it out with the Fiesta. He's there. Craig Owen is there. Colin Claxton is not. His Escort isn't there. Oh, Peter Moffat's pulled over. That's the Mark 1 Escort that was due to start at the back. He's got a problem, so it looks like he's not going to take the start. He may need to push into the marshal's post there. Now, if that car's still on the track, they may delay the start. We'll wait and see. They're forming up behind the pace car. Wait and see what's going to happen there. Chris Brown's not there either. His Fiesta XR2 hasn't made it out. Now hopefully the race will get underway this time as they come round. Waiting for the power to come on. Now the marshals, well, are they going to get Peter Moffat going again? They're trying to. The race about to start anyway. We do go green under. Now have we gone green? Andy Wilson bogged down there. Away goes Colin Voice in the Mark 1 Escort, but I don't think the race has started. No, it hasn't. I couldn't see the lights from my commentary position there, and the restart has been aborted, but Colin Voice was a little eager there. The race has not started, the clock has not started to count down. Yes, the safety car will pick the field up again. Colin Voice in the Mark 1 Escort, a little over eager there from the front row. So the grid is going to be formed up again. The start is aborted because of Peter Moffat's car stranded at Druids. Where is Peter? On the exit of Druids. Going back to the MGs, I've just had a message from David Coulthard. He heard his shout out in his partner Helen Waddington race their MGFs. Now, are we going to get a green? No, the red flag has come out. They're going to form them up on the grid again. Red flags are being waved. The cars are going to be formed up again. Under the red flag here at Brands Hatch, and there is the reason. Peter Moffat's Mark 1 Escort suffering problems on the rolling lap for the Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloon Series race here at Brands Hatch. So the grid will be formed up again. Plenty of family entertainment you can see there on the spectator banks. We've got some show trucks, some mini trucks that young spectators can drive around their little arena as well. Lovely weather here at Brands Hatch this Easter Saturday. Thanks again to the Orange family. We could not go racing without them out there in all weathers for long hours. Just keeping cool there, that little group of marshals. So just awaiting Peter Moffat's Escort to be cleared, and then we will try again with the rolling starts. Loving that retro petrol pump at the top left of your picture there, the old Shell pump. I know one driver on this grid who's got a couple of those in his workshop, Martin Reynolds. I visited his workshop last year. All the fun of the fair at trackside, including the Red Dragon monster truck giving rides you can see in the background there. Took a ride in that myself a few years ago at a short oval event. It's certainly an experience, better than any roller coaster. Spectators on the outside of Druids Hill Bend there, enjoying the sunshine. Okay, looks like we're rolling once again, and this time the countdown clock you can see at the top of your screen has started. So the race will effectively start behind the safety car. Just to save time. Colin Boyce back in position after being a bit over-eager there. Nice to see the display in the pits area there from MV Commercial in the paddock. Oh, somebody hasn't got away again. That's Neil Hargrave with the Thunder Saloon Sierra Cosworth getting a push from the marshals. Wheel spinning the car into life there, bit of tyre smoke. He's going to have to start from the back. That's the ex-Piers Grange car. We'll see Piers in the pre-66 race in his Mustang. Some more iconic liveries, the Jägermeister Capri, the number 45 BMW as well, Clint LeChalmers, in the old Schnitzer checkered colours there. AJ Owen's red Honda Civic in the colours of the Honda Works cars of the early 2000s in BTCC. There's Andy Wilson in the big Valvoline liveried Holden Monaro, 7-litre V8 engine powering that car, alongside Colin Boyce in the 2.4-litre Castrol Mark 1 Escorts. First Blue Oval Saloon Series car is the Mark II Escort of Malcolm Harding. Okay, here we go. The pace car is in pit lane. Looks like the race is going to get underway this time. Here they come up over the line. Just listen to this. Incredible noise as they head into paddock, and another good start by Colin Boyce. Gets the Escort into the lead. Around the outside of Andy Wilson in the Holden. 3 wide almost for second. Rod Burley in the BMW trying to make his way up the outside. Wilson, that massive Holden Monaro, holds the inside line, holds second place. It's not very easy to overtake such an enormous car, but Rod Burley's having a go. Down the inside, down the outside is Malcolm Harding. They go either side of the Holden. How do you get 3 wide with a car that huge? Rod Burley's up into second place. Malcolm Harding side by side with Wilson. Next we've got Tony Davies in the Vauxhall Firenze. What a sight they make as they head towards Clearways, and over the grass goes Malcolm Harding on the inside. He should be careful running over curbs like that. We know what happened at Silverstone. He's got through on the inside of Andy Wilson there, up into third position. Meanwhile, Colin Boyce has cleared off in front in the Mark 1 Escort. Here comes Wilson. The power of that 7-litre V8 just blasts him back into third round the outside of Harding, but Harding stronger on the brakes. They don't need to be fighting each other. They're in separate championships, never mind separate classes. It's the Blue Oval Saloon Series leader Malcolm Harding goes toe-to-toe with Andy Wilson. Tony Davies next, then it's Mike Manning in the Sierra and Jim Janicki in the wheel of the Nissan Skyline. Looks like they're all round the first lap under green okay. The only non-starters were Colin Claxton, Chris Brown and Peter Moffat, as we saw. We lost Neil Hargrave as well. Simon Collier's pulled into the pits as well. As meantime, Malcolm Harding has another go at Rod Burley, having a look on the inside at Clearways. No, you don't, says Rod Burley. The king of Brands Hatch, as some call him. As they come up towards the completion of lap 2 under green. Boyce is just at a 52.016. That's a flying lap for the Escorts. And now it's Escorts 1 and 2, is it? Has Malcolm Harding made it stick through paddock? Yes, he has. It's Castrol Escorts 1 and 2, but separated by nearly 6 seconds. Colin Voice has checked out in front. Rod Burley in third place. Then we've got the Holden Monaro of Andy Wilson, who pulls up alongside Rod Burley, goes straight past it, round the outside at Graham Hill Bend. You don't see that very often. And now Tony Davies is coming up as well in the Forenza, and Jim Janicki. Rod Burley's getting rather swamped here. Has he got a problem with the BMW, I wonder? Start to sort themselves out further back in the order. I wonder if Rod Burley's got an issue with that BMW. Ryan Steele, the little Saxo, is in there as well. Behind him, Nick Vaughan, ambassador for Club Racing UK in the Audi A3, and he goes through the middle. Burley slowing. Ryan Steele loses out to the Audi A3 as well. Good to see that car running to its full potential here. Its clutch failed at Silverstone. It had to be rebuilt overnight. A bit sideways there through Paddock Hill Bend. Colin Boyce has gone out of sight of everybody else. He's leading Classic Thunder and Class H3. Malcolm Harding leads the Blue Oval Saloon Series in second place. Wilson still third. It's Janicki, Davies, Manning. Rod Burley continuing to fall down the order in the BMW. Another one of the Escorts has just got past him there. I think that's Mike Thurley in the other Castrol Escort, the ex-national hot rod racer who did Super Silhouettes and a Ginetta as well. Here's a battle between Dave Griffin, the former Pre-93 touring car champion with the BMW, and Jason Waterman in that Peugeot 206 hot rod. Rod Burley has pulled into the pits, I can tell you, the BMW out of the race. Won't add to his list of 600 plus race wins here, unfortunately. Try and find out what the problem was there. There's Ryan Steele, that little Saxo. I'm not sure what he's got under the bonnet of that car. It's a 2.2 litre engine is all I know. But he's staying with the Sierra Cosworth RS 500 of Mike Manning. Another 9 minutes to go. There's Mike Thurley, he's got ahead of Nick Vaughan. Then AJ Owen in the Matt Neal lookalike Honda. Then a gap back to Ian Bauer in the Castrol CBM liveried BMW, similar to the car that raced in the Italian Superturismo Championship in the 90s, and Emanuele Naspetti won that a couple of times. Nick Vaughan slides wide at Clearways, as here is the battle for second place. Malcolm Harding against Andy Wilson. Not the sight you want in your rear view mirror, that huge Aussie V8 supercar. Round Graham Hill Bend goes Malcolm Harding, keeping all four wheels firmly on the tarmac this time. Flipped it over at Silverstone in the season opener and just carried on as if nothing had happened. Managed to finish the race too, as we saw on replay during the lunch break. A lock up there from Nick Vaughan, loses out to Ian Bauer's BMW. He won the Pre-93 touring car title last season. Here comes Martin Reynolds, the reigning Blue Oval champion in the yellow and blue of Ukraine there. Calls it the Ukraine Escorts, there he is, chasing Ian Craig in his BMW M3 CSL. See his son Ross out in his Honda in the Pre-03 touring cars later as well. Colin Boyce leads by about 5.5 seconds. They're starting to reel him in now. Tony Davies under pressure, that's for 5th place from Mike Manning. Wonderful to see that Vauxhall Firenze Droop Snoops back out. There's a couple of them in the Pre-83 touring cars this weekend as well, not as heavily modified as this Thunder Saloon car, Super Saloon from the 70s. Mike Manning goes through, or tries to, at the left at Surtees. Tony Davies fights back, wheel to wheel, through towards Clearways, nearly lean on each other. Don't spoil that beautiful Texaco paint job, Mike Manning. Tony Davies stays ahead. Power of the Cosworth along the straight now. Meantime, there's our leader. The lead gap has come down though to Colin Boyce. It's down to 4.2 seconds because Andy Wilson has got through into second and has done the fastest lap of the race, 51.064, and he's pulling away from Malcolm Harding, the big Holden. There it comes into sight in the background, lapping one of the BMWs there, and Andy Wilson is on the charge, the Yorkshireman trying to catch Colin Boyce. The first three in the race all leading their classes, and Malcolm Harding still leads the Blue Oval Saloon Series cars. It's many subclasses down the field. We'll pick those up at the end of the race because there's not really time to go through all of them. There's the Holden. It's Ford v Holden, but not as we normally see it. Normally it's the Ford Falcon of Andy Robinson taking on fellow North of England driver Andy Wilson. But this time it's Colin Boyce and Malcolm Harding, the Ford challenging their escorts. James Janicki, a rather lonely fourth in the Skyline. Then it got back to Manning and Davies fighting it out for 5th position. Ryan Steele behind them. It's David Griffin's BMW and Jason Waterman and Mike Thurley round out the top 10. There you can see the lead gap has come down again. Andy Wilson has got Colin Boyce's escort in his sights. Stunning Castrol livery on that car. As we said earlier, it's not a space frame, that car, as I erroneously said. As Mike Manning slowing in the Sierra, he's in trouble. That's probably a return of his problems from Silverstone. Meanwhile, we'll stay with the leaders. 2.4 litre escort leads, 7 litre Holden in second. They're lapping one of the Fiestas there. Car number 50 has been given the black and white flag. That's Paul Eaton's Holden Commodore further back in the pack. That's the driving standards flag. So maybe for a breach of track limits. Fastest lap last time through for the Holden, 50.66 of Andy Wilson. Less than a second in it now. Mike Manning has pulled the Sierra into the pits. He's out of the race. But it's Ford v Holden. Here they come, and they're into back marker traffic. Cliff Pellin's Fiesta about to go a lap down. He waves them through. He's in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. And up the inside, here comes Andy Wilson as they go towards Paddock Hill Bend. He's going through. The big Holden goes into the lead as they lap Craigo in the Sierra. And now he's fairly rocketing away. Here's Rod Burley, he's rejoined from the pits, about to be lapped by Andy Wilson, and Wilson tries to wave Rod Burley aside. You're not fighting me for the lead now, Rod, he says. Colin Boyce able to close back up again as a result of that brief delay. Got just under 4 minutes of the race to go. All back marker traffic ahead. The red Fiesta is that of James Dunkley, Mark II XR2. He's got just ahead of him the number 2, which is Sam Daffin's Fiesta. He pulls aside, Wilson gets through, now switches back across to take Sam Daffin. Here's the Fiesta. They rumble their way towards Paddock Hill Bend. The gap is 0.8 of a second. Ryan Steele having a go at Tony Davies, that's for 5th overall. Steele leading Classic Thunder Class C. Malcolm Harding in 3rd overall, still leads the Blue Oval cars. 2nd in Blue Oval, further back we've got Martin Reynolds, he's 13th overall. That shows Malcolm Harding's dominance here. And 3rd in Blue Oval, it's Alan Breck in the big Jägermeister Capri with the 5 litre V8s. Here come the leaders. There's Malcolm Harding in 3rd place. There's James Janicki in the Skyline, regular race winner in the Nippon Challenge for Japanese cars, and Paul Eaton is off. Paul Eaton has spun coming out of Clearways. There's a cloud of steam there from under the bonnet. I hope that is just steam from overheating and not smoke. I hope it hasn't blown the V8 engine. He's right across the track there. This could be dodgy. Yellow flags waving frantically. I think he's going to make it into the pit lane. There's Alan Breck in that awesome Ford Capri V8 with the 5 litre engine. Paul Eaton has stopped in the pit lane entrance. There'll be yellow flags out there in Clearways. He's not going to make it in to pit lane, I don't think. Alan Breck has got Nick Vaughan behind him. This is a battle further down the order. They're being lapped by the race leader. Andy Wilson gets through. I believe that Capri has been modelled in Assetto Corsa, if memory serves me right, or one of the racing games. Certainly you can play as Alan Breck in his Capri. Quite an honour to be featured in that game. 1 minute 40 seconds left to go in this first race of the weekend for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the Classic Thunder Saloons and Blue Oval Saloon Series. Now the lead gap is up to 1.68 seconds. Colin Boyce carves his way through. Malcolm Harding still leads the Blue Ovals in his escorts. Here's Tony Davies still fighting with the Saxo of Ryan Steele. Behind them Jason Waterman and Mike Thurley in the 3rd of the Castrol escorts, number 29. He's running in the invitation class. He's a newcomer to the series. Waterman at the outside in the Peugeot 206. Well, it's not a pucker Peugeot 206. It's a space frame chassis, that one, with a carbon fibre and Kevlar body shell shaped like a 206 over the top. It's basically like a National Hot Rod from the short overs. Simon Collier's Tigra was the same. We didn't see much of that though. He retired early on. There's David Griffin, a relatively quiet race by his standards, trying to lap one of the Fiestas there. That's the number 141 of Rob Taylor. Somebody else into the pits. Oh, Alan Breck has pulled off in the Capri. He's into pit lane. Looks like we're on to the last lap now. Andy Wilson is heading for victory. He's 3.5 seconds clear now. There is the Holden. Colin Voice, good drive from him in second. Malcolm Harding third, and under pressure from James Janicki for an overall podium. But it's going to be a win for Andy Wilson. Beaten by Jason Davies in his Sapphire Cosworth at Silverstone. He's going to take his first win of the season. The man from Doncaster comes out of the final corner, the massive Aussie beast, up towards the line. Hands in the air as he goes over the line to take the victory. Andy Wilson wins it. Colin Voice comes over in second, and Malcolm Harding will win the Blue Oval Saloons, but he gets fourth overall because James Janicki has got him out of the last corner for third place. Fifth overall is going to be Tony Davies in the Firenze. Alan Breck takes the flag in the pit lane. Tony Davies takes fifth. Sixth goes to... no, it was Jason Waterman, sorry, who got fifth position. My apologies, I thought the Peugeot was a lap down there. He gets fifth position. Tony Davies sixth. Mike Thurley seventh. Ryan Steele dropped to eighth out of the final corner. David Griffin and AJ Owen round out the top 10. Apologies to Jason Waterman there. I thought the Peugeot was a lap down, but a late spurt from him puts him fifth. Give you the results as soon as it's confirmed. It is Andy Wilson takes his first win of the season in his Holden Monaro. Wilson the winner by just over 3 seconds in the end over Colin Voice in the Escort Mark 1. Third place going to James Janicki, took Malcolm Harding for third on the last corner in the Nissan Skyline. Malcolm Harding does win the Blue Oval Saloon Series split and Class S in his Ford Escorts. Andy Wilson wins Class A and Colin Voice Class H3, the historic class in the Thunder Saloons. Fifth overall was Jason Waterman. He wins Class S of Classic Thunder in the Peugeot. Sixth is Tony Davies. Mike Thurley, seventh, wins the Invitation class. Ryan Steele wins Class C of the Classic Thunders in eighth place, ahead of David Griffin and AJ Owen. Next home was Ian Craig. He wins Class B of Classic Thunder. Next was Martin Reynolds. He was second in the Blue Oval Saloon Series, not in his Ford Anglia, in the Escort today. Ahead of Ian Bauer, Clive Hainsford and Nick Vaughan in the Audi. Outside the top 15, Class D of Blue Oval Saloons goes to James Dunkley, coming through from towards the back of the grid ahead of Sam Daffin. He wins Class C. Then it was Craig Owen, Cliff Pellin, Rob Taylor, Clint Chalmers BMW, and the only other finisher was Rod Burley, although I don't think he'll be classified because he hadn't completed enough laps after his pit visit. We lost Alan Breck at the end of the race into the pits, so we saw Paul Eaton in trouble. Also we lost Mike Manning, Neil Hargrave at the start, Simon Collier pitted at the end of the first lap in the Tigra, and Chris Brown and Peter Moffat, as we saw, didn't take the starts. We can now hand down to Ewan in Parc Ferme to hear from some of the drivers in our Thunder and Boss events.
Well, thank you, Dave. Great racing there. Lead changing time several times, but the man who qualified in first place also won the race in this absolute beast of a car, 97. Look at it over here. And Andy Wilson, he's just got out to get his breath. He looks absolutely knackered, to be fair, but we'll go and have a chat. Andy, great race, qualified first, won the race. You did get pipped to the first corner, but once you took over again, plain sailing, wasn't it?
Not all plain sailing, no. I had to work for that one. It's a twisty old track, this little brand circuit, and using all that power, it's fairly hard work. And when Boise, obviously, I could see he got a big lead, and I got stuck behind Malcolm. And
Colin?
No, I forgot his name. I got stuck behind him and I thought he'd gone, but once I cleared Malcolm, I probably put in the second lap on Colin and just worked towards that, and then someone dropped some oil, which Paul spun on, and I nearly spun on it. About 3 laps to go, and brought it home for the win.
I think we can tell by the look on your face. What's it like racing in that heat?
You can tell I'm thirsty. I've got to dry them out.
Congratulations. We'll go and speak to some of the other drivers.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Well done. Right, let's see if we can speak to... we want to speak to Colin Voice, who's just here, and also, of course, Malcolm Harding. Colin.
Yes.
Congratulations. Second place in that one. Talk us through that race for us.
Yeah, good race. You know, especially up against the big boys. But finally got the car planted on the track. And my biggest worry was Malcolm.
Yeah.
Because he's got some serious horsepower. He has. But, you know, just keep your head focused. But what put me off in the last couple of laps, there's a load of oil went down.
Yeah, Andy said, yeah.
And so I basically, if you start losing it there, you gather the pit wall you do at speed, and it's just not worth it.
Now, you got a great start to the race. On the first corner, took the lead.
Yeah, and then the pace car come out again, but I've known Andy for a while, and I thought I've got to get him off the line and hold him back a bit. But it worked, yeah. The sun helped me.
And you got a massive smile on your face, having a great time, aren't you?
Yeah. It's hard work.
Congratulations, second place overall, first in class and second qualified. Great start to your weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Right, let's try and get Malcolm Harding as well. Malcolm. We spoke to Malcolm before the race. Malcolm, we're going to jump in here if that's okay.
All right, mate.
Third place winner in class.
Yeah,
Oh no, fourth place winner in class. Sorry, got nicked.
place,
I think got nicked to the end by your Nicky. I think
Did I?
on the screen it did.
You
Yeah,
little bugger.
on the screen you got third. Yeah. Well, caveat. Let's wait. On the screen it was at least anyway. But fourth or third place, first in class.
That's not too bad. He's 700 horsepower. That's probably the same. Colin's an old boy like myself, so they're sister cars anyway. So it's all good, isn't it?
Now these two guys over here, they look absolutely knackered. You look quite cool and collected.
I'm always like that. We do 2-hour races, so this is only a little tiny race for us. Don't bother us too much.
But enjoying yourself, aren't you?
And you take care. Thanks
Cheers,
very
mate.
much. Thanks a lot.
There we go. So our top 3 in the race, or top 4 possibly, and our 3 class winners. So great action. I can see behind us the next race going out already. So I'm going to go straight back to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Yes, thank you very much, Ewan. We're almost ready for our next race of the day, the pre-66 touring cars, the oldest cars that we'll see here this weekend. And what a contrast we've got on the first 2 rows of the grid for this one, supported by Pultec Classic Race engines. And in pole position it is the number 77 of Alan Greenall in his Ford Falcon, alongside Piers Grange in his Ford Mustang. So an all-American beast front row, followed by a pair of minis. Scotsman Barry Syme, all the way from Glasgow. I believe he said it's a 900-mile round trip to race here at Brands Hatch for him and his team. Starting alongside Mike Davies. The Davies twins share that mini. Mike racing it today, and it will be John who takes over tomorrow in the mini that their family has owned from new. Row 3, Robin Slater, Ford Anglia, alongside the reigning champion James Ibbotson, always sideways in his Hillman Imp. Row 4, number 7, Kevin Bottomley, he's in a mini, and Nigel Cox, the first of the Lotus Cortinas. On the 5th row of the grid, we've got Pat Keneally, Lotus Cortina, and number 17, James Burrows, he's in a mini. Although I don't think James Burrows' mini is there. Looking down at the grid, there's a gap where he should be. Row 6, Jake Swan, good luck to him, making his debut. Jake Swan, the ex-Bangor racer, at the wheel of his father Kevin's Ford Anglia. Kevin raced that at Silverstone, it's Jake taking over today. Alongside Rob Kirkhoven in his Lotus Cortina, the former British kart champion of many years ago. He's also raced sports cars in his time. Row 7 is... it's down as Douglas Heel on the graphics. I believe it's David Heel driving the Hillman Imp alongside the BMW of Nathan Beresford. That's the BMW 1800 Ti. Row 8, mini veteran Andy Mesham starts alongside Eric Ez Walker in his Ford Anglia. Row 9, Martin Reynolds has jumped out of his Escort and into his Anglia for row 9, the classic Ford collector from Norfolk, alongside Luke Wilson in his Austin A40. Row 10, we have Patrick Harris in a Morris Minor, alongside Michael Loveland in the third of the Hillman Imps, number 22. The other Hillman imp out there is Freddie Brown. He was missing at Silverstone, starting alongside Brian Bedford in his Austin A40. And the final two cars, Michael Sheraton. He's in his Ford Anglia, the road legal Ford Anglia, often drives at 2 events. And at the back of the field is Keith Wright. We normally see him in his Morris Minor. This season, he's in a very beautifully turned out Lotus Cortina. We heard there about oil down on the exit of Clearways. I think that was from Paul Eaton's Holden Commodore, so hopefully that's been cleared up by the volunteer marshals. Alan Greenall leads them round on the green flag lap then. There's Barry Syme in the Mini that's been in his family for many years. He's raced out at Goodwood in the past as well in the anniversary Mini events. Barry Horn's claim to fame is used to race single-seaters. He once beat Lewis Hamilton in a Formula Renault race. Lotus Cortinas there, the familiar white and green paint jobs. BMW of Nathan Beresford. Austin A40s, Morris Minors, Hillman Imps. Look out for Keith Wright at the back of the field. That's the blue Cortina, very beautifully turned out car, that one. James Ibbotson in the navy blue Hillman Super Imp, the reigning champion. It's the Americana up front, the Ford Falcon of Alan Greenall, ex-British Saloon Car Championship racer briefly back in the 80s, and Piers Grange, the multiple Blue Oval Saloon champion. We normally see him in a Mark II Escort, but this season has brought out that lovely Ford Mustang. Shades of the British Saloon Car Championship of the 60s, likes of Jack Sears, Frank Gardner, even the likes of Jim Clark and Graham Hill race their Lotus Cortinas. There's Barry Syme in the Mini. It was the likes of Sir John Whitmore, John Rhodes, John Love. He didn't have to be called John to race a Mini, but it did help back in period. There's Mike Davies. Lotus Cortinas. We haven't got the Cortina GT at Paul Cooper here this weekend. Pat Keneally, number 201. Lining up alongside the 24 there of Rob Kirkcoven. 163, there's Jake Swan, ready for his debut. Keneally pulls forward, yes, James Burrows' Mini is not there, he must have had problems in qualifying. So I think he's the only gap on the grid. For what will be a 15-minute race. For the Pre-66 Classic Touring Car Championship, supported by Pultec and by Paul Inch Classic Race Engines. Into position then, waiting for those revs to rise. Watch for the American Beast blasting off from the front row. They do so. Bit of wheel spin for Piers Grange. Look at James Ibbotson through the middle in the Hillman Imp and Robin Slater's Anglia. So the little and large machines overlapping. Look out, Robin Slater nearly got clipped there by Alan Greenall into the first corner. Who's going to come out with the lead? There was a fair bit of wheel spin, I think, from Piers Grange. He bogged down slightly, but it is the two great big American beasts that lead the way into Druids for the first time. They're side by side. Grange might get the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. Keith Wright at the back in the Cortina, and it's Greenall who's pulled ahead in the Falcon. The former champion leads the way ahead of Grange. Third place is Slater. James Ibbotson blasting ahead of the Minis into paddock for the first time. Michael Sheraton moving through from the back, the navy blue Ford Anglia there. First time I've seen him out this year. He missed Silverstone. Works for the Red Bull Formula 1 team, if I remember rightly, and Barry Horn challenging there. Oh, and somebody off. That is Eric Ez Walker in his Ford Anglia in trouble. Looks like he's going to retire. Long-time saloon racer. He's raced Grand Prix midgets on the short ovals as well, but he's out of this one. James Ibbotson lost out to Barry Horn there around the Barry Syme rather around the opening lap. Side by side across the line there between Michael Sheraton, who's made a good opening lap, and one of the Hillman Imps, that's of number 97 David Heel. Barry Syme challenging Robin Slater for third place at the inside in the Mini. Barry took a race win here in the rain at Brands Hatch a couple of years ago. Look at the way he's sideways there through Graham Hill Bend. Normally in damper conditions we'd see the Minis up there challenging the more powerful beasts at the front, but the two Class A cars for the biggest engine machines able to pull away. Look at Barry Syme driving like he's in a rallycross here, throwing that Mini around. Vastly experienced racer. James Ibbotson, by contrast, a newcomer. His first full season of racing last year, and he carried off the title. Completing the second lap then. Over the line go Greenall and Grange. Piers Grange with the quickest lap that time through, 1:2:70. One car we haven't got out there, I don't think, is Freddie Brown in his Hillman Imp. He must have had some problems in qualifying as well, the Fraser Imp replica. He missed Silverstone, Freddie Brown, and I believe that was because he forgot to send his entry form in. Not the season that Freddie Brown was looking for, sadly. Battle of the Lotus Cortinas there. 47 Nigel Cox under fire from Pat Keneally. Lotus Cortina, Colin Chapman's creation, the first saloon really to be created with racing in mind back in the early 60s. Before then it was just a race your road car really in the very early years of the British Saloon Car Championship. Robin Slater, we saw him take a win at Mallory Park in the rain last season with his Ford Anglia, coming under fire from James Ibbotson in the little Hillman Imp. Hillman Imps won the British Saloon Car title at the beginning of the 70s. Bill McGovern was the king of the Imps in his George Bevan tune car. It looked very similar to the Imp that Ibbotson is driving there. He's got Mike Davies closing on him in the Mini. First six breaking away at the battle ahead of the battling Lotus Cortinas. James Ibbotson trying to at the same time keep up with Robin Slater and hold off Mike Davies in that number 21 Mini. Owned by the Davies family since the 1960s when it was new, that car. Another driver who has had his Mini since new, not here this weekend, Tim Dodwell, who drives his Mini on the road to the events. Hope we'll see him back out later this year. 22 of Michael Loveland, another Imp under fire from Patrick Harris, the lone Morris Minor here this weekend. Of course, Keith Wright would normally be his rival in the minors, but he's moved up to a Lotus Cortina this year. And ahead of them is Brian Bedford in the number 26. That's the Austin A40. Steve Evans will take over that car for race 2. As we've caught a glimpse of in the background, still Greenall ahead of Grange, but Barry Syme in the Mini has just done the fastest lap of the race. He's closing on those two American beasts ahead of him as Michael Loveland makes a move on Brian Bedford. That's towards the back of the field. James Ibbotson in his end trying to get up alongside Robin Slater. Further back, Kevin Bottomley's Mini under fire from Michael Sheraton. Side by side down towards Graham Hill Bend, the Anglia. You can see the number plates on these cars. Some of them are road legal. Michael Sheraton does quite often drive his Anglia on the road to the events as well. See his father Andy out in his BMW later on too. Look at the way Barry Syme is going. He loves Brands Hatch. Always goes well here, but keeping up with these two great big American beasts out in front. This is very impressive from the little Mini. Of course, the Mustang and the Falcon have the straight line speed advantage from their V8 engines, but the Mini is much more nimble through the corners. Through Paddock Hill Bend, you can see the Ford Falcon of Greenall sliding about. There must be like trying to steer a boat through Paddock Hill Bend, and that's a huge machine. The Mini able to close up in the twistier bits. There you can see he's closed them down a little. But the Mini with the fastest lap of the race, 59.516, set a couple of laps ago. We've got still a long way to go, 9.5 minutes. The Falcon from the Mustang. Still the fight for fourth, and James Ibbotson's lost a place there. Mike Davies has got the Mini past him. Barry Syme continues to chase. The man from Glasgow. Ibbotson, the reigning champion. Still leading his class. He leads Class E. Greenall leads Class A. It's Barry Syme leading Class C for the Minis and Anglias. Class F for Lotus Cortinas is led by Nigel Cox, number 47. Here's the battle for the Cortinas. Cox under fire from Pat Keneally. Down the Brabham straight towards Paddock Hill Bend they go. One of the most iconic shapes in saloon car racing, the Lotus Cortina, with the traditional cream and dark green Lotus livery. And Nigel Cox ran a bit wide there through Paddock Hill Bend. Pat Keneally sees his opportunity, goes through, up the inside, takes the lead of the class. Just how Jim Clark and Graham Hill will drive them. Rob Kirkovans behind them as well. Class D is being led, it says, by David Heel in the Hillman Imp, but I thought that would be a Class E car. We normally see the Imps in Class E, so whether he's been sorted into the wrong class, I'm not sure. Leading Class B, meanwhile, is Nathan Beresford in his BMW. mainly because he's the only Class B car to start. Martin Reynolds didn't take the start. Piers Grange in the Mustang, on the tail now of that big Ford Falcon. It was in the mid-60s. It was Frank Gardner, the Australian, if I remember correctly, who won the most races in British saloon cars in a Ford Falcon. Ford Mustang was taken to the title by Roy Pierpoint. I think it was 1966, if memory serves me right. Certainly sometime in the mid-60s it was Pierpoint's title. Of course, Minis were taken to the title by the likes of Sir John Whitmore, John Love, the Rhodesian driver. Rob Kirkhoven fighting it out with Michael Sheraton. Now big lock-up from the Anglia there as he flings it through, almost rally style on the inside, and that's unnerved Kirkhoven. He ran wide there, and Kevin Bottomley could get the Mini through here as well. Behind them, Jake Swan on his debut in Father Kevin's Anglia. Look at the way Michael Sheraton is going. If he is driving the car home on the road today, I hope it's not on those tyres, because he might have flat spotted them there. Here's a battle further back. This is Brian Bedford's Austin A40. Keith Wright's being lapped in the Cortina. Does look good in that blue and white paint job. And meanwhile, 24 of Kirkhoven gets Sheraton back again. It was John Fitzpatrick who won the British Saloon title in Anglia back in the 60s, went on to be very successful in sports cars. Rob Kirkhoven rather defending there in his Cortina, the former British kart champion of many years ago. Won the low-cost title in the 750 Motor Club in the early 2000s too. Kevin Bottomley's Mini behind them, number 7 in the Gulf livery, blue and orange. Michael Sheraton almost pushing Rob Kirkhoven. There's terrific stuff. They're fighting a little further down the order. This is for 9th place. Jake Swan was looking on. His first experience of racing came in Bangors, mainly at Mildenhall Stadium in Suffolk. Power of the Cortina takes it back ahead of the Anglia. Kevin Bottomley having a good look as well. Just over 5.5 minutes of the race to go. Greenall still leading by 3/4 of a second overall, ahead of Piers Grange. With Barry Syme's Mini still third, and Sheraton sideways in the Anglia through Paddock Hill Bend. They both run wide. This is Bottomley's chance to get the Mini in amongst them. There's the leaders. 3 of them together, line astern. Lapping back markers now. Still Robin Slater's Anglia in 4th, and look at the way that Barry Syme throws the Mini across the circuit there. He's staying with these two. Really driving the wheels off that Mini. But again, in a straight line, the big V8s just pull away. Over the line they go. Greenall from Grange, less than half a second in it now, so Piers Grange is pushing. He's going to have a look there on the inside at Paddock. No, he's not close enough. They drop down this roller coaster drop, then into the rise, into Druids. Tries to go around the outside there. Swings it back in again. Down towards Graham Hill Bend. There's the A40 of Luke Wilson. He'll be the next man to be lapped, and Piers Grange is really going for it here in the Mustang. He's on the tail of the Falcon of Alan Greenall. Took a pre-66 win at the first round at Silverstone after Phil Bullen-Brown's Mini had won the first one. There's contact between the two of them. Something came off the Mustang, but he's through on the inside. It was the rear lights lens off Greenall's car that flew off there. There was contact between the two of them. It's the brake light lens that came off Alan Greenall. Now he's going to try and fight back down the straight there, but Piers Grange is ahead in the Mustang. Alan Greenall won't be too happy. They can see that bit of damage to the back of the Falcon. It's the red Ford Mustang, looking and sounding beautiful out in front, but Alan Greenall's not finished yet. There's still just over 3.5 minutes to go. Of course, if these two come to grief, Barry Syme is there to take advantage in his Mini. On a wet road, we will probably see the Mini ahead. Mustang sideways out of Graham Hill Bend. This is Greenall's opportunity to get back at him again. Grange moves to cover. Very experienced classic Ford racers, the both of them. Fishtailing around there slightly. Warm conditions, big cars like this do have a habit of wearing out their tyres and brakes more quickly than their opposition. Here they come down to complete their 12th lap of this pre-66 touring car race. Barry Syme in the Mini, he's got a grandstand view of all of this. Looking on as they head towards Paddock Hill Bend. They're lapping Luke Wilson's Austin A40, sorry. Up the hill towards Druids. And Greenall has a look, he had to lock up there. Wasn't quite close enough. The last thing we want is for these two to tangle. Greenall is definitely closer this time as they come down towards Graham Hill Bend. Through the left hand. Grange pulls away just a little bit in a straight line. Here's the fight further back between Brian Bedford and Patrick Harris. Harris, the former champion at the wheel of the Morris Minor. Previously the late Tony Preston scored a number of title successes in his Morris Minor in this championship. 2 minutes to go, so there'll be a couple more laps to go. Can Piers Grange hang on for his first outright win in the Mustang? Came close at Silverstone. They were mixed in with the pre-83s, these cars at Silverstone. Here's a fight further back, Kirkcoven and Bottomley with Jake Swan in behind them. That means that Michael Sheraton has dropped back, I think, in the Ford Anglia. Yes, there he is. So Sheraton's dropped away from that fight as they lap Michael Loveland's Hillman Imp. Just getting out of the way there of Alan Greenall, and Grange's actually been able to pull away a little bit now. They met the Imp at Druids. There's Keith Wright, the Bedfordshire-based plumber at the wheel of his new acquisition, the Lotus Cortina. Nice to look at that car, and certainly one of the smartest on the grid, in my opinion anyway, running at the tail of the field. You know, David Heal's got his Hillman Imp ahead of Sheraton further back as well. Kevin Bottomley's Mini chasing Rob Kirkcoven. There's James Ibbotson. He's dropped away a little bit now in the Imp after his fast start. He's down to 8th. Leaders head down from Paddock Hill Bend for what will be the last time. It's looking good for Piers Grange in the Mustang. There's Jake Swan. Certainly given a good account of himself here in his Anglia, in 11th place in the family Anglia. Bit of a slide there for Piers Grange. Now, is Alan Greenall going to have a chance? Is he going to get into the slipstream as they come out of the last corner and be able to pull alongside the Ford Mustang? Who's going to be quicker off clearways? Here they come. Barry Syme looking on in the Mini behind them. Greenall all over Grange. Been a good fight between these two. Up towards the right-hander at clearways. I don't think Alan Greenall's quite going to get close enough. He gets the tighter exit of clearways in the Falcon. Can he get up alongside Piers Grange? He's trying, they're going to finish almost side by side, but Piers Grange has held it, takes the win. Greenall second, Barry Syme, great drive in the Mini for third. And it's going to be Robin Slater home fourth in his Ford Anglia. These two are going to go right to the line, Rob Kirkcoven and Kevin Bottomley. Fifth goes to Mike Davies in his Mini. Sixth is Pat Keneally, he wins the Battle of the Lotus Cortinas. And seventh will go to Nigel Cox. James Ibbotson is next, and you see there Kirkcoven pulls away from Kevin Bottomley. There's Ibbotson, the reigning champion, over the line. He wins the Imp class. Kevin Bottomley struggling out of the last corner there. Is the Mini going to make it home? We haven't seen him come across the line, so Kevin Bottomley hit trouble there out of the last corner. Let's see if the Mini, yes, there he is. He's had a problem on the very last corner. Bad luck for Kevin Bottomley. Crawls across the line, ends up in 12th place. Great race by Piers Grange, the former Blue Oval champion, ex-Thunder Saloon driver as well, in his Ford Mustang, taking the win. Piers Grange taking the win ahead of Alan Greenall. Good battle between the two big beasts, quarter of a second apart at the line. Barry Syme wins Class C in third place in his Mini, ahead of Robin Slater in the Anglia and Mike Davies in the Mini. Pat Keneally won the Lotus Cortina class in his battle with Nigel Cox for 6th overall. 8th for James Ibbotson, he wins Class E. Rob Kirkcoven 9th, and Jake Swan on his debut gets a top 10. David Heel in his Hillman Imp wins Class D in 11th place, ahead of Michael Sheraton's Ford Anglia coming through from the back. 13th for Nathan Beresford, he won Class B. And then Andy Messer and poor Kevin Bottomley, problems on the final corner there, dropping him down to 15th position. Behind them, Mike Loveland in his Hillman Imp. He got a 5-second penalty. I would presume that's for exceeding track limits. Oh, no, sorry, Kevin Bottomley has now been reinserted into 12th place after crossing the line very slowly there, just confused the timing again. So Bottomley is 12th. 16th for Loveland, Luke Wilson 17th, ahead of Brian Bedford, the 2A40s, then Patrick Harris and Keith Wright completing the finishers. One non-finisher there, Ez Walker retired the Ford Anglia on the first lap. A couple of cars didn't take the start, Martin Reynolds and Freddie Brown. We can head down to Parc Fermé in just a moment to hear from our race winner Piers Grange and hopefully a few others as well. They're down in Parc Fermé talking to you.
Thanks, Dave. Well, what an advert for classic touring cars. A Mustang, a Falcon and a Mini all going head-to-head at the front of the race here. So let's try and get Piers Grange. First of all, look, there was contact. My goodness, wasn't there? We'll have a look at the back of Alan Greenall's car in a second as well. But let's speak to Piers Grange. Can you fit through this gap, Alan? I know you've been on a diet. Alan, we'll speak to you in a second. First of all, Piers. First up, congratulations. First overall win, I believe. Talk us through your race, because, I mean, you were chasing him down and down and down, weren't you?
Yeah, there was just a couple of places I was quicker than Alan, so I had to sort of capitalise on them.
Alan, do you want to come in as well? Let's have both of you in here, actually. So, Alan and Piers, first and second. I mean, like, two monster cars here. I mean, passing on Brands Hatch must be difficult. So there wasn't too many, but you did get it done in the end.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I tapped Alan at the back there, which sort of helped me through, which is a bit of a shame, really, because, you know, you don't want to win like that. But, yeah, there's a couple of places I was quicker than Alan. Well, I don't know whether I will, because I'm not going through the clock now, so it might just be reversed, that. But, yeah, it was good. There was just a couple of places there I was quicker, and probably at the end I was a little bit quicker as well, but trying to make a pass when you're absolutely on the limit of the brakes is so hard. It's so dangerous.
You mentioned the tap there, but it just shows the community here. The first thing you did was come and shake hands.
Yeah, well, we've never touched that, we, Alan, but that was a first. Hopefully the last. Yeah.
I mean, I think you've got the worst of the damage. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but it's a nice, lovely dent on the front there for the memories. Okay, not too bad. I mean, what's that like to repair and get fixed? How easy are these parts to find?
Aluminium.
Okay,
so that's not too bad. But the rear lights are hen's teeth. So, so somebody's hopefully picked it up somewhere. It's probably crushed.
Well, that's a risk.
But yeah, but I think we've got a spare somewhere. So hey ho.
Sure. Most importantly, great to see you both smiling as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, congratulations, guys. Let's go and speak to. One question first of all. I mean, he just wouldn't go away, would he, in the Mini behind you?
Oh well, that was the trouble. He was right there, waiting.
We couldn't. He was waiting for us to do exactly that, and he was all over us, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And, I mean, with cars this big and this kind of format, you're overtaking a lot of cars. Yeah. How much of a challenge is it to get past them all?
Sometimes it is, isn't it? Especially when you're racing hard like we were.
The trouble is, you're not always sure which way they're going to go, so they pull over to that side, and you think, oh, there's a big gap there, and you start going, then they start pulling back again, and you think, ah.
Yeah, and there's no spare brakes on our car, is there? We're on the limit of the brakes every corner.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to speak to the little car that was behind you, okay? But congratulations, thanks for the entertainment, guys. Barry, you did everything you could, couldn't you?
Yeah, I kept them honest, and I was hoping for a bit of traffic that would go my way, and maybe their tyres to go off. Being rear-wheel drive, we're obviously front wheel drive. The Mini's the only car on the grid that got front wheel drive, so we tend to like it when it rains a little bit. But it's glorious sunshine today at Brands Hatch, so yeah.
I mean, it was blistering around there. Now, following cars of this size, does that give you an advantage in terms of slipstream?
Unfortunately not. If you see them, I was on their back coming out of clearways, and by the time I got to the start of the pit wall, they'd gone. So not really. Some of the twisty bits of the track were a bit more advantageous, but just they'd got too much of a gap at that point. So, but another race tomorrow, so we'll see.
I mean, do you make any changes for the car between now and tomorrow, so you maybe can catch them?
There's not really too much. When the setup's optimised, maybe one year last year I was on the podium with Alan in race 1 last year, and then one when there was a bit of dampness. We're faster than we were last year, so we're always developing the car. SwiftTune gives us a good engine, so lots of the Mini front runners have SwiftTune engines, so yeah, it certainly helps. But we'll just have a little analyse of the video and see. I could probably made a better start, made it hard for myself at the beginning.
Barry, congratulations. Great entertainment and a great class win.
Fantastic.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, well, there we go. Coming up next is the Pre-83 and the Pre-93. Can they match that race at the front here? To talk you through it is Dave Goddard.
Well, that's coming up a little later on, Ewan, because the cars you won't have seen from Park from A, they've assembled in pit lane because they're in the garages. We've got the MGs next, the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, their second race of the day. It's their final race of the weekend. They're not here tomorrow. They're replaced by the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship tomorrow. It was a bit of a controversial race early on. We haven't had any notification of any alterations to the result, though, so Steve Darby is the winner. But this grid set by the second quickest time for each driver in the qualifying session this morning. So it's Fergus Campbell who goes up into pole position, car number 31, tangled with Will Sharp while fighting for the lead of race 1. Campbell continued, but Sharp spun out. Fergus Campbell starts alongside Jack Woodcock on the front row. Will Sharp and reigning champion Steve McDermott on row 2. The third row, Steve Darby, the winner of race 1, alongside Phil Walker, all of them in ZRs. The fourth row, we've got a pair of MGFs. Simon Kendrick won the class in race 1, and the reigning class champion, Mark Baker. Rounding out the top 10, Stuart Plotnick with his MGF and the ZR of Adrian Olson. Then we've got Paul Wisby, MGF, Mark Grant in a ZR on row 6. Row 7, a pair of ZRs, Nick Golhar and Andy Heitman. Row 8, newcomer Paul Buzzing. Great name, that is. Alongside the first of the Class B cars, the Maestro of Anthony Bates. Row 9, the first of the Class A cars, which is the MGBs. Surely they should be Class B. No, it's A for Abingdon, where they were built. Chris Millard starts alongside Steve Tyler, who's in Class B, but in a ZR, the less powerful ZR 160. Then we've got Keith Henley, number 20, ZR. Malcolm Hill, MGB. Lost the class win late on in first race. Ray Lovell is next alongside David Amplit, the Class A champion from last year. Then Mark Rehorski and Phil Dicker. James Pryor and Rob Fisher. James Malloy in his Maestro. And Will Tebbit in the Invitation Class MGB at the back of the field. A fair bit of bump and run in the first race, including that tangle at Paddock Hill Bend between Fergus Campbell and Will Sharp, with Sharp spinning into the gravel and bringing out the safety car. Fergus Campbell fought back up the order in that one, having dropped as low as around 7th place, I think it was. It was Steve Darby who won ahead of Steve McDermott, and Jack Woodcock, who did lead for a time. After making a poor start, he dropped back to about 5th from pole position, fought his way back to 3rd. Campbell was 4th, ahead of Phil Walker. Simon Kendrick in 6th won the MGFs. Class B was won by Anthony Bates in 14th overall, and Chris Millard in 18th won the Abingdon class for the MGBs. So hoping for a slightly less scrappy race, I have to say, in this one. We'll wait the cars to be let out onto the circuit. There's a bit of clearing up going on at the moment. One car being recovered there, that looks like Jake Swan's Ford Anglia. Yes, now I'm fairly sure he finished the previous race. He must have had a problem on the slowdown lap. We'll see him out for race 2 tomorrow in Father Kevin's Anglia. Paul Eaton being towed back to the paddock there as well. I think that car may have blown its engine, unfortunately, the Holden Commodore in the Classic Thunder race. We saw a cloud of smoke at Clearways. That's where the oil came from. I was hoping it was just steam from a bit of overheating, but it looks like engine failure, sadly. Not a huge amount of clearing up to do from for the volunteer marshals, the Orange family. Maybe just sweeping up of gravel, I think, after that previous race. So the safety car moves away. Out come the MGs. Fergus Campbell in that very bright red car in pole position. He raced in blue and Dayglow yellow last season. Coming up after this, we've got the Pre-83 and Pre-93 touring cars. Then the British Truck Racing Championship for the second of 5 races for them this weekend. And we close out a little later on with the Pre-03 touring cars along with the Jaguars. The last race of the day due off at around 5:40 p.m. We do it all again tomorrow. We kick off at 10:25 with the second Boston Thunder race of the weekend. That's tomorrow on Easter Sunday here at Brands Hatch. MGs head round for their green flag lap then. Get some heat into their tyres. Will Sharp hoping for better fortunes. This race classic MGs, was very quick in an MG midget in this series a few years ago. He's also appeared in a Porsche 924 in his career in a couple of series, the old Porsche Championships. Raced that along with his brother Henry. Through his business Wayside Adhesives, Will Sharp sponsoring the Driver of the Day Awards, among other things, for this series. Quite a few newcomers here today. Mark Rehorski is on his debut. Used to race a Porsche and a Radical sports car in Canada. James Malloy in the ex-Alan Forster MG Maestro in his first ever races today. Steve Tyler, an ex-Maestro racer too. Paul Buzzing got into this through his friendship with Jack Woodcock. Phil Dicker, the ex-Ford racer, ex-Hot Rod racer. Andy Heitman, his first season, car number 20, and also Keith Henley is a newcomer to the championships, done a few MG races elsewhere. As the cars pull into line, there is Paul Buzzing. Chris Millard at front of Class A. There is number 20, Andy Heitman. Keith Henley, I should say. Andy Heitman is in number 60, sorry. There's Andy Heitman, the green car. Last couple of cars into line at the back, James Malloy and Will Tebbett. It'll be a 20-minute race. Fergus Campbell on pole position, then Jack Woodcock hoping for a better start this time alongside him. Second race of the weekend for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Racing Championship. Away they go. Good start by Campbell this time. Decent start from the MGFs as well. Look at Mark Baker and Simon Kendrick coming up from towards the third, fourth row of the grids. 3 wide into the first corner. It's Steve McDermott who's going to come out with the lead round the outside. Fantastic start by the reigning champion. Side by side between Campbell and Woodcock for second place. Will Sharp in fourth. The MGFs couldn't quite find a way through there. It's Mark Baker next in the order, then Steve Darby, the race 1 winner in the blue ZR number 6. Looks like there was a bit of bodywork hanging off in there already. It's Steve McDermott who leads the way. Yes, somebody's lost a rear bumper, one of these ZRs. There's been a bit of rubbing already. Steve McDermott leads the way, looking for his first win of the season. Fergus Campbell on his tail. Then it's Jack Woodcock as they head into Surtees for the first time. Now, if that bumper keeps flapping on the back of that ZR, it'll get the black and orange flag and have to head into the pits unless it comes off of its own accord. There's the number 60 of Adam Heitman. Andy Heitman chasing Anthony Bates Maestro. As to the inside goes Fergus Campbell as they come out of Clark Curve onto the straight. They're side by side, almost touring car fashion, down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Campbell on the inside goes through, and Will Sharp trying to go round the outside. You saw what happened when he tried that in race 1, but he's making it work this time, challenging Jack Woodcock. He slices back across. Woodcock tries to defend. Sharp's going to be on the grass if he's not careful. No, he's up the inside and he's got through. Great bit of driving by Will Sharp. That is how you take Paddock Hill Bend. He got it right this time and up into second place. In the T-Rep Phil, I think I'm going to call that car the T-Rex. That's ZR in second place. Mark Baker leads the MGFs. That's an earlier shape MGF as well, ahead of Stephen Darby. Then we've got Simon Kendrick. And then next in the order behind them is Adrian Olson in the Dayglow yellow and blue car. It's Fergus Campbell who leads the way as they come round to complete the second lap of a frantic start to this MG Owners Club race. And battle is going to be joined between Campbell and Sharp, just as it was in the early stages of race number 1 before they tangled at Paddock Hill Bend. Jack Woodcock trying to keep pace with them, and McDermott, having taken the lead off the line, is down into 4th place. Those 4 have broken away from Baker 5th, then it's Darby, Kendrick, Olson. Phil Walker with a slightly slower start to this one, down in 9th. Rounding up the top 10, it is Paul Wisby, the 3rd of the MGF. Steve Darby almost pushing Mark Baker through Druids Hill Bend there. All round okay so far. Trying to work out who it was who lost that rear bumper in the early skirmishes. Not clear at the moment. Trying to identify that car in a moment. As Stephen Darby takes Mark Baker. ZR's quicker than the Fs. There is Steve McDermott in 4th place. Trying to chase after Jack Woodcock and try and get himself into a podium place, the defending champion. Long way to go yet. There's Adrian Olson chasing the MGFs. He's got Phil Walker in the 83 on his tail. Through Paddock Hill Bend they go, and Will Sharp running wide there over the curb. Adrian Olson a bit wide as well further back. Here's the fight for the lead of Class F for the MGFs. Baker against Kendrick. They were almost held together by a piece of string, these two cars, last season as well. It was Baker who prevailed in the class championship, and somebody's kicked up the dust there. Somebody's cut the inside line a little bit too fine. That might have been Jack Woodcock. He did that a few times in race 1. Through towards the end of another lap. Baker bouncing over the curb in the inside of Surtees. Pick up the leader of the A class as well. Class B is led by Anthony Bates, the maestro going through there. It's a number 20 car, I think, that lost its bumper. That's a newcomer, Keith Henley. And there's the leader in Class A. It's David Amplet, the reigning champion in that class, ahead of Malcolm Hill and Chris Millard down to 3rd place. Chris Pollard raced last season. Nick Golhar around the outside of Anthony Bates. The former Maestro racer passes the current Maestro racer. Number 14, David Amplet, looking for his first class win of his title defence. Fergus Campbell still in the lead overall by a quarter of a second ahead of Will Sharp. We concentrate on the MGF battle for now. Simon Kendrick in the Tiger trying to get past Mark Baker. Change for 3rd place. That's McDermott ahead of Woodcock, and Sharp has taken the lead out of our view there. Will Sharp going through in the lead, so it's all change up front. Just like in race 1, difficult to know which battle to concentrate on. Will Sharp now leads from Fergus Campbell. Stephen McDermott in 3rd place. Jack Woodcock is down to 4th. Then behind this quartet, Steve Darby back ahead of the MGFs as they continue to fight for their class lead. And there's the fight for 3rd in the MGFs. Paul Wisby and the zebra stripe car of Stuart Plotnick, ex-Lotus Elise racer among other things. 14.5 minutes to go still. Adrian Olson has got ahead of Phil Walker further back, but there's the lead battle past the rear bumper dropped by Keith Henley earlier on. It is the 66 of Will Sharp who leads the way. Had a couple of wins last year. Let's see what he can do here. Can he hang on in front? Race through the spring sunshine of Brands Hatch. Here's the battle for 10th place between Paul Wisby and Stuart Plotnick. It seems slightly unusual to see MGFs with all their hard tops in place, normally run in convertible fashion. Not in this series though that we've seen. We've never seen one running in open top condition. Phil Walker having a go there at Adrian Olson, and Fergus Campbell is having a go at the race leader. He said battle would be joined between these two once again, up towards Surtees. McDermott looking on. Now he's got ahead of Jack Woodcock. Woodcock the less experienced of these four. Towards the line they come for the 7th time. Campbell's got the fastest lap of the race, 58.085. We'll see if that changes this time through. Not this time. Campbell having a look to the inside. Sharp takes the higher line. McDermott looking on behind them. They've dropped Jack Woodcock slightly, these three now. Then it's Stephen Darby. So Fergus Campbell, MG racer for many, many years, is not holding back here. He's having a look towards the inside there as they go to Graham Hill Bend. He won't be close enough there. It's the T-Rex of Will Sharp that continues to lead. Cooper Straight. It's not very straight, there's a slight left in the middle of it. And into Surtees and McLaren, then through Clearways and Clark Curve to end another lap. Sharp from Campbell. The gap was a quarter of a second last time through. We'll see what it is this time. Over the line they go. It's 0.3 of a second, so it's increased very slightly between the two leaders. Steve Darby trying to hunt down Jack Woodcock now to try and make it a double win. Further back in the order, some back markers. James Malloy being lapped in his Maestro, the ex-Alan Forster car. Simon Kendrick looking for his second class win in the MGF division. He's currently just under a second behind Mark Baker as they lap Will Tebbit there in his MGB as well, the invitation class car. First three pulling away now from Jack Woodcock. Over the curve there goes Stephen Darby. Mark Baker trying to cut his way through the back markers here. He's just about made it, but that's allowed Simon Kendrick to close up slightly in the battle of the MGFs. Third MGF is still Paul Wisby. Class A further back down the timing screen, that's still being led by David Amphlett. Just under 11 minutes to go. There's the number 11, that is Chris Millard, third in Class A behind Amphlett and Malcolm Hill. No, he's got second there. There's Malcolm Hill behind him, so a change of second place in Class A. How far behind David Amphlett are they? Amplett's busy battling with one of the quicker cars up ahead at the moment. Just over 3 seconds between the Class A pace setters. There they are. Bring up to half distance. There is the number 4, that's James Pryor. His MGB chased by the 97 of Ray Lovell. Still your overall race leader is Will Sharp. Half a second ahead of Fergus Campbell. Campbell fighting back. So a long time for things to change in this second race of the day for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Here they come, about to lap, I think that's Mark Rychowski about to go a lap down. It's Porsche and Radical racer trying something different with his MGB. Based in London, so on his local circuit. Blue flags waving from the marshals to warn the slower traffic, the leaders are coming through. Here comes Fergus Campbell having a look as they go into the right-hander at Paddock Hill Bend. On the outside, he's got to remember McDermott is there as well. Three of them line astern now. McDermott has caught the two leaders as they hold each other up by scrapping. You can see reflected in the bumper there of Sharp's car that Campbell's got his headlights on. Try and intimidates the race leader. And Sharp's got his lights on as well, probably to warn the back markers when he's coming through. Running wide there, Jack Woodcock in the background. That could allow Steve Darby to attack for fourth place. Jack Woodcock does seem to be a rather wayward young racer, bouncing all over the place here today. Three leaders still line astern. Just over 8 minutes of this race to go. Go into fourth is Darby, then it's Woodcock. Over the line they go. Now here's the battle in the MGFs. Have we had a change there? Yes, we have. Simon Kendrick has taken over the lead of the MGF category. He's tigered his way to the front, but Mark Baker fighting back, late on the brakes there for Paddock Hill Bend. All eyes are on this lead battle at the moment. Three ZRs together, and Steve McDermott is getting ready to attack on the back of the 31 of Fergus Campbell. On the Cooper Straights they go. Will Sharp still soaking up the pressure, and in the gravel, that's the number 60 of Andy Heitman. That's at Clearways. try and see what happened there. Yes, here's a replay. He was up behind James Malloy and the 46 of Mark Grants. Just runs out too wide. Oh, they both go wide. Trying to get past the Maestro. Grant gets away with it, loses his bumper, but Heitman gets stuck in the gravel. They both ran out wide very suddenly there. I'm wondering if there's a bit of fluid gone down there. Meanwhile, the battle is still on, and Steve McDermott has got around the outside of Fergus Campbell into second place. They're lapping the number 80 car there. That's Phil Dicker, the Hot Rod man in his ZR. But with Andy Heitman in the gravel at Clearways, we'll have to wait and see whether that brings out the safety car again. And yes, the safety car is being called. The safety car is being called because of that car stuck fairly dangerously near the circuit at Clearways. Will Sharp slows the field down. Problem is here at Clearways. Andy Heitman in the gravel. Or is it? Has that car... Is it still there? I didn't see it as they came through there. Has he got clear? So we may just do one lap behind the safety car here. But the marshals have managed, I think, to recover Andy Heitman's car. The safety car is out. Yeah, Marshall's just clearing some debris. That's why. It's the rear bumper from Mark Grant's car that needs to be cleared. Just being, you can see in the background there, taken into the Marshall's post. So that's the reason. A bit of debris on the circuit. So that was the reason for the safety car being scrambled. It wasn't the car in the gravel. The Marshals managed to clear that in time, but there was some debris there that needed clearing as well. Well done, Marshals. Safety car hasn't picked up our leader. Behind him is Nick Golhar in the number 12. He's in 12th position. There are the leaders. Just waiting to see what will happen here. 5 minutes of the race to go. Hopefully we'll get some green flag racing in here. Yellow flags from all the Marshals posts and the SC boards for safety car. The safety car might split the field here because it hasn't picked up the leader. Just going to wait and see what's going to happen. Well, the lights are out on top of the safety car, so I think it's going to come in this lap. Of course, taking the time there to get everybody formed up with the leader behind it would have taken too long and the race would have ended. So there are the leaders heading up into Druids. And we're just going to wait to see what will happen here. The safety car is coming into pit lane. Now the pace picks up again, so we go back to green. Race gets underway. So we'll get some green, more laps in under green. Well done, Marshals, getting the debris cleared quickly. And off we go with Will Sharp in the lead ahead of Steve McDermott. Fergus Campbell in third place. Towards Clearways they come. That's going to create a few gaps in the field, but still our three leaders together. Stephen Darby now in fourth place ahead of Jack Woodcock. Now Steve McDermott is ready to attack as they go down towards Paddock Bend. He pulls out to the outside. He's going to try and go the long way round. Will Sharp here, they're up side by side into Paddock Hill Bend. Can he get round there? Steve McDermott will keep his foot in on the outside line. Not quite. Will Sharp holds the lead. Up to Druids, side by side again. Now he's McDermott. No, McDermott's gone way wide there into Druids. Fergus Campbell's going to get back up the inside. A mistake there from Steve McDermott. He's out onto the dirt on the outside. He's down to third. Up into second goes Fergus Campbell. Maybe his tyres were not as warm as he thought there after the interlude. It's still Will Sharp who leads the way. There's the fight for fourth between Darby and Woodcock. Still leading the MGFs is Simon Kendrick. 2.5 minutes to go. We've this Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship race. It's between 3 for the victory. I don't think we're going to see Stephen Darby make it a double in the number 6 car. He's a bit further back in 4th place. There he is, ahead of Jack Woodcock. They're about 4 seconds off that lead battle. Jack Woodcock trying to get back into 4th. There go the leaders. Steve McDermott is not finished yet, trying to have a go at the outside of Druids, then carves back in again. Just can't get the line away from the 31 after that mistake through Druids last time through. Hustles the MG through Graham Hill Bend. If they start to scrap for second, that's exactly what Will Sharp will want, because he's being able to pull away by a couple of car lengths. Still leading Class A further back is David Ampflett in the number 14. Class B is led by Steve Tyler, number 37, in his ZR 160. And the only invitation class entry is Will Tebbit at the back of the field. Just over a minute left on the clock, so we should get 2 more laps out of this as they cross the line. Just over half a second covers the first 3. Then it's Darby and Woodcock separated by less than half a second as well. And then the battle of the MGFs, led by Simon Kendrick, and he's half a second ahead of Mark Baker. They're almost separating into pairs or 3s in this race. Here are the leaders, and Will Sharp under pressure. Here comes Fergus Campbell down the outside. I don't think he'll get through there at Graham Hill Bend. Tries to cut in on the exit. He's got the run there down the Cooper Straight. This is good stuff from Fergus Campbell. McDermott alongside. They're going to be 3 wide into Surtees. There's contact. Oh, goodness me. They're leaning on each other. And have they made it round? Have they made it around to... well, Steve McDermott's come through. What's happened to the other 2? There's Campbell. So Steve McDermott comes through. We'll try and get a replay of that. What's happened to Will Sharp? There he is. Well, what happened on the second half of Surtees as they came out of the left-hander? We'll try and see that in a second. Well, they came into Surtees 3 wide. Off on the outside. Over the grass went Will Sharp. Right over the infield there. And Steve McDermott said, "Thank you very much, I'll take the lead." But Will Sharp, well, rather shortened his lap there. Had to rejoin over the grass on the inside of Clark Curve at the pit lane entrance. Well, they've survived that. They're still 1, 2 and 3. It's going to be checkered flag this time through. Steve McDermott escaped that tussle going into Surtees. And he is going to take the win in our second race for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Up towards the line comes the reigning champion for his first win of the season. There is the checkered flag. McDermott wins it. Sharp second, Campbell third, and another controversial race for the MG ZRs. Darby 4th, Jack Woodcock is 5th. And who's going to win the battle of the MGFs? It's going to be Simon Kendrick. Across the line, where's Mark Baker? There he is, ahead of Adrian Olson, Phil Walker and Paul Wisby. Still a fight going on in Class A. Chris Millard has nearly caught David Ampflett. He's going to have a go out of the last corner. Up towards the line, the 2 MGB Roadsters together. It's going to be David Ampflett, I think, who will hold on in the black car to take the win. He does. Chris Millard comes over in second. Malcolm Hill will take third. No, it's number 4 of James Pryor coming through for third in the class. Got through on the last lap there. Well, Steve McDermott takes a win that he probably wasn't expecting there, as Fergus Campbell and Will Sharp touched going into Surtees for the penultimate time and plunged off onto the grass. McDermott the winner ahead of Sharp and Campbell in the end. Stephen Darby, the race 1 winner, takes 4th ahead of Jack Woodcock. They were together all race long. 6th for Simon Kendrick, wins him the MGF category ahead of Mark Baker, pulling away in the closing stages. Adrian Olson next home in 8th ahead of Phil Walker and Paul Wisby. Nick Gollar was next home ahead of Stuart Plotnick, dropping down to 12th ahead of Mark Grant, Paul Buzzing and the number 20 of Keith Henley, despite losing his rear bumper early on, completing the top 15. Class B won by Anthony Bates in his Maestro in 16th place, getting past Steve Tyler late on, and David Amphlett just holding off Chris Millard to win Class A. Third in that class was the number 4 of James Pryor. Then we had Malcolm Hill, Ray Lovell, Phil Dicker, Mark Rehorski, Andy Heitman, of course, after he rejoined out of the gravel, James Malloy, then Rob Fisher, and the invitation class winner Will Tebbit completing the finishers. Everybody making its home in that one, some with 1 or 2 battle scars. Another slightly controversial battle among the ZRs, but it is a win for the reigning champion Stephen McDermott. We can head down shortly to Ewan in Park Fermate to talk to Steve and his rivals at the end of a very lively race.
Well, another entertaining race in the MG Owners Club race. We've got Steve McDermott right here. Not stole the win at the end, but got given the win at the end. Steve, second place in the first race today, and you got your win in the second.
Slowly catch a monkey. Wait until they make a mistake, and hope it comes. And it came one before the last lap, and I had to jump on it.
I mean, that is the plan, of course. You just wait and wait and wait, and as soon as something goes wrong, you are straight in there. It was a fairly big mistake too, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to make any places back here. You know, it really is. So it's got to be done early doors. And if you have to late, basically, I just sit there and just wait for an opportunity. I got an opportunity, and then I lost the place again. But it's what happens in the heat of the moment. But brilliant race.
That's experience right there. That type of sort of approach to racing.
Yeah, you got to bide your time sometimes and hope that it comes. It doesn't always come, but when it does, you've got to pounce on it.
A second and a win. Congratulations. Great start to your weekend.
I think it's 2 wins because I think Matey Boy might have been disqualified for overtaking on us at the yellow. So it could actually be 2 wins.
We were just mentioning the sort of the end to the first race. Has that been absolutely clarified now?
I mean, the person in question said to me that it looks like he's been disqualified before overtaking on the yellows.
Wow. Well, we will get that confirmed for you. Congratulations on either 2 wins or a second and a first. See you again tomorrow. Now, Mr. Sharp. Hello. When you jumped out the car there, looked a bit frustrated. Took a bit of a shortcut near the end there. What happened?
I was forced off the track again by a guy that forced me off the road in the first race. So I'm not going to say anything more than that. At the end of the day, I found myself up here, being banged, forced onto the grass up here. And what do I do in the middle of the track? So I came back onto the track. I gave the place to Steve McDermott. He got his win, so I let him have his place. Then I carried on with my race. So the guy that was behind me in the first place, who ended up taking me out, he's behind me. That's the way it should stay. Now, if it's any different to that, then I'm actually not going to race again.
I mean, you're really upset about that. I mean, understandably, like you said, you gave the place back. Does it just come down to sort of racing experience? What do you anticipate the stewards saying about that?
I've not raced with that particular guy that I've had 2 incidents with today, door to door, but I've raced with every other guy in this championship, door to door, and it's fine. But, you know, racing's racing a lot of the time, but that wasn't really racing at the end when I found myself in the position I was at.
There's no damage as far as we can see, is there? That would be most upsetting, I'm sure.
I'm not bothered about damage, just get it mended, that can be fixed, but it's what happens inside your head that does my head in.
Well, have a great evening. Hopefully we do see you racing tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah, okay, thanks a lot.
Cheers, mate. Blimey, right, let's try and find Fergus. Where is Fergus? Fergus, where is he? Where's he gone? If not, oh, here we go, fantastic. Right, let's try and get a third opinion. Fergus? How you doing, mate? Third place in the race. Bit of an incident at the end there. We've heard Will's opinion. What sort of, like, from your view, what happened?
Well, if you have a look at my car, I've got sort of 2/3 of my car in front. My steering wheel's dead straight, and I just kept filling these taps, not just one, but several. So I don't know if he was a bit pissed off after what happened in the first race, but basically trying to turn me around.
Okay. Obviously, you'll probably go to the stewards now to see about that. What do you anticipate the sort of reaction being?
I've got a season ticket to the stewards today.
That's a fairly good approach. So we'll hopefully see you racing tomorrow anyway. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and congrats on what at the moment is a pretty good third place.
Thank you.
Well, I would like to speak also. We've not spoken to any MGF winners today. And Simon Kendrick did win that class. Simon, here we go. He's just popped up just like magic. Plenty going on in front of you. Let's just speak for now about the F class.
Yeah, I think we'll speak about the F. Mark and I had a really good tussle.
over the lap, I think he was actually slightly faster than me, particularly round clearways. But you've got to pass, and Mark's a very fair driver, and we always have good tussles. So it was a question of just keeping him honest, making sure I didn't leave the door open anywhere, and giving it all the beans when I could. And sure enough, he had a lunge on the last lap, a do or die lunge. It was really funny because I just saw him disappear, and I thought, okay, tootle to the flag. But it's a weird race. The safety car was weird. I never actually saw the safety car.
It wasn't out for long.
And so when it went in, I had no idea it was going in. So half the field were like, still, what's going on? Oh, we better get on with it.
Well, it's a fairly small field, but a win's a win. So congratulations and good luck tomorrow as well.
Thank you. You know what? It's the quality of the racing. If you have a good race, it doesn't matter. There's only needs 2 people to have a good race, and we did that. So,
well done.
Thanks a lot.
Sorry for any language in the previous race, but let's get on now. This time it is time for the 83 and the 93. Up to Dave.
Well, thanks very much, Ewan. And yes, our apologies for any choice language during those interviews there. Tempers fraying a bit during the MGs, as we saw. And just to point out, we haven't had any confirmation of any change to the results of race 1 yet. We will let you know if we do get any changes. Next up, the pre-83 and pre-93 touring cars. Pre-83 Group 1 touring car sponsored by Shell Oils. Pre-93 by Laser Tools. The grid reads as follows. BMWs to the fore. I think the first 7 places taken by BMWs from the pre-93 classes. Dave Griffin in the Diet Coke car on pole alongside, it should be Ian Bauer, but I didn't see Ian's car there on the grid. Looks like he's not there. So Andy Cripps in the green car is next up, then Mike Dugdale. And then the 2 yellow BMWs are Mark Fowler, number 5. 95 is Kevin Willis. And then 45, Rob Crizel in the Schnitzer lookalike. Then we've got the first of the pre-83 cars, the escorts of Stephen Primet and Mark Cholerton, number 1 and 81. 85, Jonathan Corker. Good to see he's out there, the little Datsun. Car broke down in qualifying at the season opener at Silverstone, and he wasn't able to race. He's 10th on the grid. Row 6, we've got Byron Aldous. He's in his VW Corrado, coming back to racing this year after some 20 years away. Alongside him, Jason Christie, number 10. He is in an escort. Then we've got Graham Myers, BMW, and Mostin Rutter. Welcome back to him after a few years away at the wheel of his Vauxhall Firenze. Behind them, we've got H. Harvey. Watch out for his son Tom in tomorrow's race. They're sharing an escort here today. Alongside him, Andy Sheraton in the Laser Tools BMW. It's the E30 BMW. Then Sam Goodwin-Laidler, he's in a Vauxhall Astra, and Dave Thomas in his Mark 1 Capri, has raced that car for many years. And behind him, the chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, Stuart Kay, at the wheel of his Ford Capri, alongside the Mark 1 version of Nick Strong. So those are your leading runners on the grid. There isn't quite time to go through the full grid. There's Stephen Primet, the reigning pre-83 champion, in his Mark 1 Escort, the white Escort. Rest of the grid making their way forward. There's Bradley Bosdet, there's Gary Fletcher in the Jerry Marshall lookalike Vauxhall Firenze. Now that's not Mike Manning, that Texaco Sierra. There is another one here. It's Alan Breck, who was in the Capri earlier on. He's stepped into his Sierra now. And watch out for fireworks from the back. At the back of the grid there, we've got Mark Thomas at the wheel of his Capri. That broke down in qualifying. And also Mark Osborne in the Black Triumph Dolomite Sprint. He missed qualifying altogether. So watch for them coming through as we get underway. And a lot of wheel spin for Dave Griffin. Look at Kevin Willis through the middle in the 95 BMW. BMWs to the fore, but not the ones I was expecting. It's Andy Cripps on the inside in the green car that will take the lead. Kevin Willis rocketing through into second place. And we are underway. Of course, one car missing, no Ian Bauer, the reigning pre-93 champion. He must have had problems in the Classic Thunder race earlier on. Running wide, Andy Sheraton in the Laser Tools car as they funnel their way through Druids for the first time. And it's Andy Cripps who leads from Kevin Willis. Dave Griffin in third place. Fourth place is the number 45 BMW of Rob Crizel. That's the checkered livery car, the Schnitzer team lookalike. David Griffin recovers from his poor start. He always seems to make a poor start, as David Griffin, and then fight his way back. Maybe he just enjoys overtaking the other drivers as they make their way through. Problems already for Alan Breck. The Texaco Sierra is out. And there's Mark Thomas at the wheel of the number 50 Capri. Had problems in qualifying with that car. Started at the back, and he's already rocketing his way up the order. The car that was in contention for overall victory at Silverstone. It's Andy Cripps who leads the way, chased by Dave Griffin. We've got yellow flags at Druids. The safety car is coming out. Somebody's gone off at Druids. We didn't quite see who it was. Try and pick up who that is. I can't see any hazards there. There is a problem early on. Oh, and somebody's seeing the safety car boards a bit late. That was one of the yellow BMWs. That was Mark Fowler, ex-Ford Capri racer. It might be for Alan Breck, who's stopped there at Graham Hill Bend, because he's in the firing line should a car go off. So Andy Cripps it is who leads in his BMW. BMW's holding the first half dozen or so places. They're all pre-93. Pre-83 leader is Stephen Primett's Escort, who had that incredible burn from the stern at Silverstone, where he stalled at the start of the second race, got away last, and took the lead with 2 corners to go from Mark Osborne in the Triumph. Where is Mark Osborne anyway? He's made his way a fair way up the order. There he is, the black Triumph Dolomite, just behind the Astra of Sam Goodwin Laidlaw. Okay, it's all happening. Some of the cars we didn't get down to on the grid call over, one of them being the Mark III Escort of Anton Martin. Yeah, the car I've lost is Alan Breck, of course, who's pulled up at Graham Hill Bend. There's Jonathan Corker, the 85, the little Datsun 510 there. Didn't see it race at Silverstone, it broke down in qualifying, but good to see him getting some laps in here. I love the variety of them, particularly the pre-83s. There's H. Harvey at the wheel of his Mark I Escort. His son Tom will take over that car tomorrow. We saw Tom racing Mike Luck's BMW successfully last season. Behind Jonathan Corker there is the number 10 Jason Christie Escort. Previously raced that car with the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloon Series based here at Brands Hatch. I think Andy Cripps is a graduate of the local Brands Hatch Saloon Series as well, hence his knowledge of the circuit. Mark Chullerton's had a problem on that first lap as well. He qualified well up, the blue and white Escort at the back, the man from Kings Lynn. So he's had a moment somewhere as well, because he's at the tail of the field. Behind Keith Evans in the little Alfa Romeo Alpha. Mark Chullerton, the builder from Norfolk. Looks like we're about to get back underway then. 11 minutes of the race to go. Alan Breck's Sierra is clear. Not having much luck with either of his Fords this weekend. Andy Cripps leads, but watch for Dave Griffin. Let's see how he gets on from a rolling start this time. He's okay at rolling starts in Classic Thunder. Already the first 2 have pulled away from Kevin Willis and Rob Frizzell. Rob Fowler under fire from Mike Dugdale, another Brands Hatch specialist in his BMW number 51 there, around the outside. Up the hill, Griffin having a look at the back of Andy Cripps in the green car. Up towards Druids Hill Bend, the pre-83s stringing out behind the pre-93s. Mike Dugdale takes Mark Fowler in the Pickford sponsored car. But it's the Diet Coke car trying to get ahead and take the lead from Andy Cripps. BMW's all the way. There's the pre-83 leader, number 1, Stephen Primett, the multiple pre-83 champion in the Mark I Escort. Jonathan Corker up there with him in the Datsun. We'll wait to see if Mark Osborne comes through, the Welshman in the Triumph Dolomite Sprint from further back. Big rival of Stephen Primett, and we saw what happened with them at Silverstone. Mark Osborne thought he was heading for victory as Dave Griffin takes the lead, coming out of Clark Curve across the line. The Diet Coke car leads the way. Originally from Australia, Dave Griffin, now based in Lincolnshire. Spoke to him and his son Emerson earlier on. Change for 4th place there as well. Mike Dugdale has gone through. Past Rob Frizzell. Through the right-hander at Druids they go. David Griffin, he can't seem to do standing starts too well. That's possibly his only weakness in racing. He is a former pre-93 champion. Here comes Jonathan Corker, that little Datsun, not letting Stephen Primett get away here. Jason Christie behind them in his Escort. Then we've got Graham Myers BMW, Andy Sheraton in the Laser Tools car, and Mark Thomas already from the back of the grid is up into 12th place in the Capri. Very potent car that one is as well. There's a slippery surface flag out. You saw the red and yellow striped flag out from the marshals there at Clearways. That means a slippery surface. There might be some oil down. Here comes Mark Thomas in the Capri from the back of the field. Liveried similarly to cars raced in the European Touring Car Championship in the late 70s, early 80s. It was Gordon Spice who was Britain's leading Capri exponent, the late great touring car and sports car racer, famous later for his Group C cars. Mark Thomas is closing now on Graham Myers. That's a pre-93 car, the number 9 BMW. Look at the way he's sliding that Capri. Definitely memories there of the likes of Gordon Spice, Jonathan Buncombe, and all the other Capri races of the past. Nick Whiting was another. See the triplex Capri further back in the field, raced by Stuart Kay, the club chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. There's Mark Osborne just ahead of it. The Dolomite making up another place. David Griffin leads by 1.5 seconds now over Andy Cripps. Willis third, Dugdale fourth. Here's the scrap further back. There's Osborne ahead of Mostyn Rutter. Good to have him back in the Vauxhall Firenze. And there's Stuart Kay, the triplex Capri. He's raced that car at meetings at Goodwood in the past. Stuart Kay, along with luminaries such as Jochen Maas, the great German sports car racer, has driven that car, chasing Mark Osborne. Stuart didn't race at the opening meeting of the year at Silverstone purely because the grid was oversubscribed and he couldn't get an entry. Even the club chairman couldn't race, showing how successful classic touring car racing is. Mark Osborne attacking Sam Goodwin-Laidler at the wheel of his Vauxhall Astra GTE. A little bit of smoke there out of David Thomas's Capri, the Mark 1 Capri there. Oh, and nearly a collision between a couple of escorts there. I think that was H. Harvey and Bradley Bosdick. Mark 2 and the Mark 1 together there. Behind them, Gary Fletcher in his Jerry Marshall lookalike, the dealer team Vauxhall Droop Snoot. There's Colin Claxton in his Triumph, just ahead of the number 62, which is Lewis Judd in his Escort, the yellow car, with Mark Chollerton behind. But there are the leaders. Griffin from Cripps, Willis, Dugdale, Black Keith Evans in the Alpha Sud. Still 6.5 minutes of this race to go. Oh, and a tangle, and that's Mark Osborne. He's come through the field once, he's got it all to do again now. Might have been contact there. Gary Fletcher, meanwhile, behind Malcolm Best in his Capri. Here's the scrap we were just looking at. Let's have a replay of what's happened there. There is Mark Osborne. He just braked a little bit too late for Druid, spun around. And how did Sam Goodwin-Laidler miss him there in the Astra? Cat-like reflexes from the Vauxhall driver. Poor old Mark Osborne. He's got to come through the field again now. Just under 2 seconds in it for the lead between the BMWs. David Griffin's got the headlights on to warn the back markers that he's there. Just needs to work on his starts. Lapping Jake Margulies in his E30 shaped BMW there. I've seen his father David race his Alfa Romeo 383 touring cars over the years. And next to be lapped is Anton Martin's Escort. David Thomas, you can see that bit of smoke from the Mark 1 Capri. He's raced that in all sorts of classic events over the years, David Thomas, for many years now. Stuart Kay attacking Sam Goodwin-Laidler's Astra. Of course, the Vauxhall Astra GTE Mark II was the car that John Cleland won his first British touring car title in back in 1989. His teammate that year was rally driver Louise Aitken-Walker. Of course, she has another less fond memory of the Astra, Louise. Her and Christina Torner, her co-driver, had that terrifying accident in Portugal when the car literally fell down a cliff and landed upside down in a fast-flowing river on the Rally of Portugal. Luckily, they were able to swim to safety. I'll end the history lecture there because there's 4.5 minutes of this race still to go, and it's still the pre-93 BMWs up front filling the first half dozen places. Mark Fowler, incidentally, in the invitation place. Stephen Primet is leading pre-83 ahead of Jonathan Corker. There they are, through clearways. That's the fight for 7th overall. Third of the pre-83s is Jason Christie, going well in his Mark 1 Escort. Local man from Hitchin, near London. Stephen Primet's from Bedfordshire. So many races in this car. Badly damaged in a crash at Silverstone at the end of 2019. Can Jonathan Corker catch him? That's the best we've seen it run so far, the man from York. And there's Mark Thomas. Where's he up to now in the Capri? He's up to 9th. He's got ahead of Christie now. Finding the Capri, flinging it into Druids there, just how a Capri is designed to be driven. In the closing stages now of this pre-83 and pre-93 classic touring car race. We have another race tomorrow, of course. Griffin continues to lead in the Diet Coke BMW by nearly 3 seconds now ahead of Andy Cripps. Mike Dugdale still third, just ahead of Kevin Willis. Here's the battle further back being lapped by the race leader. Bradley Bosday and H. Harvey get out of the way, so does Malcolm Best in his Capri. No problem there for David Griffin, 3 minutes to go. Lapping that phalanx of Fords. Capri, Mark 1 Escort and Mark 2 Escort. Blue flags waving toward them. Andy Cripps is behind them. Excuse me, says H. Harvey, I'm getting out of his way. Oh, no, he's not. Andy Cripps might get impatient in there. He's safely clear of Mike Dugdale and Kevin Willis. There they are, third and fourth. Just lapped the 62 of Lewis Judd in his Escort. Andy Cripps continuing to push on. He's nearly 3.5 seconds back now on David Griffin. Led the early stages, first couple of laps until Griffin came through. But is it going to be Diet Cokes all round in the paddock once again? The pit straight here at Brands Hatch is named after Sir Jack Brabham, and it's his two sons Jeff and David who won the Bathurst 1000 in one of those Diet Coke BMWs. Mike Dugdale, a Brands Hatch specialist, another ex-Toyo Tyres Racing Saloon driver, lapping Bradley Bosday's Escort. H. Harvey up behind, Malcolm Best, who's raced that Capri for many years. It's Kevin Willis in fourth place, then a gap back to Mark Fowler, leading the invitation class with his BMW. Mark II Escort, of course, less well known as a circuit racing car, more famous in rallying, like some Roger Clark, Bjorn Valdegaard. And these days, about 50% of club rallying entries you'll see are in Mark II Escort. Maybe not that many, but it seems like it sometimes. Bradley Bosday does seem to be slowing there in his Escort. Judd giving chase to another BMW there. That's number 162 Andy Gay, his E36. Less than a minute left on the clock now, and the gap is up to 4 seconds at the front for David Griffin. There he is into Pat Bent, what will be the last time. Up behind Keith Evans, is about to go 2 laps down in his little Alfa Romeo. Mostyn Rutter ahead of him as well to be lapped in the Vauxhall Firenze. To have Mostyn back, he's raced Firenze and I believe a Rover SD1 in the past as well. No Rovers here this weekend. Sadly, one that we saw at Silverstone. Oh, we've got problems there. The Astra's tangled with somebody. Mark Osborne off as well. Yeah, there goes Osborne spinning off onto the grass, and Sam Goodwin-Laidler has hit, I think, Byron Aldous' VW Corrado. Leader able to get through that. Here comes David Griffin, round the final corner. He's heading for victory. Byron Aldous rejoining in the Corrado, but the race winner is heading up towards the line. Here comes David Griffin to take the victory in the pre-93 touring cars. Second place will go to Andy Cripps, 4.3 seconds further back. And Mike Dugdale completes the podium. Kevin Willis is fourth. Now who's going to win the pre-83s? It should be Stephen Primet. Over the line they go, and has Corker got through? Yes, he has. Jonathan Corker's got past Stephen Primet on the final lap. So Jonathan Corker has beaten Stephen Primet by 0.177 of a second. He must have got him right on the final corner there to win the pre-83s. There he is. Well, there's our overall winner and winner of the pre-93s. David Griffin, taking the win by 4.3 seconds ahead of Andy Cripps. Mike Dugdale in third, and the BMW clean sweep completed by Kevin Willis. Invitation class winner Mark Fowler and Rob Crizzell in sixth. But a surprise in pre-83, Jonathan Corker in the little Datsun wins in seventh overall ahead of Stephen Primet. Next home was Mark Thomas, good effort from the back of the grid up to ninth place, I should say. Jason Christie completes the top 10 ahead of Graham Myers, then Andy Sheraton a class win in 12th. Then Dave Thomas in his Mark 1 Capri, despite that bit of smoke, finishes 13th. Stuart Kay 14th, and Mostyn Rutter in the Firenze a lap down in 15th. Mark Osborne finished 20th after a couple of spins in that race. Of course, we lost Sam Goodwin-Laidler late on in the Astra. Just a couple of non-finishers there. We lost Bradley Bosday into the pits towards the end and Alan Breck on the first lap. Well, we can head down to Parc Fermé. We'll hear from Dave Griffin and friends down in Parc Fermé in just a few moments' time.
Well, more fun there, this time in the pre-83 and 93. We spoke to Dave Griffin in the paddock earlier and before the race, and let's make it a hat-trick. Dave, I'll let you get your helmet off. Didn't have it all his own way, however, got the job done, and it's another win.
Yeah, thank you. Remember we talked about plan A, B and C? Well, that was all three of them at the start there. I missed second gear or third gear or something like that and just dropped back a bit. So when the safety car came out, and I was a bit nervous that the flaggies have done such a sensational job. It's not an easy place to flag Brands Hatch, and there's so many really cool cars that we're trying to lap at the same time as they're having their own race. So it was action-packed.
I'm sure they appreciate the recognition as well, and we all sort of agree with that. Now, like you said, it's all well and good sort of leading from the front and winning from the front, but you had to do some work in that one.
Yeah, and luckily the good thing is these guys are great to race with, so you can get a bit of too wide around some of these wider corners, and they leave me a bit of space, and I leave them a bit of space. It's really good fun.
And after 2 wins at Silverstone, you're smashing it, aren't you?
Yeah, well, the West Suffolk Racing have built such a good race car that I think anyone could get it in this field and win. It's that good a hot rod.
Great weekend. The man to beat here, David Griffin. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll see you tomorrow. We spoke to Andy Cripps before the race. We knew he had 2 second places behind that man right there at Silverstone. He's done it again.
Unfortunately, he has. Yeah, I got him off the start though, so small win. But yeah, I thought it was only a matter of time. But I did my best. And yeah, it's such a hard thing to be able to keep with around the corners and things. So especially around clearways, it's just kind of getting that extra jump down the straights. But either way, you did well.
What do you have to do to beat him?
Put a different driver in the car, I think, possibly. I honestly don't know, but I'll give it some good hard thought tonight, and maybe tomorrow we'll try and get at least half the gap or something, maybe. But we'll give it a go. But
great to watch, great racing. And Mike qualified for 3rd place. Happy with that?
Yeah, considering I had an absolutely shocking start. I don't know what happened. I went to pull away and I put my foot down and there was just like bogged down. So I was like reset into first gear in case I was in 3rd. And as I say, we did get away and obviously lost a few places off the start. So I sort of started to make them up again, and then the safety car was out. And then I was able to get both of the places back, after the safety car came in. So it was, it was interesting.
I mean, there's been a few safety cars today, but it didn't make too much impact, we don't think, did it? It was really good competitive racing, that one.
It was, and I think it was only one lap. I mean, they were able to, the guys were able to clear it really quickly. Did a great job. I think the safety car was only out for like 1 lap, so. But it was sort of in the heat. I'm a bit of a shame. I'm so good friends with Andy. The lights have been there with him, but obviously I threw that away, when the lights went out. So.
Well, congratulations on your podium place. See you tomorrow.
Yep. Okay. Thanks. Bye.
Well, let's also have a chat. I want to speak to Jonathan Corker, who we saw took away in the pre-83 class the win on the very last lap by. Let's actually find out what happened. We understand you won the class there by about a 1/10 of a second. We didn't see it on screen. Was it just a lunge up the line?
It was a back marker held up Steve on the inside at the one over there, Graham Hill, and I managed to get on the inside and didn't expect to be there. Didn't really know what to do when I got there, and yeah, I was really defending from the Capri, and it all worked out pretty well, really.
I mean, Dave up in the commentary box got a surprise when you came up there on the timing board.
Yeah, he was not alone, I can tell you.
All right, well, a win's a win. Congratulations. Good luck for the rest of your weekend tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Right, there we go then. So next race coming up, it is our second race of the day. In our headlining feature is the British Truck Racing Championship. Pointy will be doing the interviews after the race, and talking you through the action is, of course, Dave Goddard. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ewan. It certainly was a corking drive by Jonathan Corker, wasn't it, to get the win in his Datsun. Makes up for failing to race at Silverstone after a breakdown in qualifying. Right, a bit of clear up going on at the moment after that incident we saw at Graham Hill Bend late on. Thankfully, Byron Aldous and Sam Goodwin-Laidler doesn't look like too much major damage to their cars. While the marshals clear that up, we can hear from a couple of our truck racers with Pointy down in the paddock.
So I said to him, you can't put that in there, no matter how hard you try, it's just not going to fit. He wasn't listening. Anyway, we're back here down in Parc Ferme with Jock Borthwick himself, having some technical difficulties yesterday, snapping an anti-roll bar, but we appear to have made a bit of welding on there, and it seemed to do you quite well out there.
Yeah, I'm going to make a career of welding. Yeah, there's potential in it.
You're all right at it then, by the looks of it.
I'm coming on, eh? When I get a little bit older, I'll get better.
I think you should just do the other one to match now. I don't like the symmetry deal going on there. Fantastic start to the race, looking really good.
Yeah.
What happened in that last lap? Because it was up at the hairpin, we couldn't really see.
Went into Druids. The lap before, my front temperatures were getting a bit higher, so I introduced a little bit more water just to bring the temperature back. Fractured the front brake disc. Going into Druids, 80 mile an hour.
Yeah.
And one wheel locked up. I thought, oh no, like that. So I lifted off, but I was heading for the tyre, so I just had to flick it sideways, scrub the speed off, grab a gear, and get going. So I finished the last lap, and the brake disc fractured. Like I'm coming into Paddock Hill, and I'm thinking, I've only got one front brake here. But we've got third there, so the truck was a load better. So
Quite a common thing though, these exploding brake discs. I mean, even though they are race spec brake discs, we're talking about 40 kilos of solid metal that just explodes like a broken record, and you just lose all control. John Powell behind you here. Fantastic race from you as well, John. Well done, sir.
I'm almost happy for him.
It's great to see so many smiles down here in Parc Ferme after what has been a very interesting race to start the season. Let's go now and see who else we can find to talk to.
Well, thanks to Pointy there. I do the innuendos, Pointy. What's Stephen Powell doing? This is just on the way to the grid, for goodness sake. What's he doing? He did that at the first corner of race 1. Showing off to his local fans, no doubt. He lives just down the road from Brands Hatch, does Stephen Powell. Okay, getting ready for our second truck race of the weekend. For some, the race seems to have already started. Now, the grid for this one is set by the second fastest time by each driver in the qualifying session earlier. The reverse grids that we saw last year, they come in tomorrow's 3 races. So it'll be Ryan Smith in pole position, the race 1 winner in number 1, the 6-time champion. Alongside him, his arch rival David Jenkins, number 69 this time. Second row, 89 Simon Reed. We didn't see him in race 1, hopefully he's out for this one. And number 18 John Newell. Row 3 Mark Taylor, 81, and Stephen Powell, number 3 when he eventually gets to the grid. Row 4 number 68 Craig Reed, 46 of Bradley Smith. The 5th row, Stuart Oliver, number 7, quite a way down the grid, struggled a bit in qualifying, alongside Tom O'Rourke in 86, then Ricky Collett, number 95, Simon Faulkner, number 92, and behind them we'll see number 12, Michael Oliver. He didn't set a time in qualifying, but he should be on the grid. Then we've got the Division 2s, a gap further back, John Powell and Jock Borthwick, who we just heard from, leading them away. Then Adam Bint and Brad Smith. Adam Bint should be out there, he's rectified his problems from race 1. Brad Smith alongside him, then Craig Evans and Luke Garrett, and John Bowler rounds out the grid. Up to the grid they come then, a beautifully turned out pace truck supplied by Bint Racing by the look of it, in position. Simon Reed has made it out, there's the other Iveco, 2 identical looking Ivecos from the Reed brothers. Stephen Powell, a bit of bodywork missing from the front of his MAN, we can see that's a legacy of race 1. Craig Reed, Bradley Smith, Stuart Oliver, Tom O'Rourke, Ricky Collett. Yes, Division 1 are all present and correct. There's Division 2, the DAF of John Powell. And Jock Borthwick, Adam Bint's back out. Brad Smith with his new paint job. Craig Evans, Luke Garrett, and John Bowler. We've got all of them. full complement of 20 trucks to go racing here at Brands Hatch. Thanks to the classic touring cars, we will see one more race for them a little later on. Last race today, the Pre-03s and the Jaguars. Checking to see if there's been any changes to the results from our earlier races. Adam Bint, incidentally, did not complete enough laps to be classified in the earlier race. He was some 5 laps down, having been into the pits. But only retirement was Steve Powell with a bit of damage. No news on the MGs as yet. As we said, there could possibly be some changes to their results, but no news from race control as of yet. Ryan Smith with his new truck then, the Daimler-Benz chassis, effectively a Mercedes chassis with the Bagheera Freightliner body shell. It is a very cool looking truck indeed. We've seen the Freightliner raced by Ollie James in the British Championship a couple of years ago. Starting alongside David Jenkins here, man from Stafford in the number 69 MAN, the Digraph Transport Morris Lubricants MAN. The Reed Truck Sports Iveco's in there. Brothers running Reed Freight, based in Stoke-on-Trent. Many of these drivers connected to the road haulage industry. Mark Taylor, of course, one of the bosses of Taylor's Haulage. John Newell runs a container and tanker lorry business based near Sheffield. Stephen Powell, by contrast, owned one of the local pubs to Brands Hatch, the Portobello, just along the road from the circuit. Quite often see his race truck parked out the back of there. Good to see Ricky Collett's back on the grid as well. If ever you've seen one of those enormously heavy loads using the likes of pusher trucks and police escorts through your local area, it might well be Collett's haulage handling it. I remember a couple of years ago, the local roads near my place in the Midlands had to be closed off to allow some giant oxygen tanks to make a journey to an industrial estate in Warwickshire from Liverpool docks, and it was Collett's that handled that. So certainly the news reports on that were interesting to see how a load of that size is handled by Collett's trucks. Newcomer Simon Faulkner alongside him, number 92. He's watched the championship for several years and last year decided to buy an Iveco and have a go. This will be a 15-minute race once again. John Powell at the front of the Division 2 pack. Good to see him back at the sharp end alongside Jock Borthwick, his second season. The Scotsman made his debut at this event 12 months ago. Frustrated to lose the win in race 1 after spinning at Druids. And Luke Garrett with his new truck. Contested the European Championship last year. There's a couple of British drivers race in Europe. Jamie Anderson, who we saw do the British Championship for a few years, the ex-rally driver. Shane Brereton as well, who raced at Brands Hatch at the end of last year. Now competes in the European Championship, which sadly doesn't visit the UK anymore. And there is John Bowler. Really is an impressive paint job on the Rochdale LGV sponsored machine. Good to see John back out. I've not seen him for a couple of years. Based in Stockport, starting behind Craig Evans. He was third in the Division 2 points last year behind Craig Reed and Stephen Powell, mainly through consistency than out-and-out speed. Now, has John Bowler got a problem here? Yes, the marshals are calling to somebody. I think John Bowler's got an issue here. That's the reason for the slight delay. Not sure what the problem is. We'll send Pointy, he'll sort it out. Pointy's day job, he's a plumber and gas engineer, so not sure what his experience with truck engines is like. Good to have Luke Garrett back, as we said, a two-time Division 2 champion. Is that Pointy on the pit wall there, just to the left? Could be. Whether he's got back over from the paddock, I'm not sure. It's work going on John Bowler's truck here. The reason for the slight delay to the start. The mechanics having a look at something. As we didn't see John Bowler appear at all in the series last year. It's Craig Reed who won Division 2 ahead of Stephen Powell, Craig Evans and Adam Bintz. Bradley Smith appeared in Division 2 up until the final round at Brands Hatch, made his Division 1 debut. So that's 3 drivers that have made the move up a class. Michael Oliver appeared in Division 2 with the Scania last year. Has made a one-off appearance at Donington Park. Now back in Division 1 in what I think might be the ex-Martin Gibson truck, the GT Tyres MAN. Ryan Smith took the title last year in Division 1 by just 10 points ahead of David Jenkins. We did see a replay of the final race of last year during the lunch break. It all came apart for David Jenkins when Mark Taylor went across the grass at Clearways and harpooned him. Bits of truck went everywhere. Amazingly, they were all able to continue after the impact, and it was Ryan Smith who went on to win the race and the title. Division 2 very open this year, with some of the main protagonists having moved up to Division 1. A slightly smaller grid, but a much more open field for the championship. I reckon Jock Borthwick could be in with a chance in the number 32, the white MV Commercials MAN. One of 2 Scotsmen in the series. Tom O'Rourke is the other. Just a slight delay at the moment. Sorry for the slight pause in the action here. A problem for John Bowler on the grid with the number 14 DAF. And the tow truck is being brought in. So it looks like John Bowler will be a non-starter. He's going to be towed into the pits. Hopefully we'll see him back out tomorrow. It's a very impressive 4-axle recovery vehicle. Rather dwarfs the race trucks, doesn't it? And I did see, in the early days of truck racing, a breakdown truck being raced. In some footage from, I think it was at Zandvoort in Holland, one of the early truck races on the continent in the 80s. It was literally turn up with your truck, put numbers on it and race it, and there was a breakdown truck in the race. Probably also raced on the oval at Barlow in Holland, the 1 kilometre oval. Still sunny conditions here at Brands Hatch. You can see some of our show trucks there in the background, including a beautiful American Beast. Not sure if that's a Kenworth or a Peterbilt over there in the background. Blustery conditions we can see here. Certainly busy on the spectator bank heading up Paddock Hill and Halewood Rise. Truck racing does get very big crowds indeed. I think it's the second biggest crowd puller in UK circuit racing behind the British Touring Car Championship. So just a pause here while we recover the number 14 of John Bowler. Sorry again for the delay here. Apparently that is a Kenworth that's in the show truck area, the American machine. Thank you to one of our YouTube commenters. These trucks are limited, as one of you have asked on there. Yes, one of the questions asked, the trucks are limited electronically to 100 miles an hour. The race trucks. I believe it's all done electronically now. They did used to be fitted with speed governors and speed limiters made in the early days of truck racing by the Lucas company in Birmingham. There's one of our intrepid cameramen on the roof of the grandstand atop the hospitality suites. He's got the best seat in the house. There's the pictures he's getting for us. Again, sorry for the slight delay at the moment while we have a truck broken down on the grid. John Bowler just being recovered. And in answer to another question, no, there isn't a DRS zone in this race. They just slipstream each other. There's the Brands Hatch control tower. Commentary box on the top for many years, of course, for so many years, the domain of the late, great Mr. Brian Jones, who was the voice of Brands Hatch for many decades. And in particular, his favourite event, the Formula Ford Festival, held at the end of every year. Sadly passed away at the very beginning of 2020. 2021, I should say. We still miss Mr. Jones and his dulcet tones over the PA here at Brands. Jordan Clifford asked, what brand is Ryan Smith's truck? Well, it's a Daimler-Benz, aka a Mercedes chassis, but with a Freightliner body shell on top. If you follow worldwide truck racing on social media, then there is an interview with Ryan about it on there you can catch. Well, there is the number 14 truck being towed off into the pit lane. So it looks like it's going to be 19 trucks again, sadly. Our thank you to the recovery crews. Recovery crews, the marshals, the medical staff, everybody else here. We couldn't go racing without them. And the NYR recovery Mercedes there bringing the DAF into the pit lane. John Bowler's team. The Bowler Racing team will look after that truck and hopefully get it back out as soon as possible. Oh, we've got more problems. That's Bradley Smith, number 46 now with problems. Is it? Yeah, I think he's overheating. It is about 20 degrees here at Brands Hatch. I think he's going to be okay, just cooling the engine down there. Okay, Ryan Smith and David Jenkins ready to lead the rolling start away. Hopefully we'll see John Bowler back out tomorrow. 3 races tomorrow and reverse grids being brought in as well. The first race tomorrow, race 3 of the weekend, will see the top 8 in each division reversed from race 1's results. Race 4 of the weekend will be a reverse grid from this race. It's working slightly differently this year. Okay, here we go then. Ready for the rolling start. Pace truck leads them all. We really should be hearing Convoy right now, shouldn't we? I'm not going to sing it, don't worry. Of course, the singer and writer of the song Convoy, C.W. McCall, sadly passed away recently, the American country singer. One of the few examples of a song inspiring a film and not the other way around. 10-4, Rubber Duck. There are replicas of the truck from Convoy out there, the Mack. It'd be nice if we could have one of those as our pace truck one day. Adam Bint, the HVO fuelled Volvo. Stephen Powell, a bit of bodywork missing from the front of his MAN, his first Division 1 meeting. Let's hope they all get through the first corner okay. Stephen Powell spun in race 1. Ready for our second race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Brands Hatch. 15 minutes of racing to come. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins, great rivals for so many years, on the front row of the grid. There's Michael Oliver, Father Stewart a little bit further up the grid in his Volvo. John Powell and Jock Borthwick head up Division 2. This will be a 15-minute race. Can Ryan Smith, the 6 times champion, going for 7 in a row this year, make it a double in the Daimler Freightliner at the front of the field? David Jenkins in the MAN alongside him. Simon Reed missed race 1, hoping to make up for lost points here in the Iveco on the second row. The power comes on and away they go down towards Paddock Bend for the first time. Good stop by Ryan Smith, good stop by John Newell. Moves in to the inside, will try and attack David Jenkins for second place. It looks as though Division 1 have all made it round Paddock Bend okay for the first time. This much bigger field of Division 1 trucks than last year. There's Division 2, 6 of them together. John Powell's got the lead as they head through Paddock for the first time, chased by Borthwick and Adam Bintz. Everybody round okay so far in Division 1. It's Ryan Smith who leads the way from David Jenkins. Third place is John Newell. Stephen Powell's made a good start, up into fourth place in the number 3. There's Craig Reed, side by side with Stuart Oliver. A bit of rubbing between those two. Down the straight, Oliver off onto the grass in the Volvo, the 10-time champion. Ryan Smith in the other bonneted truck leads the way. Oh, and a tangle there, that's Michael Oliver and Craig Reed. Well, Craig Reed managed to hit both of the Oliver family there on the Cooper Straight, and he's tangled with Michael Oliver. They spin out onto the grass. Completing the first lap, it is Ryan Smith leading, David Jenkins in second. Let's have a replay of what happened there into Surtees. It looked to me as though Craig Reed, as he came back off the side of Stuart Oliver, he hit the other Oliver Jr. off onto the grass. The leaders meanwhile head up Halewood Rise. Ryan Smith leads David Jenkins, John Newell in third. Stephen Powell going well in fourth place in his slightly lightened truck with that front bodywork missing. Down towards Bottom Bend. Is it going to be a second win for that mightily impressive looking new truck of Ryan Smith? Simon Reed going well, number 89, the older of the brothers. Stuart Oliver recovering that little bit of rubbing with Craig Reed, chasing Bradley Smith, who's cured his overheating problems for the time being. Bradley, the youngest man in the race, made his debut in that truck at Brands Hatch at the end of last year. John Powell leads Division 2. He's got ahead of Simon Faulkner on the Division 1 trucks there. Jock Borthwick and Brad Smith, number 16, next in Division 2. In the number 16, I'm not sure what colour you'd call that car. Sort of a beige colour, isn't it? Chased by Adam Bint in the number 5. I'm sure the team will clarify what colour they prefer that to be known as. Towards the first corner of Paddock Hill Bend. Simon Faulkner, the newcomer in the month. The Division 2 trucks there. Luke Garrett a little bit further back, just getting used to his new truck. It's Ryan Smith who leads by 1.2 seconds now. Bowler leads Division 2, John Powell rather. Adam Bint fighting it out with Brad Smith. They're almost side by side into Graham Hill Bend in the Unity Recovery and Midland Truck Breakers. Daff, hopefully he won't be breaking this one. Adam Bint had problems in race 1, finished 5 laps down. He made his first points of the season here. It's John Powell rather, continue on. Sorry, I always get those two mixed up. It's John Powell who leads Division 2, my apologies there. Here's a replay of Simon Reed chasing Stephen Powell. This is the battle for fourth place through Druids Hill Bedmaker. John Newell ahead of them. The first two have broken away slightly now. There we see side by side between Stuart Oliver and Bradley Smith. Oliver gets through as Bradley Smith slides wide. He was heading for the rallycross circuit there. The old rallycross course used to turn left just beyond Druids and head across the known as the knife edge, top of the spectator area. Little problems there, a tangle between Brad Smith and Adam Bint. We saw they were battling closely, they were tangled at Druids. Brad Smith clears off. Poor old Adam Bintz, I think he may have damaged the suspension there. Right, let's have a look again at what happened there. Adam Bintz up the inside, that was never on, and walloped. Straight into the side of Brad Smith. Not enough room for two trucks side by side through there. I think Adam Bintz may have damaged his left front suspension. Yep, he's out. With that truck abandoned there on the track, will we see a race stoppage? Adam Bintz needs to get back from the edge of the road there with the race still going on around him. The lead gap was 1.5 seconds last time through. David Jenkins trying his hardest to stay with Ryan Smith. John Newell further back in third place, then Stephen Powell still holding off Simon Reed. Behind them Mark Taylor in the number 81 MAN, then a gap back to Stuart Oliver, Bradley Smith, Tom O'Rourke and Ricky Collins. Then the gap back to Division 2. Between Division 1 and 2 is about 6.5 seconds at the moment. Simon Reed, first race of the season. He missed race 1 with a few problems after qualifying. Trying to chase down Stephen Powell for 4th place. There go the leaders. Smith from Jenkins, as we've seen so often before. And Adam Bintz still on the track there. He needs to be signalled back. Shouldn't really be staying with his truck. That's in a dangerous position there if anyone is to go off on the outside of Druids there. Where is he going? I thought the race may well be red flagged with Adam Bintz's truck that close to the edge of the track, but it is continuing. There go the leaders. Their gap has increased this time through, I think. Ryan Smith from David Jenkins. 9 minutes of the race still to go. Simon Reed still trying to get past Stephen Powell for 4th place. The lead gap's increased, but only by a couple of tenths of a second that time through. Pick up on Division 2 when we can as well. Mark Taylor on the tail of Simon Reed. Has been struck abandoned on the outside of Druids. The driver seems to be treating it as if he was in a lay-by beside an A road, didn't he? There is our Division 2 leader, John Powell. That's Michael Oliver. He's a Division 1 truck, got delayed in that tangle with Craig Reed, ahead of Jock Borthwick. He's second in Division 2, the number 32. Then Simon Faulkner. So the two divisions overlapping here. Simon Faulkner back in 14th, only a couple of meetings into his career, made his debut at Pembrey last autumn. Further behind them, Craig Evans is third in Division 2. Then it's Craig Reed, there he is. No, Craig Reed's got back ahead of Evans now, as he recovers from his spin earlier on. Then Luke Garrett, then Brad Smith after his off. John Bowler showing us having joined in with the race. I think he is running further back, John Bowler, showing us having completed 5 laps. So he did join in from the pit lane. Halfway through this 15-minute race. Spring sunshine of Brands Hatch. Ryan Smith leads by 1.5 seconds ahead of David Jenkins. It's John Newell, Stephen Powell and Simon Reed. There's Stuart Oliver back in 7th place in the number 7. Bradley Smith in 8th place. Fern's Group liveried MAN. That truck was in plain white last season. Does look good in its new livery. Tom O'Rourke and Ricky Collett next. O'Rourke a bit wide there through clearways. Lead gap remaining the same, so David Jenkins not allowing Ryan Smith to get away too far here. A little bit of smoke from Ricky Collins, number 95 there, and there is, well, that would have been a battle in Division 2 last season, but Craig Reed has upgraded his Iveco. He's now in Division 1. Caught up with Michael Oliver early on, chasing Borthwick here. He should get the advantage. Meanwhile, Simon, his elder brother, on the tail of Stephen Powell. Has been for the whole race. He just can't quite get a break to get alongside the number 3. There goes Ryan Smith. And now they're side by side coming through Surtees. Stephen Powell still staying ahead. This is allowing Mark Taylor to close up as well in the number 81. Side by side this time. Simon Reed's got the inside line though down to Paddock Bend. He could get past here with a bit of luck for 4th place. He's on the tighter line and Reed goes through up into 4th position. Now Mark Taylor's going to have a go at Stephen Powell as well. The 2020 Division 2 champion Stephen Powell, second on his title defence last year. Well, there are the leaders. They've checked out in front by nearly 8 seconds now ahead of the 3rd place fight. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins separated by 1.5 seconds for most of the race. Beautiful, very continental style bonneted truck. The Bagheera Freightliners run in the European Championship by the Czech-based team of Martin Kolok. Adam Lashko was one of their leading drivers, if I remember rightly, in the European Series as well. Using Daimler-Benz chassis. If it's the same chassis as used by Ryan Smith last season in his Mercedes, and that was built by Norbert Kish, the Hungarian driver. So very much a continental truck this one. Oh, Ricky Collett's out. Ricky Collins, in fact, when he last raced in 2019-2020, he had endless engine problems, that MAN, and it's let him down again. We haven't seen Ricky Collett race since he had that big accident at Thruxton in 2020 when he rolled his truck. I remember many years ago, I believe it was Chris Hodge who got his truck upside down here at Brands Hatch. And then they sent out the famous wheelie truck of Steve Murty to entertain the crowd while they rebuilt the barriers from his accident, and Steve Murty proceeded to roll his wheelie truck as well. There's the battle for 3rd place. John Newell being caught by Simon Reed. Good to have Simon back out, been busy with work commitments over the last couple of years with Reed Freight. It's his brother who's been getting on with racing. Stephen Powell caught by Mark Taylor. Behind them we've got Stuart Oliver. Relatively quiet race for Stuart here, down in 7th, ahead of Bradley Smith, O'Rourke and Michael Oliver Jr. in 10th. John Powell continues to lead Division 2. Could he mount a serious challenge for the title in Division 2 for the first time? See him in the background there, just ahead of Simon Fulton. Simon Reed looking for a podium. 3 minutes of the race to go. The lead gap has increased last time through by about a second as well, 2.6 seconds in it now. So Ryan Smith just beginning to pull away from his arch rival of many years, David Jenkins. No love lost between those two on track. Simon Reed meanwhile all over the back of John Newell now. He's caught the Yorkshireman. Started in Division 2 several years ago, then was absent from the racing season for several seasons while he built up his business. Returned a couple of years back. A couple of wins last year. Down the hill, through Graham Hill Bend. Stephen Powell still ahead of Mark Taylor. Stuart Oliver closing on them now. Personal best lap last time through for Simon Reed, 59.61 seconds. He is turning up the heat on John Newell. His last lap was a 60.344. So losing a bit of ground there. 9 seconds behind David Jenkins now. There's John Powell still leading Division 2. He's got the Division 1 truck of Simon Faulkner and Craig Reed behind him. Well, we know Craig was delayed earlier on. Jock Borthwick still second in Division 2, and third is Craig Evans. Mr. Consistent when it comes to Division 2. Not the quickest driver out there, but always in the top 3. There's a yellow light on there coming through the exit of Paddock Hill. I would suspect the yellow warning is out for stranded truck there. It's been out for much of the race. Adam Bintz is stranded there. And of course we've got Ricky Collett as well. Brad Smith with a bit of damage. He's the man who tangled with Adam Bintz. He's just been lapped. Just over a minute left on the clock. We might get 2 more laps out of this. It's going to be close again, just as it was in race 1. Ryan Smith over the line. Yes, I think we'll get 2 more laps out of this. He's run wide there. There's John Bowler. I thought he'd got going again. Number 14. He's only shown as having completed 8 laps so far, though, so I imagine, like Adam Bint in race 1, he won't be classified. John Powell continues to lead Division 2. And now Craig Evans is having a go at Jock Borthwick, and Luke Garrett's in there as well, so we've got a battle for second in Division 2, and Ryan Smith has got a lap this lot very shortly as well. Maybe hoping he doesn't catch them before the end of the race, so he won't have to make his way through. One false move. He'll be on the side of the track on the dirt, and David Jenkins will be on it. The gap was 2.7 seconds. Is it going to be checkered flag or end of race this time? Across the line comes Ryan Smith. No, 1 more lap to go. Just got to the line in time to start a final lap. Coming up on John Bowler in the Union Flag liveried machine. Reminds me of the old Leyland Road train raced by Brian Garnett. That had the Union Flag design on the front. Gertie, as she was known. I believe Gertie held the world speed record for an HGV at one stage. They can do a fair speed when you take the limiters off. On the last lap now, Ryan Smith. He's got to negotiate the back markers now, and John Bowler's not giving way here. David Jenkins is closing in. Now Smith makes the lunge. Through he goes. Excuse me, John Bowler. He says, oh, he's got caught up with him. I thought that might happen. Smith's into the gravel. David Jenkins is going to win it. Oh my goodness. I had a feeling something like that might happen with the back markers. David Jenkins can't believe his luck, and he takes the win. Oh, there's going to be tempers frayed after that. We saw John Bowler initially didn't move out of the way. Then Ryan Smith moved back to the other side at Clearways. I thought he got through at the inside, but the 2 trucks got caught up together. And David Jenkins says, thank you very much, I'll steal the win. Let's see if we can see what happened there. I don't think John Bowler realised that Ryan Smith was there. Ryan Smith is going to be a very angry man as a result of that. His big rival David Jenkins takes his first win of the season. Meanwhile, John Newell is 3rd ahead of Simon Reed. He held him off to the end. Stephen Powell 5th ahead of Mark Taylor. Stuart Oliver down in 7th, a subdued race for him. We'll confirm the rest of the results in a moment. John Powell wins Division 2 for the 2nd time this weekend. Well, we saw John Bowler initially didn't move coming into Surtees. I think John Bowler just didn't know Ryan Smith was there. And it's David Jenkins who snatches the win on the last corner. I said a lap before the finish, Ryan Smith would need to be careful through the back markers and hoping that he didn't meet all of them at once. And it's David Jenkins who snatches the win ahead of Ryan Smith, who goes off on the last corner, tripped over John Bowler. John Newell 3rd ahead of Simon Reed. Stephen Powell completes the top 5 ahead of Mark Taylor. Stuart Oliver down in 7th ahead of Bradley Smith. Then Tom O'Rourke and Michael Oliver completing the top 10. John Powell home in 11th place. He wins Division 2. Simon Faulkner next ahead of Craig Reed, the 2 Division 1 trucks. Luke Garrett gets 2nd in Division 2. He got past Jock Borthwick late on there, the 14th overall, and behind them was Craig Evans, so he drops to 4th in Division 2. And then next through Brad Smith. John Bowler was the final finish, although may not have completed enough laps to be classified, and we lost Ricky Collins and Adam Bint. There is, doubtlessly, extremely disappointed and probably very angry Ryan Smith. Gets out of the number 1 truck, and let's hope that tempers don't boil over here. We know Ryan can be pretty volatile at times. But it is David Jenkins who takes the win and gets his championship challenge underway. What an extraordinary finish that was. Well, hopefully we'll hear from Pointy down in Parc Fermé when we can. There'll be a short break next up before our next race, which is the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. The Pre 03 touring cars and the Jaguars will be next out on track. That's a little later on. That's coming up in about 20 minutes or so. Recovery vehicle in place again. That's the LJ Transportation 3-axle recovery vehicle with Adam Bintz. Not the weekend he was looking for, the Oxfordshire driver so far. Finished unclassified in race 1, having made a pit stop, and now taken out in a collision with Brad Smith at Druids. The Orange family sweeping up. But controversy kicking off already, as it always does in the British Truck Racing Championship. 3 more races to come tomorrow from them. And reverse grids involved as well. The reverse grid for the first race tomorrow, race 3, that'll be based on the results of race 1 that we saw earlier. The top 8 in each division reverse. So it's a full reverse for Division 2 because there's only 7 trucks entered. And the top 8 in Division 1. The race we've just seen, the same thing will happen, but that'll form the grid for race 4. And then race 5, I think, is based on the result of race 3 tomorrow. So that's how it works this season. Slightly differently, it's not a reverse grid for every race that we saw last year. Well, hopefully we will be able to shortly hear from the drivers down there after that extraordinary finish to our second truck race of the day. So just a slight pause here while we get the track cleared. Hopefully we can hear from Pointy shortly, and then there'll be just a short break of about 15-20 minutes or so, and then we'll get back underway with our final race of the day, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-2003 touring cars and the Jaguars as well. There's a double win in the Jaguars at Silverstone for Tom Robinson in his supercharged XJR6. And in the Pre-03 as well, they ran in with the Super Tourers at Silverstone. We haven't got the Super Tourers here, sorry, this weekend. And it was Gary Preble who dominated them. So you can see the recovery operation being made here, something a little different for you. Getting the truck hitched up to the recovery vehicle. I thought the front suspension may be broken there, so they've had to lift the front of the number 5. Right, we can shortly hand down to Pointy in Parc Ferme, and he can talk to some of the drivers in just a few moments' time.
And that's just the way it went. I couldn't believe it either. Hi, welcome back to the paddock down here at Brands Hatch, where you've just witnessed quite a phenomenal end to race 2 here at Brands Hatch weekend. We saw some issues in the last lap, taking away Ryan Swift's first place lead to give it to Dave Jenkins. I'm sure there's going to be some very strong words spoke to each other later on. Ryan Swift removed himself to have a calm down, very respectful of him. But now let's go and see if we can find some more chill drivers over in Parc Ferme. As you can see, they're making their way down from the circuit now. So we'll let a couple park up and we'll go and have a walk over, shall we? Keelock, my man, if you want to come with me. Absolutely incredible race. A bad start early on though for Craig Reed and Michael Oliver, having some issues there. Massive shame. Stuart Oliver doing quite well though to recover from what some might say he could have caused possibly. John Newell taking another 3rd place podium finish. Watch your back, there's a race truck there. Where is he? That's Craig. They're probably still keeping the top 3. Ah, right. I can see Steve Powell, number 3, over here. If you could follow me across traffic. He'll wait for us. Wait! He stopped eventually. Now go on. You see, it worked. It worked. I have the power. Right. Wait for Tom O'Rourke to get out of the way as well. Dash. So, no idea how this looks, but still fantastic weather here at Brands Hatch, so the track conditions were perfect, although the tyres do get quite hot and that can cause issues with traction later on in a long race like that. Steve Powell, the man himself, in the absolutely fantastic looking number 3 Dine sponsored race truck. Steve, now that, I know it might not have been the result you wanted, but that was a fantastic race to watch.
It was the result, to be fair. I'm over the moon, considering how we started this weekend to finish 5th in the first weekend in Division 1. Very happy.
Drove the socks off this. Yeah. What a great tussle. I mean, you held on. What was it like out there? Because it was quite an action-packed race, considering.
It was. I had a blinding start. I was on my own, really. I had a bit with Simon, and he got past. I dropped a gear to try and do something different, and it didn't work. And then we was gapping Mark, and it was good. I'm so happy with it. We've had a lot of issues this weekend, and for the team and for the supporters and the sponsors to come here and finish 5th in Division 1 with a field of 13, I'm going to hold my head high.
That's good.
Today, I'm taking it. Absolutely.
That's the first weekend in Div 1, first race in Div 1, and a good result, especially considering you guys didn't get to see this, but yesterday in testing we had a bit of a whoopsie. We lost a spring, which sent him veering off left into the gravel, into the tyres, and it was a bit touch and go, wasn't it?
A little bit, yeah. I don't know what was touching, but something was.
Something was touching cloth, I'm sure.
and then today with the spinner, that was quite exciting as well.
Yes,
so,
yes. Oh yeah, you like your 360s, don't you, on Paddock Hill?
I have to do one at the first event of the year, absolutely, without a doubt. But I mean, the way I look at it, it can only get better, and it is. So we're definitely positive and very happy.
Absolutely fantastic. Now, were you in any kind of position at the end of that race to see what on earth went on with Ryan Smith?
No, I've just heard that he went round the outside, but I definitely see him in the gravel.
Round the outside?
He was in the gravel.
Round the outside.
So, no, but someone said that he went to overtake him and Jenkins come up the inside, but Ryan was definitely in the gravel, because as I come around there was stones everywhere, so I don't know how he got in the gravel.
Oh.
Driver,
well, we don't know. We don't know. So maybe it's not fisticuffs at dawn. We'll have to find out more as we go along.
On the other note, he might not be invincible, and he might have done it by.
You got that on tape. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. That's fighting talk, though. Watch your back. Watch your back. Well, I'll probably be in front of you, so you'll be okay. Anyway, take care, Steve. Thank you very much. Right, let's go now and have a quick chat with Garrett, if we can find him. Luke Garrett returning back this year. Quite ropey start to the weekend, really. Not doing too well with traction at the back of his truck. Having some issues. Is Luke knocking about? Where is he? He's talking to Craig. I've walked straight past him. Luke, come on over for a moment. Here we go. Let's spin around. Let's get you with this really calm, quiet, you know, inconspicuous looking truck. The Apollo tyres everything truck. Yeah, very snazzy. We were just saying to the audience out there that you had a bit of a rough start to the weekend. Quite a bit of back end issues from what we could see from the spectators. Have we sorted that out? You seem to do a lot better in that race.
Yeah, we've had a slight issue with the throttle, and it was working fine. So what it keeps doing, it keeps coming in and out on a corner. So obviously that's hence all the back end. But for some reason it was working lovely. So I made a bit of a mistake on the beginning, and Craig got past me. But yeah, just kept on plugging away, and then Jock made a couple of mistakes. So yeah, good result really.
But it's looking good. You're feeling a bit more comfortable with it now?
Yeah, it feels really nice anyway. It's just the fact, I think it's just having a year out of. I know I race in Europe, but it's a bit different racing these. So
yeah, because as I say, you were working with Tom O'Rourke's team last year, yeah, weren't you? Did that give you an insight into different ways of doing things, perhaps, or did you take anything away from that?
Took away a lot, to be honest with you. You learn a lot going out into Europe, but yeah, I mean, especially how we've built this truck, I've used a lot of ideas off of the European truck. I know it's only Division 2, but
no stolen parts, I'm sure. Obviously, we're just borrowing it.
I meant ideas.
Oh,
not
okay,
parts,
yeah.
But no, yeah, definitely learned a lot from going to Europe, and hopefully one day we'll be back there.
That's fantastic. Well, good luck for the rest of the weekend. Thank goodness, not too much work for any teams to do tonight, bodywork wise. I mean, yeah, there is a bit of bump and tickle, but it's fine. I mean, there was no red flags. A weekend at Brands Hatch, 2 races in, and no red flags, no restarts. Have you ever witnessed that?
No, it is pretty impressive. Yeah.
Pretty impressive. Then again, so's the weather. Thanks very much, Luke. Good talking to you. Welcome back to the championship. Yeah, let's go and have a quick look at the damage we can see here over on Team Iveco. So the number 68 looking rather worse for the wear. We've got some serious, that's broken, that is. Key, can you get in there? You see that fiberglass bit there, that's supposed to be over there. It's not good, it's not good. The door, the door, this is a new feature. This is called the concave aerodynamic. It creates like a negative pressure zone just next to the pillar, so it goes quicker around. That's right. Yeah, no, it's a dent. It's a big dent. It's a very big dent. Is he knocking about? Where is he? Is he hiding? He's gone back to camp. Oh right. He looks in calm down mode. Let's leave him alone. One person we haven't had a chat to just yet. If we've got time, we've got a nod from the cameraman. It's looking good so far. Let's see if we can find the lad. Oh no, actually, there we go. John Newell. Here we go. And John Newell taking a very consistent another third place. John, how are we?
Good, mate. Yourself?
Yes, very well, very well. Good result. Obviously not probably what you wanted, but another podium finish, and that's consistency.
Yeah, just keep racking up the points. So we're in 4th. Tyres went off really, really quick, so we just got in 3rd and just settled and just kept plodding along and just keep finishing consistent. That's all that matters.
I think with the tyres, obviously a lot of people have had the opportunity to use these for a few seasons now, but with the temperatures we're experiencing this weekend, I think it's a learning curve for a lot of teams with regards to pressures.
Yeah, it is for us because we've never run on GTs before. We've always been on Goodyear, so this is the first time we've ever used them.
But so you're doing very well on GT.
We're doing all right. We're getting there. We're not too bad at all. We just keep plodding along.
Yeah, and so I'm asking all the drivers, did you have an angle of what happened last lap there with Ryan Smith?
No idea at all. Too busy concentrating on what was going off behind me.
Well, that's what should be happening. This is what should be happening. But fantastic race. Looks really solid on the track. I mean, you've told us the tyres went off, but we wouldn't have guessed from the sideline. So fantastic effort. Great driving.
No problem. That's brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining us. Speak to you later, John. We'll see you for another trophy in 5 minutes. Okay. We'll get some silverware handed out. I think everybody's got quite a bit of talking to do now, so I'm going to leave the guys down here in Parc Ferme. We're going to go and have a chat behind the scenes with a couple of other drivers, and I think I'm going to throw it back to Dave in the studio to see how things are getting on over there.
Well, we'll leave Pointy to get his breath back, and a few of our drivers as well. 1 or 2 of them going to just cool off after what was a very highly charged second race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. But thanks, Pointy, down in Parc Ferme down there. Always insightful from the paddock with our truck racers, and thanks to Ewan this weekend as well. We're going to take a few minutes break from the action now, just a quick tea break. And we're back on later with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the pre-2003 touring cars and the Jaguars. That's coming up in about 15 to 20 minutes from now, all being well. So we'll see you later. Well, while we have this short break, we may hear a little more from Pointy, I'm told. I think he's still down in Parc Fermé now. He's got his breath back, and hopefully he can get some more interviews for us shortly.
So we are back down here in Parc Fermé at Brands Hatch, where the weather is still fantastic. Things, as you can hear, calming down. Hello, Dave, come on over. I mean, you don't get an invitation like that very often, do you? It sounds like he needs to speak to us, and so he should. Come on, yeah, let's go and have a look at the truck. Walk and talk. He's already gone. Do you think he wanted an interview? I think he wanted an interview. Let's have a word. In the returning 69, the Monster. A very happy Dave Jenkins, I believe, with the result that you were primed, ready, positioned perfectly to take. Run us through how the last lap of that race went for you.
Well, we were undoubtedly fortunate there then, but we were close enough to capitalise on it.
You've still got to be there, haven't you? Yeah.
You've absolutely got to be in it to win it, haven't you? And well, I was able to match Ryan's lap times early on in the race, and then my tyres went away a little bit on about lap sort of 8 to 10, and then I just calmed down, composed myself, and we were just close enough that with the yellow flags and the back markers, we were able to just get close enough to do the job.
That was great, and that is it. I mean, it's all well and good saying, oh well, yeah, because the first guy dropped back. Well, you've still got to be there. You've still got to be close enough, and it all happened so quickly for that much change to happen in just half a lap, essentially, just before the last bend, just before the finish line. Incredible composure, and yeah, a good bit of a show of stamina as well, and pace throughout the whole race. Very, very minute difference between the lap times. So again, we've spoken to a few other drivers that are talking about the tyres. Are we going to try some different pressures to, if the weather stays the same tomorrow, or is it what's your strategy for that?
We're just going to put some new ones on for the morning now. Yeah, we've been working with the pressures, and I think that's where the strength came from early on in the race, and then it just went away a little bit in the end. So we've got a bit to learn with them yet.
Yeah, so make your stake early on at the moment is the game to play, and then just hold on for dear life near the end.
Definitely, yeah.
So hopefully not much work to do tonight other than changing tyres, giving it a clean?
No, we're going to give it a right good service and give it some love, and the team have worked so hard to get us here, and it's the first time for a long time I've been racing without the family, so they're all back at home rooting on for us. So
hopefully watching the live stream, of course.
Yeah, hopefully watching the live stream. So hello,
hi everybody.
George and Mummy. Yeah, definitely. There you go. Yeah, so hopefully watching the live stream, and young Will, my nephew, he's at Alton Park. He's had a disappointment today, 2 pole positions and a breakdown. So we're going to see if he can bring some silverware home on Monday for us as well.
Well, you can compare trophies in a clean way, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic. Well, great effort. Thank you very much for a fantastic show. And we'll get you some silverware handed out for you to take home this weekend. Dave Jenkins in the 69. Let's go and see how good. Thank you for speaking to us, Dave. Let's go and have a chat with Simon Reed if we can find him. Is he about? Can we find him? Where is he? Oh, here he is. There we go. You've just got to look above everybody else and you'll be able to see him. Simon, we spoke to your partner in crime, Steve Powell, moments ago. Yeah. That was a race to behold. It truly was. How was it for you?
No, brilliant. To be fair, Steve's a master around here. I'll be honest. He is literally the master, being local as well. He's got this circuit going buttoned up. But no, just keep going at it. We had We had a good tussle, a few close encounters and a little bit of rubbing, but nothing major. Kept it clean and just a little bit of pressure here and there. We just managed to get the gun on him out the last corner.
Yeah, you did just squeeze it past, and
Yeah,
it was
yeah,
lap
we did
after
just-
lap. We were thinking,
yeah,
oh, is
yeah.
it this one? Is it this one? And then,
Yeah,
oh, there
yeah,
you go,
yeah.
just past him.
It just shocked me a bit being up with obviously Adam Bint on the top corner, second corner.
Yeah, I think that threw a lot of people out. The yellow
did,
flags really
it
got
did.
in the way for that corner.
Yeah, because you got the run up, did all the groundwork, and then obviously you're having to back
Yeah,
off because
yeah.
you've got the yellow and black
Not
flag,
allowed
but that's
past at all.
live, so it just makes it a bit more fun, doesn't it?
Certainly got to make it up on the downward hill. Late braking, he's tricky on that corner though.
Yeah, it is, mate.
So technical difficulties from first race, we're sorted those now.
Yeah,
we're back on track.
Just crack on and get learning the truck a bit, and jobs are good.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Simon. Really good for talking to us, and we'll let you clean and sheen and put new bumpers on Craig's. We've got. Oh yeah, Jock. Of course. Come on, let's go and say hello to Jock, because he is one of our favourite drivers north of the border. And there's Emma. That's Emma Tyra, by the way, in the background. She works for Truck Sport UK. She hates being on camera, but Brands Hatch caps.
Nice.
Oh, it's nice. That's brilliant. I like the leaves on it and things. Leaves. No. Makes it look a little bit silly if I'm honest. But anyway, Jock. Another great.
Yeah, that's good coming from him.
No, you see, when you are the silliest looking person, you're allowed to grade others. That's how it works. Good weekend so far for you,
Yeah,
Jock.
good. Brilliant. Struggled there. Changed the setup a little bit. Dampers, pressures. I think I may run out of water there because I had the intercooler spares on for a bit of time to get the temperature out the intercooler. And then towards the end, my brakes was going up again. So I think I've run out of water. So I need to look at the water delivery. The first bit of the race was okay, but the group ones, there was a spin-off. So they were coming through, so you've got to give them room to get through, and all the time John's getting further away.
Yeah.
And then my tyres was getting hotter, so it was a knock-on. But great, I'm happy. It's
I mean, there were two Division 1 drivers between you and John Powell pretty much the whole race.
Yeah.
What's it like? I mean, why are they there? Obviously, there's certain incidents that can cause Division 1 drivers to drop back, but what's your opinion on why they're there?
No, I think that's all that happened. There was a spin-off at Clearways in the first lap, so we nicked past, they got going. They're obviously that couple of seconds a lap quicker, so they've got to come through. You're trying to have your race with John to a point, although he was going well there. I'll give him it again. And you've got to give them room to get past, and it's quite difficult. So that was good. Enjoyed it.
Yeah.
You've got some points, so
It's
better than
certainly,
last
yeah.
year.
And it's been nice weather. We're all going to bed dry tonight, hopefully, and another day of racing tomorrow.
Brilliant, yeah. Go and tweak it and try again tomorrow.
So you got to close your hose a bit, not as much water. Close your hose a bit. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Jock Borthwick, thank you very much for joining us. I think I need to go and hand some actual trophies out to drivers now, so I'm going to throw it back to Dave. And thank you very much for joining us down here in the paddock at Brands Hatch.
Well, welcome back to Brands Hatch race fans after a short break there, ready for our final race of the day from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. The Pre-03 Touring Car, sponsored by Bertie Haulage, and the Jaguar Saloon Series as well, now running under the auspices of the CTCRC. Big field of Jaguars here. The Pre-03 Touring Cars, they ran in with the Super Tourers at Silverstone. It was Gary Preble who dominated the Pre-03 action, the reigning champion. While the Jaguars, Tom Robinson took a pair of wins in his supercharged XJR6. We did catch up with a few of the drivers for this race a little earlier in the day with Ewan down in the paddock.
Cheers, Dave. So here we are down in the assembly area before our Jag and Pre-03 race to finish the day. I've got our pole sitter, Gary Preble. Gary, quick one on your qualifying lap. Clearly very good.
Yeah, the car went well this morning. A lot of grease around this weekend with the trucks, and struggled a bit to put together a decent lap. Very busy out on circuit with the Jags as well. They got fantastic straight line speed, and come to a corner it gets all a bit busy. But yeah, we managed just to get a couple in and do the job. So fingers crossed for the race.
Now, it's been a beautiful day, very warm. It's cooling down now. The wind's picking up. Does that play into the way you approach the race at all?
No, not really. You know, obviously it's better for car temperatures coming down a bit, but yeah, I'll treat the race the same way.
And what are your ambitions for the season?
Just doing what we're doing, really. Yeah, it's a fantastic club. Love what we're doing. Plan on doing the full season, so fingers crossed it all goes well and we can keep going throughout the season.
Who's your big competition today?
It's difficult, really. You know, we got Ross not too far away, and the main thing with me at the moment is just to, you know, we've done a lot of work over the winter on the car, and we've had a few little niggly issues. So we just want to try and iron out all those and just get the car 100% reliable. And it's just mainly sort of electrical gizmos and bits and pieces, but you know, we're getting there. We're battling through them.
Well, best of luck for the race. Thanks for talking to us. Cheers, buddy. Right, let's speak to his co-front row of the grid driver, Colin Philpott. Colin, we've spoken plenty of times before. First row on the grid. Good start to your season.
Yeah, it was good. It's very slippery this morning, but I didn't feel I put a good hard fight for a good lap, but it come off, and yeah, I'm well pleased being up here.
So there's a little bit of more speed in the car somewhere.
I don't know if there is. I've done nothing to it really over the winter. A little, you know, new clutch, new prop shaft, stuff like that. But I just feel it's going well. Yeah.
Well, you had a pretty good year last year, didn't you?
Yeah, last year here I had a real good first race. The second race in this position about to go out, and a wire broke on the alternator, and I didn't get out for the second race. But yeah, I was real confident. I'm really confident coming into this.
Now, I just want to go to the front of the car and ask you a question. Is that all right? Alan, get yourself back. Get yourself back. Now, tell me about this light here. What's going on?
Well, my lights are in there. They're actually right inside there. I've got little LED ones in there, nice and bright. And I thought with them, they're always getting broken and they're getting hard to get. These stuff for these is getting hard to get now, so yeah, little mod. Really.
Save yourself a bit of money as well.
I thought you was going to save up money.
Well, I didn't. I tried to stand in front of that actually, Colin, but yeah, what happened here as well?
I hit that tyre wall over there. That's a long way from the track, I know, but when you hit that grass, it just speeds up, it gets faster. As I got there, it just sort of slowed up enough and went boom into it.
Well, fingers crossed for no connections this afternoon. Good luck with your race, Colin. Thanks, mate. And finally, we're going to speak to Ross Craig in the Type R here. He is rocking and ready to go. Ross, second row of the grid. Good qualifying for you.
Yeah, I was pretty happy, really. Yeah, the Align Concept Engineering Honda was flying, so really greasy this morning, which is conditions that I love. Had some big sideways moments down Paddock Hill, so it was great fun.
Now, tell us about the very distinctive livery on this car, and your helmet, in fact.
The honest answer is I actually had an accident at Donington Park about 3-4 years ago now, and to get it back out, because we have panel colours of all different types, we just wrapped it in this livery just to get it out, and ever since it's caught eyes, it's caught everything, so yeah, we decided to just leave it as it is and send it, so yeah.
It's fantastic. Now, what are your ambitions, hope for the race?
Just hold on to the car, really. It's pretty slippery out there. And just have a good one, just have a good race, just enjoy it, really. That's what we're all here to do. So
now, you guys have had to wait all day for your race. What do you do during the rest of the morning and the afternoon?
I'm very lucky that my dad also races in Thunder. So yeah, he's been out racing, had a great result, finished first in his class and stuff as well. So massive well done to my dad for that. But yeah, I prep the cars, get the cars ready to go, and just have a bit of sunbathing really, that's about it.
Ross, good luck for your race, buddy. Speak to you later, thanks mate. Right, and whilst we're here, just to show you the difference in classes and things, because we mentioned throughout the day, sorry Alan, we mentioned throughout the day, when you've got the pre-66 or the pre-83, pre-93, there is such a mix of cars here. So Alan, just look along that line we've got here. Remember, this is just the Jags and the pre-03 classic touring cars. I mean, if you're a fan of cars, you don't have to be a car anorak. What is in front of you? There are some absolutely incredible machines here. A couple of sexy old Jags here on the left-hand side as well. And there's one Peugeot in the field. I'm trying to spot it. I'd like to speak to the Peugeot driver, because there's literally one in the entire field. So what we're going to do, our last or penultimate race of the day as Legends is just finishing. So what we're going to do, we've got about 5 or 6 minutes before we go racing. So I'm going to hand back for the final time before our last interviews to your commentator, Dave Conrad.
Cars already out on the grid, as you can see, for our final race of the day. Don't forget, we are back here tomorrow at Brands Hatch, starting at around 10:25. A mix of cars on the grid for this one, as we saw, and they line up as follows. You should see 33 cars, hopefully, for this race. In pole position, it will be Gary Preble, who we just heard from, the reigning Pre-03 champion with his Honda, alongside the first of the Jags, Colin Philpott with the XJS. Second row, Ross Craig in the Dazzle camouflage liveried Civic, alongside Don Hughes. That's the lone Peugeot we just heard about, the Peugeot 306 XSI. Row 3, Tom Robinson, double Jag winner at Silverstone, alongside the reigning Jaguar champion. There are 4 classes within the Jags and 3 within the Pre-03, so 7 subclasses in this race. Mike Seaborn, the reigning Jag champion, he's in Class B with his XJS. Row 4, we've got the former Jaguar champion James Ram alongside Michael Holt, an all Jaguar row there. Row 5, we have number 121 Joe Dorrington. He's in a Honda Civic alongside another Civic, that of James Alford. Row 6, it's Tom Butterfield. Good to see him back with the Jags this year with his XJS alongside John Hillier. He's in something different, a BMW E36 Touring. Yes, Touring as in his state car. Row 7 is Jaguar veteran Derek Pearce, racing on into his 70s with the Jaguar XK8 alongside Vic Hope, Brands Hatch specialist with his Honda Civic number 151. Row 8 is Andy Abrams, ex-special saloon racer, number 214 in his Honda Civic, alongside Rick Walker's Jaguar XJS. 137 is Cavan Granger. He's in a BMW 330Ci, the Surrey-based driver, alongside Simon Lewis in one of the older Jags on the grid, his XJ6. Moving on back to row 10, Neil Ashcroft, Honda, Alan Hersey, ex-Reliant Scimitar racer with his BMW Compact. Row 11, we have got James Wall in Tom Lenthal's Jaguar XJS, alongside Gary Davis, number 22. Good to see him back out in the Jags with his XJS as well, only an occasional racer over the last few years. Andrew Harper is next, that's the Silk Cuts livery Jag, the diesel-powered XJ, alongside Jack Robinson, younger brother of Tom, in his XJ40. Both newcomers this year. 92 Michael Atkinson and number 88 Damien Gray with his Jaguar XJ40. Then we've got Simone Dunford with her XJS alongside 177 Luke Bennett in a Honda Integra. Row 15 is Steve Barber's Civic alongside Tim Morant with his Castrol liveried Jaguar. That's the Daimler Series 1. Row 16, David Ringham in another XJS alongside 153, which is Simon Mann. He's in a BMW. And Stephen Dowell. Now I hope this car, I can see it at the back of the grid. In fact, it has made it out. Stephen Dowell, newcomer this year in a Jaguar XKR. Unfortunately, its transmission failed in qualifying at Silverstone. We didn't get to see it race, but he is there today. There's 1 or 2 gaps on the grid by the look of it. Pick those up when they line up again. So just moving off for the green flag lap. This will be a 15-minute race. Bit of smoke out of the back of Andrew Harper. Well, you'd expect that. It's a diesel-powered car. What a contrast. These Honda Civics, BMWs, the Peugeot of Don Hughes, the yellow car there, and the big cats interspersed with them. What a beautiful sight they make. There is Tom Robinson. Listen for the whine of the supercharger on that number 4 XJR6, the Swallows Racing prepared car. The grey car there is Derek Pearce in the XK8, raced a Mark II Jaguar for many years. Simon Lewis, the yellow and blue number 65, the Series 1 XJ6, one of the oldest Jags on the grid. Andrew Harper in the colours of the Silk Cut team, made so famous at Le Mans. Damien Gray is in the colours of the Jaguar Formula 1 team of the early 2000s. And there at the back of the grid, the car we didn't get to see at Silverstone, sadly, Stephen Dowell with that lovely XKR. Gary Preble, the former king of Castle Combe, won their saloon car championship many times on the Wiltshire circuit, is on pole in the white Honda. The Powerbell Services Jaguar of Colin Philpott alongside. Jag sponsored by BARC Jaguar Components. Bertie Haulage sponsoring the Pre-03 touring cars. Towards the grid in the sunset they come. There's Ross Craig with the dazzle camouflage on his Honda. We saw his dad out racing his BMW earlier. Don Hughes in the Peugeot. Tom Robinson's going to be the one to watch here. There's Mike Seaborn, the reigning Jaguar champion in XJ40 last year, the XJSX Gale Hill car this year. Gale Hill's mantle being taken up as the leading lady of Jaguar racing by Simone Dunford, number 5, further back in her XJS. .151 is Vic Hope, raced in the Tin Top series here at Brands Hatch for many years. This will be a 15-minute race. Seeing if we've got any gaps on the grid here. There is one gap there next to the 116. Joe Dorrington, 121, is not there. Watch for James Ram as well, ex-champion in the Jaguars, number 99, the orange and grey Motul liveried XJS there. It's like the cars used in the European Touring Car Championship in the past, but Gary Preble is the man to beat. Took pole position by just over a second in qualifying ahead of Colin Philpott in his Jaguar XJS. Waiting for the red lights to go out. Revs begin to rise, the final race of the day here on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, and away they go. And Tom Robinson struggling away. The supercharged XJR, a poor start there. I think he stalled briefly, and it's Colin Philpott's XJS that gets the best getaway. James Ram coming through as well. The Jaguars outpacing the Hondas by and large at the front of the grid. Everybody else is away cleanly, and it's Colin Philpott in the XJS who leads the charge up towards Driz, but Ross Craig having a go on the inside in the Civic. James Ram and Mike Seaborn side by side. A poor start by Gary Preble from pole position. There's a traffic jam further back in the field. Down the hill they come. There is Preble, he's down to 5th position. 3 Jags and another Honda ahead of him. They kick up the dust on the inside of Graham Hill Bend there, racing into the sunset. The sun might cause a few visibility problems down the Cooper Straight. Not for Colin Philpott, he leads the way ahead of Ross Craig, James Ram. Gary Preble back up into 4th ahead of Mike Seaborn. 4 classes as we mentioned in the Jags. Class A for road standard cars, up to Class D for the full race modified machines. There is Jack Robinson, the younger brother of Tom, only his 2nd race weekend. Here comes James Ram, trying to go through the middle. On the outside of Ross Craig. Craig's going to be later on the brakes. Easier on the brakes, the Hondas, than the big Jaguar Land Yachts, and Ross Craig takes the lead at Paddock Hill Bend. Now Gary Preble trying to fight back after a poor start. He's there on the inside trying to take James Ram for 3rd place, side by side as they go into Druids. He's up the inside into 3rd position. There's Seaborn, only his 2nd meeting with his new car. The reigning Jaguar champion gets a bit of a slide on there, loses that to Don Hughes in the Peugeot 306. Things calm down a little now after the frantic start. There's Tom Robinson, didn't lose too much ground. He's down to about 9th or 10th position. Preble on the back of Colin Philpott. He wants an overall win here. Attacks the bigger Jaguar up the inside. You can see the size difference there as they head through clearways. This is allowing Ross Craig to escape though, looking for an overall win in his Honda. It's going to be Hondas 1 and 2 by the look of it here, because Gary Preble is there on the inside of Colin Philpott. He'll get the line away. He'll surely be later on the brakes for Paddock Hill Bend, and through he goes into 2nd place. Here comes Don Hughes in the Peugeot, and James Ram going through into 3rd place. Colin Philpott's gone wide, loses the line. Has he got a problem there? I think Colin Philpott may have an issue with the Jaguar there. Yes, he's slowing down. That's one of the Jaguar title favourites. He's previous champion, and looks like he's out of it. That's a great shame. Don Hughes ahead of James Ram. Gary Preble now in 2nd place. Hughes 3rd, Ram 4th, Seaborn is 5th, and up to 6th is Michael Holtz, number 11 in his Jaguar X300 XJ6, effectively a Series 5 of the XJ6 range. Over the curve there on the inside of McLaren. Eden office furnishing sponsored car. It's Michael's business. Chasing Mike Seaborn, a railwayman from Wiltshire. Next through behind them is Tom Butterfield's XJS, but he loses out. That supercharged Jag goes through. Out of Tom Robinson. Not much that can live with that car in the Jaguar Championship. It'll be interesting to see how he fights his way back up here. Leading Jag is now James Ram, with the demise of Colin Philpotts. The car that we lost at the start of the race. Mike Seaborn runs wide there. Tom Robinson and Michael Holt swarm their way through. Robinson all over the place on the exit. Seaborn fights back. It's a great fight between these huge cars. 4 of them together now. The car we lost, I mentioned, was Tim Morant in the Castrol Daimler Series 1. A couple of other cars have pulled off into the pits. Colin Philpott and also the 119, which is one of the pre-03 cars. We'll pick that up in a moment because we're still busy with this dice for the lead as they come out of Clearways. Here comes Gary Preble on the inside. He's got past Ross Craig into the lead in the battle of the Hondas. The king of Castle Combe, well, he's the king of pre-03 touring cars these days, takes the lead away from Ross Craig. Don Hughes in third there, leaving the Jaguars behind now. James Ram in fourth position, the man from Essex. Then Tom Robinson rounding out the top 5. Out of Druids they come. 3 leaders in the clear. There's James Ram, the leading Jag. Then it's Robinson back ahead of Holtz, Seaborn and Tom Butterfield, number 17. The other car we lost was the number 119 of Neil Ashcroft. His Honda has pulled into the pits further back as well. So Jaguars holding the rest of the top 10, I think, behind the 3 leaders in the pre-03 touring cars. So the rear bumper's missing from Tom Robinson's car there. It's undergone a bit of lightning. There's Ashcroft's Honda, we just got a glimpse of in the pit lane. He's pulled in to retire. As Robinson had some contact, because look, the bonnet's lifting up slightly on the left. See a closer look at that in a moment as Tom Robinson tries to catch James Ram. Yes, you can see there's a very slight bit of damage to the left front corner, so maybe there was some contact on the run into paddock for the first time. There's Mike Seaborn chasing Michael Holtz. Second place battle heads into Surtees there. There's the battle for fourth and the lead of the Jags. Here's a replay. This is an incident in the pack. That's a couple of the Jags. That's Gary Davis going off, number 22, on his return to the Jaguar Championship. No damage by the look of it, so he'll get going again. Meantime, Don Hughes is going for second in the Peugeot. Old-fashioned club racer is Don, races in any series that Peugeot is eligible for. Ross Craig runs wide under pressure out of Paddock Bend. It's just between these 3 for the lead of the race. They're about 7 seconds clear of James Ram as the Peugeot goes through at Druids into second place. Now down to the business of trying to catch Gary Preble. Preble's last lap was a 53.4, Don Hughes' last lap a 54.6. That shows how much quicker Gary Preble is. You can see the lead he's got there over 3 seconds. Well, away go the 3 pre-03s. Here's the battle for the lead of the Jags. Ram and Robinson together now. Tom Robinson has caught James Ram. We said this supercharged number 4 car was quick, fighting back after that poor start. James Ram, a former champion in this series. Over the line he comes, 4th place overall. You can just about hear the whine of the supercharger. Excuse me, says James Ram. I don't think he realised Tom Robinson was there on the outside. I nearly pushed him into the gravel. Not sure that was intentional by James Ram, but and they hit each other coming into Druids. There was contact there. Tom Robinson says, yes, I am here, and I'm going to push my way through into the lead of the Jaguar division. Oh, James Ram won't be too happy there. There was definite contact. You can see the damage on the front of Tom Robinson's car now. Well, the car already missing its rear bumper. It's going to be missing the front bumper if he's not careful. Michael Holt is getting a good view of all this, the number 11. If these 2 tangle, he's going to take the lead of the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. And they're going to need Berkshire Jag Components to replace, well, certainly a front bumper and a headlight on Tom Robinson's car. The state of that. James Ram trying to close in. I don't know what's happened to Colin Philpott. Some problems for him early on. He's retired into the pits. Robinson, they're coming up to lap another Jaguar. That's the car of Steve Dowell, the new XKR. Meantime, here are the leaders lapping Gary Davis after his spin earlier on. The gap is coming down for the lead. Look, they're catching Gary Preble. Well, I thought Preble was going to run away with this once he got past Ross Craig, but no. They're coming back at the white Honda, the king of Castle Combe. Oh, and flames underneath Steve Barber's Honda. Look at that. In the Lego Star Wars livery, he's got a Jaguar of Damien Gray ahead of him as well. He needs to find a marshal with a fire extinguisher, Stephen Barber. They're going to stop, they're going to block the pit lane if they're not careful. This is going to be interesting. Time. Here is a replay. Oh, goodness me. Big blow up there. Great balls of fire for Steve Barber. So that's the cause of the flames. He'll certainly know it's on fire. That car has blown up big time. Former Ford Anglia and Renault Clio racer, among other things. He's out of the race, certainly. There goes Robinson in what's left of his XJR6. There is Gary Preble. He's lost the lead. There's a problem with that Honda. While that was going on, yeah, Gary Preble slowing down. He's got a problem. So your leader is now Don Hughes overall in the Peugeot 306. It's hard to know where to look on that last lap. Let's have a look again and see. This is Rick Walker spinning his XJS, the lean green racing machine as he calls it. He's facing the wrong way at Druids. Bit of reverse racing. And now what's happened? A BMW involved, and that was James Wall in the Tom Lenthal XJS. They've gone off at paddock. Great cloud of dust, like Days of Thunder, isn't it? No one can see a thing through paddock at the moment. Try and find out what's happened there. Oh, a pretty chaotic race this is turning into. Action everywhere you look. Plenty of incident. James Wall's got going again, just ahead of the leader there. We'll try and see again what's happened there. The top of your picture. Oh, the BMW gets sideways, goes off into the gravel. I think that might be Alan Hersey's BMW Compact, the former Reliance Scimitar racer, and he rejoins. Oh, that's a bit dodgy. He rejoins right in front of James Wall. Goodness me, James Wall did very well indeed to avoid that car. That could have been nasty. And there is the car of Steve Barber. Fair play to the marshals for putting the fire out after he blew his engine up. Well, pause for breath after all that action. There's your leader. Well, we say most of the field is Hondas, Jaguars and BMWs. It's the only one that isn't any of those marks that's leading the race. The Peugeot of Don Hughes, with just over 4 minutes of this rather chaotic race to go. Good job it's the last race of the day, because the marshals are going to have a fair bit of clearing up to do here. There's James Wall keeping the XJS going after he brushed the tyre wall there, avoiding Alan Hersey, I think it was, in the BMW rejoined in front of him. I think I wouldn't be surprised if James Wall comes into the pits for a change of underwear after that one. Don Hughes, no problem for him. He's clear of Ross Craig now. The gap was 1.9 seconds. We'll see what it is this time over the line. It's 4.4 seconds. He's pulled away considerably from the Honda. There is Craig in the background. Now the leading Jaguar is still James Ram. No, it's not, it's Tom Robinson, sorry. Still there in third. Here's a replay of some more action among the big cats in the pack. Contact, that's Simon Lewis and Jack Robinson. Jack on the grass, he's heading for the rallycross circuit. Walloped. And into the tyre wall, oh dear. More parts needed from Berkshire Jag Components then. And we've got a red flag. What's happened? I would imagine, is Robinson's car still stranded there? Is that the reason for the red flag, I think? Yes, he's stranded in a dangerous position across towards the circuit there, so I imagine that's why the race has been red flagged, because the tyre wall is damaged there as well. So I would imagine with 3.5 minutes on the clock, I would think that's going to be end of game, because we are approaching as well the circuit's curfew, which is 6:25 here at Brands Hatch. We're only about 15 minutes before the curfew. I would imagine that's going to be end of racing for today, which will be a win for Don Hughes in something of a demolition derby to end the first day here at Brands Hatch. There's Gary Preble into the pits. Problems for the Honda, dropping him back. That's his first defeat in Prix 03 this year. And our orange family of marshals have got quite a bit of work to do. It won't be an early visit to the Kensigan for them tonight. Those who don't know, the Kensigan, the famous bar and restaurant here at Brands Hatch, just next to Paddock Bend. Jack Robinson, the young newcomer to Jaguar Racing, is okay. He's out of the car, obviously rather annoyed. He'll feel that he was squeezed off by... Oh, and speaking of squeeze, there's a bit of a squeeze in the pit lane because Steve Barber's Honda's still there. They can't get in the pit lane entrance. He did exactly the right thing, though, after he blew up. He found the nearest marshals with fire extinguishers. There's that BMW estate of John Hillier. See, I wasn't making it up. Certainly something different. Well, Don Hughes confirmed as your winner then. We've gone checkered and red flags. Provisionally, Don Hughes the winner ahead of Ross Craig and Tom Robinson, the top Jaguar in what's left of his XJR6 in third place. We'll confirm the provisional result then. Don Hughes the winner ahead of Ross Craig with Tom Robinson third. The result counted back to the end of lap 11. Robinson third ahead of James Ram. Michael Holt third of the Jags and wins his class. Then Tom Butterfield, Mike Seaborn a class win in Class B for the Jags. Behind him, John Hillier, a class win in the BMW estate in 8th overall. James Alford next. Gary Preble, I think, was still running when the red flag went out. He just dropped back down the order. I don't think he'd pulled into the pit, so he may be classified 10th. Then Vic Hope, Rick Walker, who spun during that one, Derek Pearce 13th, Simon Lewis 14th, and the 177 Integra of Luke Bennett rounds out the top 15. Beyond that, we've got Andy Abrams, Kevin Granger, Andrew Harper in the diesel Jaguar, James Wall after his near impact the tyre wall, David Ringham, Simone Dunford, Alan Hersey and Gary Davis, with the final finisher I think going to be Steve Dowell. We lost Jack Robinson, we lost Neil Ashcroft into the pits, we also lost Michael Atkinson, Damien Gray, Steve Barber we saw blow his engine, and Colin Philpott of course dropped out on the first lap. Well, as I try and make some sense of that bit of mayhem, let's head down to Ewan in Parc Ferme.
Thank you very much, Dave. Well, any hopes of a calm end to the day were completely ruined there. We spoke to our pole sitter and second place on the grid before the race. They're not even here anymore, but we have got our winner, started in fourth place. Congratulations. Can you explain that race to us, please, Dom?
Probably not. No, it was absolutely insane, wasn't it? I mean, was that insane or what?
It was ridiculous to watch, yeah. It was hard to keep up with what was going on, to be honest.
I got such a bad start. I lost probably a half a dozen places. Well, it felt like half a dozen places. The clutch on this is so heavy, it's just madness. And we've been having trouble with setup as well. But man, it all came together today, didn't it?
I mean, a few drivers said there was a bit greasy out there. Was that the case? Did that add to things?
I think actually that helped. It helped me because the car's been too grippy. And actually a little bit of loose out there was really, really good, and it helped the back end tremendously. And overtaking, well, you know, you could stuff it down the inside and just give it a go.
Now, as we've seen so many times today, just staying on track gives you a great advantage and chance of winning. Took advantage yourself?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, obviously Gary, I don't know what happened to Gary. I mean, he seemed to have a little bit of it up and down, but he kind of, then he went out. I don't know about the other guy, but you know, I was putting it down the inside of Jags, and you know, we were close to close. No touching either, which was really good fun. I really enjoyed it.
But a big smile on your face, great weekend, yeah?
Yeah, great fun.
And worth the wait until the last race of the day as well.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. We'll
see you tomorrow. Have a great evening. All right, thank you, Dom. Right, let's go and speak to Ross. So Ross started third, and he's got his way up to second place. Ross, we've just tried Don to explain that race to us. From your point of view, what on earth just went on?
I have no clue, is the honest answer. I got hit off the line, got some contact on the rear off the line. It's knocked the toe out on the right rear, so every time I was going through a left-hander, the car was just sideways everywhere. It's great fun to drive, not very quick. But other than that, just got my head down. We were in the lead for a while, and then Yeah, we just seem to be struggling on power. So Don and Gary just last time minute passed in a straight line. We're still running on a 144,000 mile road engine. These boys have got proper built engines. So, but yeah, no, I had a great race, great fun. It was just difficult getting around some of the back markers. Yeah, not many mirrors being used, but no, it was good fun. It was great fun. Managed to hold on to the car, so yeah, I can't complain.
And the car is clean and safe. It's tidy. There's no damage, no.
There's a little bit of damage on the rear from the start line where I got nudged off the line, which I'm not too happy about. But we'll get it fixed overnight. We're back out tomorrow.
Good luck tomorrow, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Right, let's go and speak to a couple of the Jags. So the winning the Jags was Tom Robinson in the number 4 car. Is Tom here? Where's Tom? Tom, let's have a chat, mate.
Hi there,
crazy race.
Yeah, I'm just taking a while to digest that one actually. Had an absolute terrible start and just had to try and come through and get to the front, but had a little bit of a touch of paint with James, which is a shame. Just on the grass coming over up the top of the hill there, and I couldn't stop quick enough. So, but yeah, it is what it is.
We've seen in several races today, like contact. Is it usually this? I don't remember it ever being this regular, all the contact. Is that the conditions? What is it?
I mean, it's definitely slipperier than usual. Whether that's because of the track temps or the trucks with diesel, I don't really know. But qualifying, I couldn't find grip anyway. Made a couple of car changes, which setup change, which helped. But it's definitely slipperier than usual, especially under braking. So whether that's got anything to do with it, but we very rarely have any panel damage, so it's unusual. But I've got it from the front corner, and I lost my rear bumper somehow as well. I'm not sure where that went.
It was a long wait today to get your race going, but worth it in the end.
Absolutely, yeah. Looking forward to tomorrow, but I think we've got a long wait tomorrow as well. Yeah, but I've got some time to repair the damage.
Fantastic. Congratulations. See you tomorrow. Thanks a lot, buddy. Right, we're going to try. Oh, we've got actually, I think, James Ram here. James. Fantastic. Yeah, no worries. So this is James's car here. Second place in the Jags overall. First, in fact, no, Tom Robinson and James Ram, both in the Jag D-Class. Only 3 D-Class Jags actually in the race, but they are in the first and second place out of all of our Jags. So we'll just get him here. We've been trying to understand from all the races what happened in that race. From your point of view, how did it go?
It was quite busy. There was a lot of smaller cars, a lot of Civics buzzing around us. Yeah, it was... It felt quite frenetic from the get-go. I think there was a few cars out of position.
Yeah.
And then I wasn't quite sure what happened to Colin, because we sent the real Colin in quite quickly, so I don't know if he had an issue.
And then Gary too?
Yeah, and then Gary too. And then it was sort of quite difficult to blood yourself into your own race. But no, I'm pleased with the result.
Did you have to go through the dust storm going down the first turn there? I mean, what is that? That must feel pretty scary.
Yeah, I have to confess, I took my foot out. I didn't know what was on the other side of it. It was good, hard race.
Well, look, everybody's going. They don't want to leave you behind, so go and enjoy your evening. Congratulations on your second place, all right?
Thanks very much.
Thanks, buddy.
Congratulations to Mr. Holt on his third place.
Oh, let's go and speak to Mr. Holt. Mr. Holt, third place.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Talk us through your day and your race.
It's been a really good day, actually. I love this place. I live up in Sandwich, done lots and lots of track days here, and just racing the Jag round here is fantastic. And today the car just came alive, and first bit was a bit of a blur. Constantly looking at my mirrors to see who was catching me up, and there were a few towards the end, but no, I kept on going. So hello to my mum in France who's watching, hopefully. So my wife back in Sandwich. Yeah, it's been a fantastic day, and do it all again tomorrow.
And do you do anything overnight, or just sort of enjoy your evening?
There may be a few beverages and a couple of sausages kicking around.
I meant sort of oil, water, that kind of thing.
Oh, no, don't worry about that. It's beer and sausage, mate. That's what we're here for, isn't it?
Enjoy your evening. Well done, mate. Thank you very much. Right, that's us done then for day number 1 here at Brands Hatch. The first weekend of our opening British Truck Racing Championship headlining weekend here. It has been an absolutely glorious day. Please join us again tomorrow. We go racing from around about 10 a.m. to bring you all the information for the final time today. Over to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
I'm partial to a good sausage as well. Thanks very much indeed to Ewan, first of all, down in Parc Fermé. That concludes today's racing. A bit of a crazy race to end the day with there from the Prio 3s and the Jaguars. They'll be back out tomorrow. Let's have a look at tomorrow's racing. We kick off at 10:25, scheduled with the Classic Touring Car, Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloon Series. That's the first race of the day. Then we have the first truck race of the day, race 3 of 5 for them over the weekend. And that's followed by the first round for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Yes, the pickups are back for 2022. George Taricki going for his 3rd straight title. Well, it'll be 3 consecutive titles over 4 years. The series wasn't run in 2020. After that, we have the first race for the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship. They enjoyed a good season opener at Silverstone. More truck racing after the lunch break, followed by the pre-66 touring cars, then a short break before the pre-83 and pre-93 race, second race for the pickups, then the pre-03s and the Jaguars. Hopefully they'll all manage to repair overnight. Then the final truck race of the weekend, and the BMWs round us off. All that remains then for this evening is to say thank you very much indeed to our volunteer marshals, first of all, the Orange family. Thanks very much to them. We couldn't go racing without them. All the recovery crews, the medical staff, race control staff and everybody else here at Brands Hatch today for making today's event possible. Thanks to all the drivers for their entertainment and their backup crews in the paddock as well. Some of them have got a fair bit of work to do ahead of tomorrow's racing. So we kick off at about 10:25 a.m. We'll see you back on BARC TV from Brands Hatch tomorrow morning. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.